야차 없어도 일세였다 내 총이 보인다 백전백승노동당 새시대를 열었다 승리만 내 힘쌈을 온세삼리에 펼치다 불쏘나다 빨리 나가 퇴리에 만나보소 지리되는 대내로의 악담도 나가가 유약자 범죄도에 세웠더니 등이 보인다 유약자 범죄도에 세웠더니 등이 보인다 노동단비 등산의 공인 날인 새시리 벌써 가자 빨리 가자 퇴리 맡아보소 차우터만 역생하러 새리도 보이리가 그야차 저도 겁내 새해 날이 많이 나온다 그야차 저도 겁내 새해 날이 많이 나온다 수십 년의 파도가 하이려 나가며 모든 술과 증사된 물들을 넓혀라 웃소가자 빨리 가자 퇴리 맡아보소 손만 대고 팔다 몸이 부딪혀 이겼자 모든 덤티 빨다가 나와가자 이겼자 모든 덤티 빨다가 나와가자 이겼자 모든 덤티 빨다가 나와
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from very cold, rainy, and actually cloudy, and actually maybe even snowy Tokyo, Nihon desu, from the Minato Prefecture. Hi, baby, how did you sleep? I didn't. Why did y'all miss the omakase? We were shooting a podcast. Because we were having sex with your mom, okay? It's time to come clean. We missed the omakase because we were having sexual intercourse with your mom. Dogging her out, dude. Sorry. All of us. Austin even took turns. It was crazy. Yeah. He was like, I'm gay. I'm just doing this for you. Chatter's mom. Isn't that wild? Yeah. Flew out to Japan and everything. How many times did you do this to her? Oh, so many times. As many as she wanted, really. So before I keep watching, I need to know, are you a communist? No, of course not. I love capitalism. I am a liberal of the Democratic Party variety. And if anyone ever were to say that I'm anything but a liberal of the Democratic Party variety, they would be doing a great disservice. So, everybody knows that. Everybody knows I am a liberal who almost exclusively defends the Democratic Party. I mean, if you didn't know that, you must be an absolute fucking dumbass, right? You know, you'd have to be a real fucking moron, or maybe disingenuously fucking lie and be like, I was groomed as a 40-year-old adult into believing that someone is actually a liberal when they hid that from me. They hid their true perspective from me. They groomed me into believing that they were a liberal. They'd have to be a real fucking bird-brained moron, or maybe a disingenuous grifter. Maybe a disingenuous grifter who recognizes that the person that they were talking to never really sheltered their views whatsoever. Guys, I have a fucking statue of Lenin behind me. Not right now, obviously. I'm in fucking Japan. Although I did spend yesterday... Oh, getting a phone call from the secret police. Hold on. That's perfect. Complimentary, please. Also, I asked if there was the espresso cups. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the ones that you have in the room, like the Nespresso cups? Yeah. Nestle cups, yeah. The coffee cups, little coffee cups, like instant espresso coffee cups. Yeah, can I get a bunch of those? Like 6 of those? 6 of those? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Where were we? That was the nicest police phone call ever. They're bringing you coffee. Yeah. This is how it works. I'm on a plane right now. Not sure race/gender of the pilot. Hoping for woke. That's incredible tweet. How planes fly. Dude, everybody knows that this is how planes fly. We're going to talk a lot about this. Okay, just do a line instead, bro. Yeah, let me just do cocaine. I used to think you were cool, consistent, and friendly. I looked past the house because I figured it makes sense. Then I found out you're a commie. Now I realize you're undeniably a baller, based, and live true to your word. You also have good eyebrows. Thank you. How did the Communist Party react to the news that Austin owns Mount Fuji now? I didn't ask them about that. I think that it's too soon. The scar is too fresh. The wound has yet to be healed. Anyway, where were we? What were we doing? I am, of course, somewhat tired. I also found out that you're a communist too, but I was too distracted by your small head. Interesting. The Party is basically a very good newspaper. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So, folks, second plane crash, please. I think some of you guys are so horny for plane crash news, which is odd. I covered it extensively yesterday, but we'll cover it even further today because there's more updates on, 7 dead, 19 injured. We'll talk about all of that. Yes. For
we continue to follow breaking news on the.
For GeoGuesser MHUD, I have a GeoGuessr Pro that they're linking me up with, but I do want to rely on you as well. But yeah, everyone's after you. What's this?
That was strange. Yeah, it's a beautiful eating a culinary experience.
The song is so fucking stupid.
So stupid.
I can't believe people try to pin him for his political takes when his worst take is not eating fucking fish.
Like they come after him.
This dude's an idiot for reasons no one's talking about.
True.
Episode 1's already controversial. Becca's calling Hasan out.
He's fucking going for it.
Nandre, thank you for the raid, brother.
Sorry, why don't you eat fish? Is it just a taste? It makes me throw up. I don't know why. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. It's kind of sad because it's like I see it. Everybody loves seafood, and I'm like, shit. I wish I also loved seafood, but I can't. Sounds drunk? Nah, it's because I went to sleep late. Anyway, I am a liberal. That's right. IG voice all the way. Yeah. Recap of my commie stream. News, drama, and more planes falling out of the sky. Get in now. Why is the Tim Pool beanie on stream? I'm wearing this so that people will think that I am Tim Pool, and therefore apolitical, and therefore not radical, therefore not playing a formative role in what is actually ruining the United States of America and perhaps the entire planet, which is the rising tide of fascist mobilization, but instead the much scarier thing, which is communism. Everybody knows that's a significantly scarier thing. So yeah, I want people to think I'm Tim Pool instead, which is the furthest you can be from communism, because that's significantly scarier than Donald Trump. I want everybody to understand, make no mistake, I'm a serious person who definitely understands things. Very smart, very intelligent. Definitely not a fucking hack-ass, failed-ass, dumbass fucking comedian. Comedian, in air quotes. Still doing fucking 2014 memes on the timeline. Well, I'm not on the timeline anymore. I'm actually too scared to be on the timeline, so I just fucking constantly whine about it from behind my Instagram stories, even though I'm a fucking 50-year-old dude with like 3 children, and I spend most of my time online just fucking crying, most of it. Anyway, if I was one of those things, then obviously that would be really scary. I'd be really scared of the rising tide of socialism and communism in the United States of America. Ooh, terror. Big terror is what I would say. So that's why I'm looking like Tim Pool today, who surprisingly and completely unrelated to what I was saying. Oh my God, it's fucking 5 a.m. out here, dude. I'm literally oblivious. I'm probably not even making sense right now. What did Tim Pool say recently? Oh, that's interesting. He said, come to the right side. Join the good side, Ethan, he said. Perhaps what I said was completely unrelated. Perhaps it was completely unrelated, or perhaps, I don't know. Maybe it's not. That's not at all what Ethan said. Why are you malding them out? How do I have 12-month subscribers who are this fucking stupid, dude? Actually, all right. I'm done. I'm not gonna do this. It's for the weak-hearted. It's for the weak-hearted. It's for the weak-minded. Yeah. I guess I groomed this 35-year-old adult as well into radical politics and being pro-terrorism. You know? Anyway. Bro, you got to do this fit. I am doing that fit. How is it this band calls your own chargers stupid? And they agree with them? What are you saying? Tired 5 a.m. HasanAbi's peak content. Thank you. People are genuinely. Platform of terrorists, by the way. Dog, I never interviewed. Well, I interviewed one IDF member, but he's a former IDF member who actually was a conscientious objector and actually went to prison for it. But I wouldn't consider him a terrorist. He's actually a great dude. His name is Dr. Ofer Kasev. No, people are in the YouTube comments saying this is your crash out stream. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't crash out yesterday. And I will not be crashing out today either. Don't be fucking stupid. If you're the type of person who thinks that like politics can only be consumed from the lens of slop tuber drama cultivated by people who have no political understanding, no political reading whatsoever, no interest, no ideological leanings whatsoever, and are just like dumbasses who are stupid enough to fucking regurgitate Reddit posts that have no research backing them whatsoever, oftentimes coming from a sex pest's very own community, then you are a deeply and pathetically unserious person, and therefore you probably should go and, I don't know, watch the sunset or something. This is not a crash out. They're going to clip this and misrepresent the tiredness and depressed in the content Chernobyl disaster. Yeah, well, good luck to them. It's fucking 5 a.m. out here. As always, I'm live at 11. Let's take a look at this video.
Yes, they are the big dogs.
HTK.
Wow, thank
Shout out to
you.
Wine About It.
Oh, you like Wine About It?
Yeah, shout out to Comrade Hassan.
Okay, wow.
Damn, dude, another young boy radicalized in his prime. This boy in China said, Comrade Hassan. Much to consider, folks. Who is this Hassan guy? What kind of scary stuff is he talking about? Really, really scary stuff. Everybody, watch out. Okay? No, I radicalized him into vote blue no matter who, Democratic Party loyalty. That's obviously what it is.
Thank you. Yes, let me know about if there's like fun things.
In China, too, yeah. Radicalizing the Chinese youth. Are we getting an IRL today, by the way? Yeah, but later. When is the extra Emily X Hassan? I would love to. You are the reason that the CCP is in power. Yeah, I personally think that everyone deserves human rights. Okay? Controversial opinion. I personally think everyone deserves dignity. Everyone deserves human rights. Everyone deserves health care. I know sometimes, okay, listen. Sometimes you really like a fucking apartheid state, okay? Sometimes you really feel some type of way about an apartheid state, and in defense of said apartheid state, you fucking crash out extensively, so much so that you lose a significant percentage of your own audience because they're all like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? There are children being mutilated every day with American tax dollars for 15 months, 16 months. And at the end of that extended crash out, as you've become mentally unwell, you put together the shittiest video of all time. Bro, I think the JCP looks up to you and you need to set a better example. That's true. They do. I taught communists everything they know. I'm radicalizing the JCP. Yeah. Anyway, like people will be like, "Oh, dude, what do you mean? You can have political disagreements. You can have political disagreements with your friends. It's fine." It's like it's crazy. Political disagreements aside, like an extended year-long slow burn crash out, spectacular. I've heard, yeah. I love the JCP. Thank you for taking us to that. It was so much fun. Ta-Nehisi Coates was one of the biggest confirmations for me that you are right. Yeah, I mean, but I have Ta-Nehisi Coates and Bernie Sanders, you know, AOC. And then but Ethan has Caffino. Just watch the video and take some accountability. Don't be a pirate software dude. Dude, It's an hour and 40-minute video. Okay, can I just say something? This is genuinely, this might come across a little ableist, but you literally have an intellectual disability if you think that, like, I am fearful of watching an hour and 40-minute video made by a dude who literally thought Roe v. Wade was the gay one last week, okay? Like, when every single child or someone with an actual child brain, a person who literally was a Yang Ganger, okay? Someone who was in support of Yang Gang, who genuinely does not know anything about politics. Like, what am I supposed to do? Watch every fucking crash out? You think, like, every single time some fucking slop tuber makes a video, this is actually incredibly important points? The only thing you're demonstrating is your own stupidity, okay? It's an hour and 40 minutes of a sex pests, cults, communities, compiled garbage that he took a week off to literally shave off the fucking serial numbers off of, basically, just so that there wasn't that stink associated with it, because unfortunately for him, his favorite content creator was outed as a fucking sex pest for consensually and unconsensually recording people while they're having sex and then distributing it to a bunch of other 19-year-old Discord e-girl kittens that he wanted to fuck, okay? And then all of those videos were leaked a month ago, including videos of him having sex with his ex-wife, who I know for a fact she has mentioned did not give him consent to release those videos to random people. And the idea that this is a deflection is fucking moronic, because I have mentioned every single stupid fucking point brought up a million times over. The reason why chatters are going to bring it up nonstop is so they can get clips, so they can post them on their little streams themselves. Stop paying attention to the fucking idiots with no power. Fucking idiots with a ton of power exist. Exactly. But yeah. Anyway, have fun though. I assume that you guys are going to try and bait me into losing my shit all day. But yeah. There are already 100 responses to every accusation. I know. There's like, you could just go, if you truly are invested in the truth. And I'm sure there are some people. There are others who are just going to come in here and be like, well, I'm going to keep it real, man. You're just like avoiding accountability. Yeah, dude, I am pro-Palestine. That's it. I'm pro-Palestine. Okay. If that's fucking news to you, you are the dumbest baby on the planet. All right. I am pro-Palestine. I am anti-genocide. I am someone who is a leftist. Okay. I'm a leftist. I do not think capitalism is the final evolution of mankind. I think we can evolve beyond it. Okay? There are literally Guantanamo Bay internment prison facilities being set up right now. And if your number one thing is your favorite fucking 50-year-old content creator with 3 children and his endeavors for the past 6 months, you are a deeply unserious person. The only, like, this motherfucker literally only talks about the genocide now when it's to say there's a genocide going on, cynically. And his entire fucking baby-brained moronic fan base also reiterate that point over and over again, while they think they're making a brilliant point because they misunderstood my initial assessment of the matter, which is that when I'm watching children get mutilated every goddamn day, I think it's a pathetically selfish way to approach that conversation from the personal feelings of a fucking rich 100 millionaire sitting in his fucking Bel Air mansion talking about his own goddamn fucking feelings. Okay? That's it. You can call it fucking crash out all day, every day. I'm a goddamn adult. I'm 33 fucking years old. I'm not going to, cover every moron and their own fucking personal feelings and how hurt they've been. And it's taken a year, okay, for me to actually be open about, like, for me to finally get to this fucking point. I still wish Ethan well, okay? I do. But god damn, how fucking selfish, how delusional, how stupid to just, like, think that anyone outside of your marginal fucking cult that you have whittled away over and over again is going to look at the situation and go, yeah, you know what, dude? You are actually right. You've totally convinced me that baby murder, unlimited baby murder, is all right now, actually. That, like, people who call that sort of behavior out are all seemingly radical Islamist extremist terrorists who I will assume are being funded by Qatar or Iran or Saudi Arabia or whatever other fucking Arab nation, because I don't have any understanding of geopolitics anyway. And they're all the same to me. Okay? Go spend time with your fucking kids, man. Holy shit. You look crazy. You look like you're fucking literally losing your mind. And virtually everyone can see it. Do you not have any friends? Listen to your producers. I'm sure they have pulled you aside on the background and been like, hey, Ethan, can you stop doing this? It's very uncomfortable every time the camera pans to them. There's a reason for it, okay? Because everyone around you thinks you're fucking crazy, okay? God, it took this long for me to finally be like, dude, please. You're never going to get better unless you take accountability, okay? Jesus Christ, go to fucking therapy or something. My coffee is here. I had to hold his fucking adult's hand. 5 a.m. yelling? Yeah, it's fine. As both a scary communist and also a fake communist that's scary, because I'm actually a capitalist, both in secrecy and in broad daylight because I'm rich. I'm actually at a very nice hotel. The walls are thick, you know, because I'm a fucking commie, but also not. It doesn't even matter. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah. That must have felt cathartic. I mean, it doesn't feel cathartic at all, because then as the classic like cry bully behavior gets reiterated over and over again, they will go, see, he cares about this. He cares about this so much. And it's like, it doesn't bother me, man. It doesn't. You're not new to this game. Okay. It's just deeply embarrassing and everyone can see it. Okay. Straight up. You went from writing a fucking Keemstar drama nuke to being hyped up by Keemstar. Like, how fucking stupid and malleable are you as a goddamn adult that you can be manipulated by other slop tubers? Okay? It's kind of shocking. Yeah. You know, I didn't watch Ethan's video, but wow, he changed my mind with his year-long crash out. Brother, you keep agreeing with chatters who say you're giving drama clippers a reaction and saying you're right and then continuing to cover it. Yeah, I know. Because I'm a human, man. I'm a human being, okay? I'm a fucking human being. God damn it. There's only so much I can take. What are we doing here? There's only so much I can take, god damn it. What the hell? This guy literally had a disagreement with me over Israel, ended the podcast. I was so fucking gracious to him, far more gracious than he goddamn deserves. Like, literally ends the podcast because he can't fucking cut it. Like, he's like, I don't want to talk about politics anymore because people are hurting my feelings when I talk about Israel, and because it kind of comes across like I'm defending Israel, okay? And then everybody goes, oh, you're defending Israel. It's like his whole shtick for the past year has been saying liberal Zionist talking points and then getting mad at everyone when they go, are you a Zionist? And he's like, whoa, this is anti-Semitism. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. What kind of fucking moronic attitude is this? Just don't talk about politics. Just go back to fucking talking about like gooning or Justin Baldoni or whatever fucking new thing is happening online. You're clearly not intellectually equipped enough and you got fucking deluded by a sex cult, okay? Like, Destiny was able to fucking brainwash you over the course of a year. I'm sorry. You got a child's brain. Go enjoy childish things. The fuck is wrong with you? Why do you have to like literally do politics? Your fucking fan base hates it. You're clearly, all the people in your vicinity hate it. And you're still like, nah, I'm the number one guy. I'm the number one politics guy. Okay, dude, there's plenty of fucking dumbasses. Go ahead. Have a right wing, do your little right wing tilt, I guess. And then maybe you can find admiration again. But it's probably not going to happen in the liberal sphere that you're trying to carve out for yourself. I'm sorry, liberals, and I disagree with a lot of liberals, okay? But many liberals are still infinitely more intelligent than the fucking average dumbass right-winger. They get manipulated by right-wingers a lot, which is why I get very mad, okay? But it's much harder for you to cultivate a fan base with your unfortunate lack of knowledge over politics in that sphere, okay? Just become a right-winger then. You know, look at Tim Pool. He's got a massive audience. Anyway, I've been so nice, dude. And you know what the most annoying part is? For a year, I was like, oh, man, I don't want to, like, hear about this stuff. I'm sure Ethan means well, blah, blah, blah. And everyone was in my fucking ear constantly yelling and being like, no, he did this, he did that. And I was like, who cares? He's just like, you know, he's just doing whatever. He's just doing whatever. He's just doing whatever. And everyone was like, no, dude. Listen, he made fun of Aaron Bushnell, killing himself. Like, you don't understand. He's like doing all this propaganda, whatever. And in that entire time frame, I was like so fucking charitable. And I was just like, hey, I've heard the things that he said one time in 2021 about how he's like pro-Palestinian, like that's important, whatever. And he did this to himself. Like, that's what's so fucking crazy about this narcissism. Like, these dumbasses will be like, Hasan, you don't have any accountability. For what? You want me to say I'm sorry for being like pro-terrorism or whatever kind of fucking Islamophobic nonsense that you've cultivated over the course of the past 15 months from a sex cults community? God damn. Oh, we have a bingo card for Hasan's reactions. Like, I saw that shit too. And it's like, you just have no interest in anything real, okay? You have no interest in anything real. You will fall victim to the whims of right-wing politics, okay? If Ethan fully flipped the script and became like a fucking right-winger, then you would also do that because you are a fucking stupid person. Anyway, I hope, and I mean this with genuine sincerity, in all sincerity, I hope this was like, I hope he got it out of his system, you know? I hope he got it out of his system. And instead of like clip chimping everything that I'm saying right now and then posting it on his fucking stupid ass, silly little fucking drama show, okay? If Ethan wants to talk to me, he can talk to me, okay? He doesn't have to fucking constantly cry as a 50-year-old adult with 3 children from behind an Instagram story, okay? You can talk to me in person, big dog. You got my fucking phone number. We can have a conversation on your stream. We can have a conversation on my stream. Last time, I had the fucking baby gloves on, and you cried like a bitch after doing Teddy Fresh ads in the midst of our genocide coverage. Okay? That's right. And I'm not talking about the Leftovers episode where he actually cried. That was a beautiful moment. And I was actually very wrong for thinking that actually meant something. It turned out it didn't mean shit for you at all. Okay? Because selfishly, you spent the next year constantly fucking ripping into, suspiciously, a lot of, not myself, but other people of color. I'm not calling myself a person of color. I know it's going to get clipped out of context here as well. And then you're going to be like, meh, 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 whatever. No, just noticing that you have just been going after a lot of people of color, Arabs, Muslims in general, just constantly fucking talking about how scary they are, you know? Why are they so scary? I don't know, because maybe you're an Islamophobic moron who fucking retweets or basically tweets out Ben Shapiro quotes about Hamas. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking super pro-Israel, okay? Maybe that's why. No fucking accountability, okay? No accountability whatsoever. Constantly pointing the finger at other people. Oh my God, it can't be me. It can't be the broad reception of my worldview. It cannot be the way that people understand where I'm coming from. Okay, the way people have heard the same talking points over and over again from people who are genuinely deeply pro-Israel. Maybe that was the reason why people were saying that. No, it must be because of anti-Semitism. And it's like, it's not as though anti-Semitism isn't increasing. It is, okay? And it's something that I understand. It's something that many of these people that Ethan has falsely smeared as anti-Semitic understand. So especially at a time when there's motherfuckers like Nick Fuentes, Jake Shields, or numerous other like actually anti-Semitic monsters out there who are running rampant, hyper-focusing on people who are anti-Zionist and expressly and openly not anti-Semitic is certainly a choice. How good is the Japanese coffee? It's not that good. Also, we are going to be watching a real fucking nuke. Ryan Beard made a nuke about Destiny, who, unlike myself, actually has real major issues. And yet it gets no coverage whatsoever, obviously, because slop tubers also want to suck Destiny's cock and do openly suck Destiny's cock. So it doesn't usually get much motion, unfortunately. Anyway, but Ethan Klein apologizes for platforming Hasan Piker. Is a very funny take. Anyway, I didn't even fucking post it. I went live here. Okay. 52 minutes in. I'm posting it now. I didn't even fucking post a blast off meme. So stupid. Yeah, I'll debate you anytime, anywhere. All right, Ethan? If you want. All right, Ethan? The assumption that I'm afraid of you is so fucking idiotic, okay? Tell your goddamn... Be honest with your fucking fan base, okay? I'll talk to you anytime, any place. Don't fucking... I'm done. I'm done with this nonsense. Like, these fucking morons literally think I'm afraid of a dude who does not know anything about politics and basically just rehashed Willie Mac show and Destiny clips, dude. Like, these guys just literally go to Reddit. That's it. And they just repeat Reddit talking points over and over and over again. It's one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever seen. Yeah, I saw Roman also popped off. Because, dude, if you are even remotely interested in politics, you're going to look at this and go, what the fuck are you saying? Incredible video to drop in the current political climate. Fascist takeover happening in the U.S. and tons of other places. And he drops a 2-hour video on the biggest threat to America is Hasan and communism. Lol. LMFAO even. I fully expect Ethan Klein to become an anti-woke grifter within the next 5 years. So H3 Issues vid on Hasan is dead ass just Red Scare and McCarthyism. I actually haven't even seen anything more pathetic in my life. Bro's trying to pander the last remnants of his right-wing fan base by going after lefty boogeyman streamer right after Trump win as well. And he's doing it also that people forget his controversial Israel takes. Incredible. That's what's so crazy, by the way, which is that there are a million different ways to try and hit me on like drama related shit. Why the fuck would you try to do politics, man? You're so stupid. How fucking narcissistic of you. How unimaginably narcissistic of you to think that you can like write this brilliant, political work. Like, stick to your fucking lane, dude. What is wrong with you? You look like a fucking clown to adults, okay? Maybe not the cultish fans that have stayed behind, you know?
A lot of people are messaging me saying, Roman, how can you side with Hasan when, he has had terrible Ukraine takes? And I actually agree. I don't watch Hasan for his Ukraine takes. In fact, I don't watch him at all. But I do think he's a good force in today's world. You know what I mean? Like, once again, people are getting deported, Ethan. And you drop in a 2-hour video on Hasan Piker saying that Hasan and communism is actually what's destroying America today, Like, please. If you're choosing between Hasan Piker, who, once again, talks about real issues and is, like, in my opinion, once again, a good force in this world currently, from my point of view, from where I stand, you know what I mean? Who actually talks about real issues, that minorities face and so on. Ethan Klein, though, he just talks about, like,
you know what? You want to know what's crazy about this? Like, these guys, and this is what's so frustrating to me about, like, Ethan, I can't believe is a part of this group now. But there are a lot of people online, like, what is his name? Like, fucking Turkey Tom or something. Like, that's one of those guys. Like, all these dudes that have been, actually leaving Destiny's orbit now after suckling on his teat for maybe the past 3 years, right? Willie Mac show, all these fucking slop tubers, right? Just names that I never wanted to learn. They have no interest in politics whatsoever. And to them, it's just another way to extend the algorithmic boost that they can get. That's what's so fucking annoying about it. Okay? That's what's so goddamn annoying about this process is just like for them, it's just all drama. Okay? It's all drama. Like, Ukraine, drama. Palestine, drama. Okay? What is this? I think Ethan just wants to defame you and for you to react by suing him. I'm not even going to watch his fucking video. And by the way, if I did, get great views overall. I'm not even going to dignify it. And you can say it's because I'm scared. Okay? If you are literally the dumbest person in the United States of America, perhaps the entire planet, okay, then yes, you can think that. I am stating it very clearly. Ethan Klein, if you want to have a conversation with me, I am available. I can talk to you about any number of different political disagreements that we have, except this time, I'm not going to be fucking nice to you, okay? I'm not going to treat you with kitty gloves. I'm not going to talk to you like you're a special boy who deserves my special attention and that you're so funny and so special, okay? I'm going to talk to you in the same exact way that I would to an actual political content creator. If there is a political commentator out there who was expressing your viewpoint about Israel, I'm going to talk to you in the same exact way that I would talk to them. Okay? So if you think that I'm afraid of you, okay, I think you and I both know that that's not the case. I think you and I both know that there's a reason why, despite the fact that you and I have very similar enemies, some of which you've turned into your friends, even after they got, unfortunately they got outed as sex pests. But I think you and I both know that I didn't run away from Twitter, okay? I don't have to constantly go to subreddits and clip stuff from those subreddits to post on my Instagram page instead of hanging out with my fucking friends and family. Don't be a fucking idiot. Yeah. Don't try to fucking pull a Sam Cedar on me. Guess you can't really do that with Destiny now, can you? Since, you know, he was outed as a fucking sex pest. It's got to sting a little bit. That your number one guy, oh no. That's my guy. That's my little guy. He's my favorite guy. Fuck him at this point. Debating him won't change his mind. I don't give a fuck about changing his mind. I did. Okay? I tried changing his mind. Maybe this time I'll bring Sam Cedar and you'll be the one saying, oh my God, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. Because, you know, you've been running away from him. Yeah, I wonder why Ethan Klein won't fucking talk to Sam Cedar. In private correspondence, I told you, okay? I said, hey man, I know you don't respect me, because he's claimed that I wasn't like talking to him at all. So I said, hey, I don't think you respect me at all. But you respect Sam Cedar. You should talk to him. You should talk to him about this issue. He has a lot of lived experience. And he said that was fucking anti-Semitic. Everything is anti-Semitic. Anyway.
Celebrity drama or whatever. Like, fuck off, please. What it all comes down to is that I just don't believe that Ethan Klein, you know, cares about any of these issues.
Yes, that's what's so fucking annoying about it. He doesn't. He does not. He does not. That is what's so unimaginably annoying about this entire process. He doesn't give a single shred of a fuck about any of these issues. Okay? And it is literally ego. It's not even like a significant political disagreement, by the way. It's more so ego. Okay? That's what's so fucking frustrating. And that's what really makes me mad about all of the people that hyper focus on this shit. Okay? It's just ego. It is a man who feels scorned. It is a man who bravely took the step online and became a more progressive person. That is the journey here. Okay? A person who had some reactionary takes, a person who openly said the N-word a million times over and numerous other slurs, saying, you know what, this is the old me, this is not the real me, okay? I am going to become a better person. That is a person I will always admire, okay? It doesn't matter if his name is Ethan Klein, doesn't matter who that person is. I will always admire someone who has the dignity and the courage to openly say, I was wrong for doing this stuff. This is not who I am. Okay? Just understand. iDubbbz being a great example of this, right? Yeah, you talking to E about D right now? I know. Yeah, here.
They got your mans on sex assault charges. Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
Anyway, but yeah, after you cultivated a fairly progressive online fan base, you turned around and you had some opinions that you demonstrated that were directly at odds with said progressive fan base. And instead of going, hey man, maybe I should really reconsider my output here. I wonder why a lot of these people are saying this in the most narcissistic ways possible. You just looked to blame others. Instead of saying, hey, maybe my output here, maybe my fucking output here is the reason why people are, you know, reacting to what I'm saying in the way that they're reacting to it. You were like, nah, it must be something different. Okay? He said you hid your power level to infiltrate his fan base and turn them against him. Guys clearly lost the plot. Yeah, that's such an insane take, man. No, dog. You actually made your fan base very progressive. Okay? That's what I mean. Also, hid my power level is so funny. Here, yeah, hid my power level. You know who actually hid something? From what I understand, I didn't actually see this. I did not actually see this, but where is it? Hold on. This was on my subreddit. Where the fuck is it? I'm so ill prepared for this type of shit. I should just if I wanted to do reactions, I should just do an edited one. You know what I mean? Instead of just fucking doing this shit on stream, because then people just clip whatever they want to and complain about it. Just skip it. No, I saw Ethan talking about how I was hiding my political opinions. Okay. All right. And it's, I mean, yeah, it's basically this. The entire quote unquote content nuke is
You're
this.
also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy. Like,
wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't think that the capitalist organization of the economy is adequate. We don't need to have that conversation. But yes,
no, it's no way you believe in that. Hey, listen, I'm one of the biggest pocket watchers ever known to man. Like, I've already summed you up in what you make. And I sum up rappers, I sum up entertainers. Look at my guy Kai. I just did a whole little rap sheet of his thing.
Socialism is not a poverty cult. You don't have to be poor to be socialist, even though you can still advocate for those who are less fortunate than you.
You're also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy. Like,
wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. Yeah.
There you go. And what is this?
Had a terrifying vision.
Not what that means.
Had I been duped? Was Hasan...
Me, a 40-year-old child, was duped by Hamas Piker. That's Hasan groomed me, and I was a neurodivergent minor at the ripe age of 40.
It's kind of funny to have it come out the same day as the JCP tour. Yeah, these people are also so fucking narcissistic. They, like, people that do slop shit, okay? People that do slop shit are so goddamn narcissistic that they will unironically say stuff like, oh, well, he did that because of me or something. It's like, no, man, I set this up fucking weeks ago, all right? Yeah. Bro, he said you hid your views the week you've been promoting, talking to the JCP. Someone, like, dude, look at my first interview, okay? Look at the first interview that I did with Ethan Klein, okay? Before I ever did the Leftovers podcast, we had an interview, okay? Please understand something. This is from many, many years ago, okay? This is me. This is, I guess, a piece from his, I guess this is a piece from his video, okay? My hiding being a communist, okay? I had a show on the Young Turks called Agitative Propaganda. Even in these clips, there is a fucking USSR Ushanka behind my head, okay?
Planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
There is a bust. There is a what is it called? A Matryoshka doll of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. That's Che Guevara. That is another USSR Ushanka behind my head. Okay? What the fuck are you saying? What the absolute fuck are you saying? Like, either you are being disingenuous and acting like there was something sinister afoot, okay? And that there is something that is sinister about being a socialist anyway, which is a ridiculous position, by the way. I think, like, there's nothing sinister about being socialist, all right? Ironically enough, the other person whose doll is behind my head, who has this artistic work behind me depicting him as a punk rock guy, also calls himself a socialist. Just, you know, the person that I interviewed a couple weeks ago before I left for Japan. Now, the question that is on everyone's minds is, like, there's two things here. There's two outcomes of this. Either you are the dumbest person on the planet and just, like, whenever I described my political worldview, it just, like, went in from one ear and out the other. No bus stop in there, okay? No pit stops in there whatsoever. It was just like information coming in and out, okay? Nothing in there. Just an empty hallway, all right? And that you just did not retain anything that I told you, and you were like, I thought you were like a, you know, kind of progressive, vote blue no matter who type Democrat. What is going on? And if that's the case, then you have no business doing political commentary, okay? Because what the fuck are you saying? Like, what do you mean? Then you're just, like, ill-equipped to have this conversation. You've openly demonstrated that. He cropped him out of the video? No, he didn't. I mean, Che Guevara is still there, but I'm sure he just, like, zoomed in or something in this one. Because isn't this from the video too?
I consider myself a liberal, but in the American political lexicon, I guess like I'm super liberal. That's what Americans think liberalism is. Like the more left you are, the more liberal you are. Even though there is a genuine distinction between the leftist and the liberal, but yeah, I'm progressive. I guess that's the catch-all term.
I like progressive.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to be progressive? It's in the name. We're progressing.
Yeah, well, that's why like early stage classical liberals who like wanted to rebrand, like Dave Rubin, for example, who now are very openly on the right and like everyone knows it. They originally tried to say like they're the real progressives, and that the people who brand themselves as progressives, people like myself, they were actually regressive.
George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say "Bash Fascist."
I'm sorry, I got to stop again. What is wrong with hating fascists? I just don't understand that point. I mean, aren't we supposed to hate fascists?
Has a club in his hand.
We're supposed to hate fascists as Americans.
Yeah, I know. I don't get it. And then they'll say like Antifa is the real
This is not in his content nuke, chatters. This is just our first ever on-camera conversation, okay? The reason why I suspect someone spliced these two things together is because they wanted to show how fraudulent and how idiotic this is, okay? For Ethan to be like, I was duped. I was groomed into believing radical politics by this big, scary man, when even before we had a fucking podcast together, I never sheltered him from my true opinion. I even say it there. I'm like, I wouldn't consider myself a liberal, but in American politics, because people's false understanding of liberalism, they would say I'm a super liberal. Okay? So what's really interesting about this entire process, despite the fact that I have a literal fucking like Lenin bust behind me, a Che Guevara bust, and a USSR Ushanka behind me, okay? And also prominently display other famous leftist political figures, revolutionary political figures, and also Bernie Sanders, who is himself a socialist, okay? And go through the minutia and the process of explaining to him over and over again what my political worldview looks like. He just, I guess, either A, forgot what that conversation looked like and how that took place, or B, a second thing, and is cynically trying to present it as though I was secretly hiding the truth. Okay, I was secretly hiding the truth.
real fascists. Okay, then still bashing the fascists in that circumstance is still good, no? Like, I don't get it.
I thought fascism was like the
sense.
antithesis of everything America stood for.
Yeah.
But apparently...
It's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be. Okay, I'll try not to pause, but there's just
It is Kirk, they tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again. What the fuck? If they have their way.
I think he said he thought you were a dem sock like him. First of all, he's not a democratic socialist. Ethan is barely a social democrat. Okay, what are you talking about? There's a distinction between democratic socialism and social democracy. Social democracy is pro-capitalist. I often will openly state that in a place like the United States of America, it is a reactionary shithole where there's no class consciousness whatsoever, that where, you know, social democrats are seen as radicals in this country, okay? And they're still in line with improving the material conditions of the working class in the United States of America, okay? You told Ethan multiple times that you wish you hid being a socialist. That's the other problem. That's the other issue. I've told him before, but that's not my problem. I'm sorry, man. If you don't understand the difference between a democratic socialist and a social democrat, how the fuck is that my fault, dude? I've explained it before. Like, what are we doing here? Dude, I'm sorry. In the year 2025, we're not doing that. Okay? In the year 2025, we're not gonna let other people's misunderstandings become everybody else's problem, because that's ridiculous.
What the fuck? I'll submit. Turn your weapons in. 2.
I just jumped in, but didn't this all start because of Gaza? Seems like there were no problems. Yes. No, literally, that's it. People were ruthless to Ethan, okay? It's true. They were. It's true. There were a shit ton of people that were saying some unhinged shit. All right. They were for a year. And there's also a real threat of rising anti-Semitism that's happening in that same time frame. Okay. But the problem is, like, while that was going to happen, because there's always a rise in anti-Semitism whenever Israel goes around and says they're killing children for Judaism falsely, right? Turning around and claiming that I'm the reason why all of these people were actively radicalized in the direction of anti-Semitism, mind you. When I spend so much fucking time combating anti-Semitism, so much time educating people on dog whistles, talking about historic fascism, talking about anti-Semitism as a canary in the coal mine of fascism. Like, that's what's so insane about it. It's like, especially coming from a person who knows me, you know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous.
The view of turd breath, sink
turd breath.
Hasan Pecker.
What is he even saying?
Pecker. Oh, he called him Pecker, but it's obviously Piker.
Yeah, it's not even like a Turkish sounding last name.
Yeah.
It's normally Piker, but still, like, it's pretty funny that he's going out of his way to deliberately mispronounce it, which I love.
Yeah.
I love all of that. Great.
And are you
he featured a Sneeko fan, anti-Semite stalking E and blamed it on you. Yeah, that fucking weirdo clout shark dating coach cryptocurrency guy that was fucking annoying us at the goddamn Palestinian encampment at UCLA. Okay? I spent most of my time avoiding that dude when he tried to be on camera, when he found out how many fucking people were watching. Ethan, on the other hand, I think had him on his fucking stream. Why? Possibly to make a mockery of, like, the Palestinian cause by presenting some random fucking douchebag as, like, the formative pro-Palestinian voice, you know? Remember when that fucking rando came up to us at the UCLA encampment and we avoided him the entire time? Noticeably uncomfortable that he was just, like, occupying space over and over again? What is this? Here's irrefutable proof that Ethan Klein is directly coordinating his messaging against Hassan with Destiny, accused sex criminal in his community. Yeah, I mean, he does. Of course he does. Look at this, dude. Destiny's like, thank God Ethan is, like, stupid enough to be fucking hyper-focused and hyper-fixated on Hassan when virtually everyone, Ethan included, would normally be talking about how Destiny is fucking sharing sex tapes unconsensually with random girls online that he wants to fuck, okay? He's like, oh, thank God. There it is. Now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, he's getting it from Sex Pest in his community. Okay, here's a section of leftovers.
It doesn't have to be.
Moving America to a purely socialistic society. Instead of, my thing is...
What is this? Why is H3H3 Productions using clearly doctored images? Vote for your favorite 2024 streamer, Rising Stars. I voted for Sen. Rising Star Award, 1227. This award goes to a streamer who had 1,000 viewers. Oh, this was they put Frogan on there as a meme because they're fucking freaks. She was not nominated last year. Yeah, but now they got what they want. Instead of focusing on Epstein, you're succumbing to Ethan. Don't worry, I got that content nuke right here. Shouts out to Ryan Beard. Okay, as far as I understand, like, here's one of the few instances where someone who at least, like, has a decent understanding of YouTube drama and has, like, a political perspective has done this. Yeah, I didn't even finish this Roman clip.
Ukraine or China, Xinjiang, the Uyghurs or whatever. He's just using these, clips of Hassan saying disagreeable shit to essentially be like, look at this, communist, leftist, very bad.
You know what's really funny about it as well, specifically as it pertains to, like, Xinjiang or even Ukraine, okay? These are nuanced geopolitical subjects, okay? These are nuanced conversations about American foreign policy or American foreign adversaries engaging in ruthless politics, right? And I very openly criticize these things. I very openly criticize them. But you clip it, okay? Well, you can clip it in a way to be like, no, he loves it. He loves the shit. He hates the Uyghurs, okay? He hates the Uyghurs. apparently he was also talking about how like there is no Associated Press article, the one I was talking about, like he was like, there's no Associated Press article about the re-education camps that definitely existed in Xinjiang were shut down. And it's like, dude, like that's literally bare minimum. Okay, that is bare minimum research. Like, look at this: terror and tourism. Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is bare fucking minimum research, dude. You couldn't just Google it. You couldn't just Google it. You just went, you turned around and you said, "Oh my God, why so scared? Do I look scared? What are you talking about? You won't watch the video, brother? Instead of demanding I watch the video, demand Ethan talk to me in person, okay? Because if you think I'm fearful of Ethan Klein and his political prowess, you know, I'm here to tell you I'm not, okay? Go tell Ethan to have a conversation with me, okay? Just watch the video. Just watch the video. Why can't he have a conversation with me? Why? Is it perhaps easier to clip things that I'm saying out of context in my reaction? Yeah. Is that why? So that he can shelter his audience? Is that the reason why? Or is it because he's actually fucking afraid? Because I think it's the second thing. Just like he was too scared to talk to Sam Cedar in private. How does no one in Ethan's fan base ask these questions? It's just an hour plus of you talking out of context and purposely misconstruing you to give him some moral high ground. So you admit you are afraid to watch the video out of fear of being clipped? No, I've already given my responses. But what? Dude, don't you think it's better to have a conversation directly? I thought you guys loved debate. What's happening? Are you admitting to fucking clipping shit out of context specifically to smear? What? You think this is a fucking own? That's insane. Dude is in here like, hey, I'm here to clip chimp you. Can you please react to the video so I can, clip chimp it instead of, debating Ethan? Why are you admitting to that? That's what you said you were afraid of? I'm not afraid of it, big dog. Let me tell you, I'm saying there's a more productive way to handle this. So if you think I'm like afraid, why wouldn't I be? I'd be running away from having a conversation with Ethan on this because they get banned if they do. His chat is very curated. No, I know. This motherfucker clips shit and wants to see it on stream. Trust I can smell that loser. Oh yeah, yeah. Linus Tech
I'm already
tips.
kind of regretting the poop storm that is going to envelop the.
Yeah, I don't know if Hasan. I don't know what Hasan's political leanings are. Oh wait, here's a Linus Tech Tips video from fucking 2021. Hasan groomed me. He scared me with his radical politics. Anyway, if I was afraid, don't you think I would run away and not want to talk to Ethan? I like that he has hugboxed at least enough people in his community into legitimately believing that I am afraid. I'm afraid of having this conversation with him directly. So I'm telling you right now, okay? I'm not. I will have this conversation with Ethan directly. Well, I hate that I had to do this. I found the first time that fan came onto your stream. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. He had no idea what was going on. He just wanted to shout out his channel. He later on asked you twice for an interview, but you say no. He keeps asking if you're a communist. Clearly not an actual fan. If the most clips are out of context, couldn't watching it add the context? Dude wants me to watch the video more than he wants me to debate Ethan. I don't understand.
Why? Pothead. No, we're just streaming. Israeli. I look like Israeli. We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing? What kind of content?
We're just streaming. Just live streaming.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude. Twitter, bro. You guys on Twitter?
Yeah.
You get viral there sometimes or no?
Sure.
I'm just kidding. It's like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
a content creator too, bro.
Sure.
I do content.
Yeah, my big fan, dude. Look at, to go into a debate about something, you should first watch the content, right? Or do you go into blind every debate? I go in blind. You want to know why? That's how fucking confident I am in my worldview and in my knowledge in this space. Okay? Also, I'm not going in blind. Let's be real. It's the exact same things I've addressed a million times over. So it's not new nor unique. Having said that, however, this is a very interesting thing. Okay? This is a very interesting thing that I've seen from people where they go, oh, dude, why don't you watch the video? Okay. Why wouldn't you want me to just like debate the issues if the issues are
related to me. You think I don't know the subject matter very well? I'm the fucking subject matter. What is happening? Yeah, he can just argue the points in the video if he wants to, directly to my face, and we can have a conversation about that as well. You would think if you're wrong, you would expose yourself going in raw. Yeah.
I want to make content, but I don't know, like...
Doesn't seem like this guy's a big fucking HasanAbi head, even though he was presented as such, weirdly enough. Okay?
Okay, let's continue.
All right. Hasan duping an elderly 40-year-old. Yeah, I mean, the funniest part about a lot of this is that, like, you can just straight up watch any number of different conversations that me and Ethan have had in this time frame and recognize that and recognize that there is holy fuck, my brain is so fried. A list of his lies if you want. A list of lies made by Ethan Klein. Ethan claims communism is on the rise. From Elon Nazi saluting at Trump's inauguration to the AfD in Germany, communism is clearly not on the rise. Hasan never introduced himself as a social democrat. Hasan talked about education programs, not re-education camps. Hasan never runs full defense of China, especially regarding their treatment of the Uyghurs. Ethan shares an edited clip that cuts out where Hasan explains that he cannot control his chat from calling Ethan a racist for saying racist things. Yeah, that's another one of these fucking annoying little parts about this back and forth and this drama, which is that, like, the conversation I had with Ethan ended with me saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do to control the narrative in your favor if you keep saying things that people are going to, people are going to interpret as you being pro-Israel. And it's not because you're Jewish. And even though, to be fair, I'm sure there are plenty of people who are like, oh, he's Jewish, and they suspect you of being pro-Israel and are deeply anti-Semitic, right? Having said that, there are plenty of people in your fan base who aren't anti-Semitic who also absolutely made up their own minds after listening to the way you talk about Gaza. He cuts out continuously, there's only so much I can do, and leaves out, if you continue to say things like this, people are going to think you believe them and get mad at you. Yeah. Shows a random clip of someone being anti-Semitic, claims Hasan does not care about Israelis because of his lack of reaction. Hasan never justifies sexual violence. He routinely says that sexual violence likely occurred during October 7th and regularly cites the UN investigation that had one credible documented instance of sexual violence. He says that the sexual violence that may have happened on October 7th is not a justification for genocide. Hasan never said that Israel should let Hamas enter Israel unrestrained. Dude, it's, for the record, easiest like 500,000 view video of your life if you just like look at all of the clips that Ethan used and go on Twitch, go to the VOD, and extend the clip by like 30 seconds and just be like, this is the full context. Here he is responding to a chatter. Actually, this is not his opinion. This is clearly something that he's responding to that he's reading in chat. Okay. Or this video was clipped to make it seem like, Hasan is advocating for this position when it's actually the exact opposite position he's advocating for. It's like a lot of these guys. My buddy wanted to watch this dumbass video to snark, knowing damn well Ethan is a liar. Like, these people just want drama. That's not, that's it. Genuinely, no, people watch this nuke. I know. The only part about this that's like frustrating though, is that there are well-intentioned people that are duped in this process. There are well-intentioned people that will get duped in this process. People who are just like kind-hearted liberals who are probably open-minded to the way I see the world. And if given the opportunity, would recognize that the things that I advocate for, they also agree to, right? But they'll see this video and go, oh, this guy's a dangerous, like, terrorist lover who loves terrorism. He wants to do terrorism. For example, the fan clip, literally 1 second later, he asks you for an interview and you walk away because the vibes are off. Yeah, it's just like really silly stuff like this. Okay? Anyway, I looked up a video on YouTube yesterday and posted a comment breaking down your interaction with timestamps. The dating and money guy, but you were definitely uncomfortable trying to walk away from the dating and money guy. Yeah. What is this? There's only so much I can do in terms of like stopping the fucking flow of criticism coming your way when you present yourself a certain way to the broader audience and you don't actually show the audience like what the full.
If you just want to have a debate or convo, then why did you ignore his messages? Basement dwelling gremlin. Wait, what? Dude, what are you saying, brother? What are you saying, big dog? The last message I sent to him, he did not respond to. Okay? He chose to just like publicly spiral out of control
in a way that like virtually everyone, with the exception of the bottom-feeding drama lovers, the bottom-feeding drama perverts can recognize. Actually, you probably recognize it too. You just want to extend the crash out because you don't actually care about Ethan and his well-being either. Okay? That isn't what Ethan said. Can you please prove that? He did. He admitted it. Okay? Disprove Ethan's malicious lie? He did. He openly admitted that when I texted him about talking to Sam Cedar, he said that it was actually anti-Semitic of me to suggest that. Ethan himself openly admitted that. Why don't you go, why is it? Why is it that none of you guys actually give a fuck about anything? Prove to me that Ethan lied now. Yeah, he's like, please show your text message. Anyway, is it me or has E become just a lolcow to these people? Yes. They're using him like a fucking fleshlight, dude.
Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic.
Oh, you want some of this? You want some of this? Okay.
Fucking pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
Mushroom. Oh, mushroom.
Nobody. There is.
Yeah, the lamest thing that people can do is when they fucking hit the like this person is a commie shit and just like let it sit on its own. It's incredibly silly. Just being like, this person is a commie and being a commie is bad. Okay? This person is a communist and that's a bad thing and you should be scared about that. Also, the notion that like I have no political opposition on Twitch is a funny one. Okay? You know, since Asmongold is currently the largest political content creator on this platform, and he disagrees with me vehemently on political issues. Isn't that the world that you wanted, Ethan? After all, since you constantly cried about me being anti-Semitic and trying to get me banned before the election, I actually was blacklisted on Twitch. Okay? I was. Famously, on election night, when I had 314,000 people on my broadcast watching in real time, I was actually blacklisted. So people had to directly click on my link or click on my my Twitch page to find me. I was not being shown to people that were just going on the platform for the first time on election night. You know who else? You know who was though? Asmongold. That's right. Asmongold was being served to every single new Twitch viewer that was coming on the platform as the premier political broadcaster. And since then, he has grown tremendously. And it's great for him. He was on the front page on election night. He was on the front page on election night, just like you wanted, Ethan. You said you wanted political opposition to me. Well, there was political opposition to me on election night. And every day since then, as a matter of fact. So much so that Asmongold is a more popular content creator than me in general. He's always been. And now he is the largest political content creator on the platform. You know? So your wishes, bro, so mad it's not him. Nah, he wanted to pop off like Asmongold. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to pop off. So I don't know why Ethan is like constantly talking about how there's no political opposition to me. There is political opposition to me. XQC also doesn't agree with me on a lot of political issues. As a matter of fact, many content creators who previously were quote unquote apolitical are coming out, okay? Coming out and showcasing that maybe they're not so apolitical after all. A lot of people have found their courage to say their truth, to speak their piece. And it turns out that you know, Ethan's wishes have been addressed. Thank God. Twitch is now less anti-Semitic because they've uplifted more opposing political voices to someone like myself. In a brief moment,
there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
In a brief moment, I'll be going to the Japanese Communist Party's headquarters.
No, we're on our way to the Communist Party right now.
This is so dumb.
There's something kind.
It's brewing, not just in America. It's brewing in Japan as well. That's because he wanted Epstein on the platform, but he's too much of a coward to say it directly. No, I know.
Kind of scary brewing.
Anyway.
There's something kind of scary brewing.
Wait, where's the fucking video?
Communism.
In a brief moment. Oh, there it is. There. We're going to get into like the actual news in a second. I can't believe I never even finished this.
And, he's just keeping the status quo alive and, making sure that we send 10 more billion to Israel. Just got to be quiet about your support for it. I don't know, guys.
Mara, what is this?
Ethan Klein's content nuke about Hassan, and it is nearly 2 hours of McCarthyist drivel spewed by a man with seemingly an increasingly loose grip on reality of.
Yeah, the funniest part about this is that, like, even though this is obviously awfully sourced slop, okay, which basically rehashes the same fake drama that Redditors have mostly clipped out of context. Very dedicated Reddit community comprised of a sex pestiny cult leader who has his own personal bone to pick with me. Okay, just watch the video instead of people reacting to it. I am not going to watch the video. I will, however, talk to Ethan directly if he wants my attention that bad. I know that you want me to watch the video. I know that he really wants me to watch the video, but I'll just debate him. If he wants to have this conversation, we can have it. Okay? If you think that I'm afraid of Ethan's brilliant political perspectives. Okay? Oh, and he said nobody knows where these guys are. Oh, yeah. They recently released the crew of the seized cargo ship Galaxy Leader after the ceasefire was implemented. So the idea that nobody knows where these guys are is also silly. Once again, this is just such bad, like, it's slop. This is what slop is, okay? When you don't actually do your due diligence, when you don't fucking do your due diligence, and you literally just, like, stamp all of this nonsense that you found on fucking subreddits that are obviously geared in a very specific direction, and you just don't even fucking Google something. Like, this isn't meticulous research, dude, okay? This is not meticulous research. It's not. Like, what are we doing? How is this like... Yeah, why do you have to watch a video of yourself when you said and did whatever you were supposed to watch? You don't understand. It's because these guys want to make clips. That's it. They want to make more clips. And, that's pretty much the reason. He did say it directly, actually. In the video, he directly complains about Epstein being banned off Twitch and defends Dan Saltman. Yeah, which is also wild. I'll say this much, okay? As far as like the drama tubers in the Keemstar orbit, one thing that they always thought was a sacred cow that they never touched was people's bags, right? Like going after people's advertisers. I guess all of that, fell apart when Dan Saltman and Epstein very clearly and deliberately created a Discord brigade server with the express purpose of going after every single advertiser that would that advertised on Twitch to create what they called the adpocalypse. And Ethan totally fucking add fuel to the flame. What happened? What happened to all of these people that used to do call outs on things like that? I thought YouTubers, even on the drama side, given their own personal interest in maintaining like some kind of parity here, all right, and create like a protective barrier for themselves, had this consistently held principle that you don't fucking constantly push for people's advertisers to get taken away, which I don't have any, which is why they didn't even fucking go after my advertisers. They just went after Twitch, right? And they lied about it. They lied about so many things, saying that Twitch is anti-Semitic. Okay? Yeah. Here it is. Twitch never banned Israel. 95,000 new accounts were created, and Bloomberg News exposed Dan and Destiny for lying, but they covered it up and they deceived Ethan Klein. Here is r/YouTube drama. It's so crazy because there's like an entire Bloomberg article dedicated to this, which again, Ethan could read.
She should lose her job and either be suspended for a year or never be hired again. I just saw something.
Okay.
I understand what happened here.
The emails accused Twitch of suspending all Israeli accounts for a year.
a claim the company debunked.
Yeah, go back. Do you see what she did?
Well, like
so that's like that would be an egregious. That's like journalistic malpractice. That's a fabricated quote.
I don't understand how this happens though. Like how does someone keep their job after doing this type of shit?
Because
like the thing is, I sent this to the editor and I said this was incorrect and that I've never said this.
Okay. You're sure that your emails don't have the?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes. You can go to the site and click the button. It's been the same. Why would I ever say that they suspended Israeli users? I know that's not true. No one would ever say that. I've never said this, and they're saying that I have said this. I did. I sent an email to the editor, and I said I demanded a retraction or a correction on it. If they don't...
Does he live in your head rent-free? Who? Your mom? Careful you get banned off X now, shrug. I'm a white male chatting.
Fuck it. I will sue him.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Forget it. Delete this part of the VOD.
Okay.
Your fucking dumb email does say that.
No way.
Even more troubling, Twitch previously...
Delete this part of the VOD. Your email does say that. They sent like 100,000 mass botted emails to like virtually every platform that would listen with an abject lie. Okay? Yeah. They want you to react to the video so you can spend 5 hours on the back foot explaining how we clipped you out of context as opposed to you dealing with the claims face to face. Exactly. No, that's why they're like, why don't you watch the video? Why don't you watch the video? I'm like, bro, I'm the fucking subject matter of the video. He's the one who made the video. We literally used to have a podcast together. I'm sure if the fan base thinks that I am terrified of Ethan and his political prowess, they would be excited at the prospect of Ethan Klein destroying me. Okay? I am mentally a baby, okay? I have no understanding of politics. Ethan, on the other hand, can absolutely eviscerate me, all right? You are the worst, bro. It's the Hamas supporter, Hamas #1 fan. You are the worst, bro. No one likes you, and everyone's going to turn on you. So this is a wild thing to say because, like, the two dudes that we're watching on screen right now have virtually destroyed their entire network of friends. And this is not the first time that Ethan has made content out of an immediate person that was in his life with an extended sequence of crash outs. I, on the other hand, have not done any of those things and am still very much around all of the people that I love and admire. You're currently crashing out, dog? No, me responding to these ridiculous claims is not the same, I think.
Suspended all Israeli accounts for a year without public acknowledgement or explanation.
All right, well, never mind then. All right, we'll just trim that part out of the VOD. Well, there it is. Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year.
Yeah, let's just clip this part out of the VOD, please. Let's just delete this part out of the VOD. Bro, you sent like 100,000 emails, dude. What are you talking about? Bro, you could deceive Ethan Klein by covering your eyes and saying you disappeared. Ethan spent so much time being a baby, he lost his concept of object permanence. By the way, do people notice when these people, be it Ethan, Destiny, this Dan character, talk about the ban, they never mention Palestine, which has the same restrictions? It goes to show how much people in the West dehumanize those people and don't even recognize their existence. Can you clearly state, do you support Hamas or not? That's all I care about. I'm a lesser evil voter, chat. He knowingly lied by saying the Galaxy Leader wasn't Israeli owned. He screenshotted Wikipedia, which at the very top of the article mentions is Israeli owned, except he scrolls down to the section where he repeats the ownership information lacking reference to Israel. It's in all recent versions of the article. He knew it was Israeli owned and he lied about it as a gotcha. I don't think he did the research himself. I'm going to keep it $1.50. You watch videos all day. Why are you stopping at this video? Because I have direct access to the person who made the video, and I think it would be much better to have this conversation in person. Don't you think that me reacting to another fucking 1 hour and 40-minute video would be infinitely less quote-unquote content if that's the only thing you care about than me directly talking to him? Also, it feels like you guys get really pressed that I'm not watching it. And that's the funniest thing. There's like this thing that the Destiny community created called the Hasan method, right? They're like, oh, the Hasan method. Like, he's just like avoiding responsibility or whatever. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not avoiding responsibility. I'm not ducking Ethan at all. I'll talk to him. Maybe I'll even have Sam Cedar attend. Will you live stream the Ethan convo? Yeah. No, of course. Yeah, I don't want to steal Ethan's labor by watching.
the property and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was...
That is literally so far from reality. What are you talking about? The only place in the world that would accept them. You talking about America, bro? You talking about Canada? What are you talking about? The only place in the world that would accept them. How can you even say those lines seriously? That's crazy.
Israel. The irony of this whole situation.
That's insane. Why would you say that? The fuck? You could say maybe the only place in the world where they are the dominant, or were aspiring to be the dominant faction. At that time they weren't. No, I don't know. That's just insane. That's just literally wrong.
To leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world
wrong
that would accept them, which was Israel. The
Not true.
irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence...
Oh. Yeah, also known as the fucking Nakba. Your latest HasanAbi Pro video about this nuke that explains this is pretty accurate. I watched the nuke first, though.
What did... They won the war. They won the war to declare its independence. What does that mean? What does that mean?
The Arab countries got super anti-Semitic.
I saw E say that Israel was an apartheid, deny it was an apartheid, then deny he never ever denied it was an apartheid while watching a clip of him denying the apartheid, which he stopped early, all over the course of like a month. He just says whatever suits his argument. Yeah, I wonder what Israel's war of independence looked like. Did you notice he has your stream in the background? Yeah, I don't know why he like, is it like a haha, I'm like crazy, I've been obsessively tracking this man for the past couple of months, like as a joke? Or is it more so that, like, you know, he actually is kind of losing it a little bit and he just thought maybe he could make a joke about it and therefore people would think, oh, he's just doing this as a joke. I don't know.
Bro, what are you... Oh my God, I can't handle it. Is he really trying to make it seem like that's irrational? After those dumb fucking Arabs lost the war, they got super fucking butthurt about it and started expelling their Jews. It's like, there's cause and effect, bro. Again, won the war. Yeah, okay, after the Israelis killed a massive amount of fucking Palestinians, other predominantly Muslim countries, the people got pissed off and they became unstable, or other Jews across the world. Ethan's literally giving the arguments that makes the inception and the way that the Israeli elite have been navigating. Basically, it confirms that the way that the Israeli elite have navigated have caused Jews around the world to be fucking prejudiced against. Anyway.
Against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel.
True.
I think him having your gameplay up is to say, but Hasan, how can you play games while there's a genocide? Yeah, that's like one of the grossest misrepresentations from that side. Like the Diddy Gears and Ethan and all these other fucking slop tubers, is the notion that I said like, oh, I can't have these conversations. There's an ongoing genocide. I know they'll like clip it. I guess they probably like clipped it in a way where it makes it seem like I'm saying like, oh, I'm too busy. No. The point I was making is that I think it's pathetic and incredibly selfish to make an ongoing genocide about your own personal feelings. Okay? I didn't say that you can't go out and have fun or anything like that, or that every single moment of your day is supposed to be tasked with covering what's going on in Gaza. Make no mistake, Ethan has rarely covered what's going on in Gaza from the perspective that actually demonstrates empathy to the Palestinians, and has spent the overwhelming majority of his past 16 months of talking about Israel, either 1, shitting on pro-Palestinian people, 2, shitting on pro-Palestinian activists, 3, minimizing the pro-Palestinian movement, 4, directly claiming that the pro-Palestinian movement is anti-Semitic, and saying all of the people who are pro-Palestinian are anti-Semitic as well. And last but not least, using this ongoing atrocity, ongoing atrocity to talk about his own personal feelings and how he has been slighted by the entire world. Not a single moment has taken place where Ethan Klein has taken a deep breath, and gone, maybe the reason why my otherwise very progressive fan base is yelling at me is not because of Hasan grooming them, into radical politics of anti-Semitism, and instead it's because of the things that I'm saying and the way that people are receiving the things that I'm saying, A lot of Ethan's mania over the course of the past year was addressed before Leftovers officially ended. In that last conversation that we had on my stream, you can go back and watch that video. That's it. He genuinely hates you, bro. I know he does. I wish him well regardless. I want him, for his own safety and for his own mental well-being, to fucking drop this, not because I'm so fearful of the endless sea of attacks. This is but a mere blip on the sea of fuck Hasan content out there. History has a tendency to vindicate me, and it has on this issue, and it will continue to do so. Okay? Ultimately, I think it's not. Tell him he's liberated today. Yeah, he's liberated today. Ultimately, I think it creates this like weird environment in the eyes of so many different fan bases where they just go, I don't understand. Why do people not see how evil Hasan is? This is something that Sex Pestini's community has gone through as well. Some of them had a wake-up call this last month when the entire Sex Pest stuff came out. I saw comments on a stream a lot were from members saying they were so sick of this shit and they're going to cancel memberships. I know. And I know that he has also completely removed entire subsects of his fan base that were saying like, hey, can we just not talk about this any longer? He makes it seem like you're saying I can't do anything else at all while there's a genocide happening. He literally made fun of you for going to Disney during a genocide. Your point was never that you can't care about other things while a genocide is happening. Your point was that when discussing Gaza specifically, you should focus on the genocide and not your own feelings being hurt. Exactly. No, that's it. I think that there are interesting conversations to be had surrounding Gaza, surrounding Israel. But you know what's not a very interesting conversation, in my opinion? An incredibly wealthy, spoiled man-child's own personal fucking feelings about how his own fan base now gets mad at him for his takes on Israel that are damn near identical to some of the most reactionary pro-Israel takes I have heard. Okay? That's it. That's it. Like, having a conversation like that when talking about Gaza is so fucking insane. Yeah. You donated to the watch this video from November 10th, 2023 and see for yourself a month after October 7. Okay? Virtually everything that we talked about, you're not objective about this? Yes, of course, I am biased. Okay? Because I am anti-genocide. That's it.
That is a sad fucking reality.
Also, I'm not being objective about what? Like weirdos that are falsely smearing me as like a radical anti-Semitic Islamist terrorist? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean objective? It's a video about me, dude. I'm the fucking subject matter.
To imply that that's of no fault to Israel is insane. Because again, Israelis, the Israeli inception, they were co-opting the Jewish identity in order to justify colonizing this region. So you should be pointing your fucking eyes at the Israeli regime. But anyway, I'm not saying those other governments don't deserve criticism, but it's like there's a cause and effect. Yo.
Hasan, you are supporting terrorists. You are one by proxy. You only say that because your religion is Muslim and it makes you believe that. It's funny to me that you can't see both sides of the situation because you just want your sides to win. Hasan, you are supporting terrorists. You are one by proxy. Wonderful fan base that Ethan Klein has cultivated, by the way. But of course, Islamophobia is not seen as like an inappropriate thing and, dare I say, cherished as a viable political commentary in modern American political discourse. So no one will even bat an eye at the fucking kinds of statements that are coming out of this, coming out of this video.
Damon, thank you, bro, for the 50 bones. Damn.
I just hope the rest of the general public watching his video will see through how disingenuous this is.
It's insane. It actually, like, when I heard that, my fucking spine vibrated, bro. And I know that this is going to be so intense because we have over an hour left, bro. Over an hour left, man. Holy fuck. I can't handle this, honest to God. It's the reason it pisses me off, bro. The reason it sincerely pisses me off is because we are so carelessly stomping into very fucking nuanced global conflicts throughout the last 100, 200 years.
Terrorist sympathizer confirmed on multiple instances had a terrorist on stream. I hope Trump's birthright citizenship reversal includes deporting Hasan. Cool, man. You can't handle one another. Democrats come at you like this. What? Democrats come at me like this? What are you talking about? You might actually care, but I'm not sure. I'm not a fan of either or anyone. The public's uneducated on the religious aspects of this. If you really think your streamer who you are is going to solve this problem, the real truth is you're just making money off of it. Like you told everyone, you might actually care, but I'm not sure. You can't handle one other Democrats come at you like this. What? Okay. Now, do you get to turn around and say Ethan is weaponizing his entire community to try and kill you for being Muslim? You shouldn't, but it's obvious how silly he is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. The other person is bringing up really funny points. He's like, no, it's definitely about It's definitely about Islam and Judaism for sure. For sure, man.
All in the service of owning Hasan. What a waste. What a fucking waste. I knew it, man, when the Dramaverse started using political conflicts as a backdrop to justifying drama, you know, like conflicts between content creators. I knew we were in for some shit, but this is next level, bro. This is crazy, fucking crazy, man.
They were forced to leave.
Oh, by the way, it's February 1st. So tariffs have officially been imposed on Mexico, Canada, and China. JD Pondon strikes again. Yeah, I don't know who that content creator is, but it seems like that was a decent... do you regret leftovers? No, not even one bit.
Imagine my flabbergast when I found out that the anti-black allegations against HasanAbi that literally kept me away from his content for so long were actually being leveraged by bitter Kamala Harris voters who were upset that that man would not bend the knee to a genocidal girl boss. Now imagine how my flabbergast intensified when I created a positive narrative around the aforementioned.
Yeah. This, for the record, is like a very commonplace opinion. This is why I always say, look, man, find out on your own. I'm live every single day. Okay? I'm live every single day. You can find out on your own whether I am this bad, evil person, this dangerous person, okay, that others are claiming. Don't get duped by the clips. Just watch on your own. That's why I saw this tweet that was going viral already before I even retweeted it. I spent like 5 years thinking Hasan was some horrible human and decided to watch a stream one day, and he dropped like $2 million to a minority group and then covered 3 ongoing problematic issues. I just think people hate him because he calls people idiots when he beefs with them. I promise you, it is not that hard to figure out what I'm about. I am perhaps a little too open about my political perspective. I think it is indecent to hide your biases. Okay? I am the first person to tell you what my biases are. I believe that everyone has a political bias, and I think it's important to openly mention what your political biases are. That's why I say what I believe. I don't try to lie to you and make it seem like this is a neutral perspective. Many people do this instead. They say, oh, I'm coming at this from a position of neutrality. Okay? What about you saying you water down your stances to get people in the door? Great question. It's called being a normal person. If I were to go into dialectical materialism with every random person, people would look at me like I'm the most autistic man on the planet. Okay? That's it. You might consider... By the way, where did you get that information from? Oh, that's right. I fucking revealed it. Further evidence that I am, once again, honest to a fucking fault. That's it. It's not a secret. It's not a fucking secret. 90% of the time, my haters will literally act like they have uncovered this secret truth when it's something that I have voluntarily revealed. Okay? And then they just lie about it too. They just add like lies to it. Why are you hiding the thing you said yourself? Is half of the time, that's what people are basically stating is like, well, I saw a clip of you openly admitting that you do this thing. Why are you hiding this? And it's like, no, it's not only something that I openly mention all the time. It's something that I tell chatters as well. It's something that I tell chatters to do as well. Be fucking normal. Okay? Be normal. Be normal. Be normal. Be normal. When you talk to people, you don't have to immediately fucking dive into like theory or whatever. Okay? Find identifiable. This is, by the way, what I'm explaining to you is like a very easy to understand first principle of organizing in general. Okay? Talk to people about the pain that they're exhibiting, the pain that they're experiencing, and try to help them understand who is responsible for it. Okay? Move their attention away from these quote unquote minority targets, marginalized targets, DEI, or any number of different nonsense that like Republicans point to in an effort to deflect away from the true vectors of pain. Okay? And reorient their attention to the actual people that are causing harm in their lives. That's it. People act like the alt-right don't do this too. There's a difference. I openly state that I do this. And if you have no understanding of politics whatsoever, you will say, oh, well, that's the same as like Nick Fuentes hiding his power level. It's like, well, one, I'm not hiding my power level. Okay. I'm openly stating what my politics are. And two, my politics do not need to be hid. Okay. They don't have to be hidden because they're not bad. What are you going to do? Advocate against fucking socialization? Advocate against like the actual policies that I'm advocating for? Like, the difference between someone like myself is, at its logical conclusion, the way I view the world is more equitable for all people. I want to improve people's material conditions. There is no group of individuals in that vision that are harmed, okay? Nick Fuentes or fascist politics revolves around harming outgroups, okay? There's an in-group, out-group dynamic born out of some intractable quality, some intangible quality that can never change. You say, except billionaires. I don't want billionaires to be murdered, dummy. I want them to no longer be billionaires. They can still be fucking rich. I want a better distribution of wealth and resources so that everyone has the opportunity to improve their material conditions. That is not a unique position at all. That's a very commonly held position. Okay? Billionaires are not marginalized. Well, what the fuck are we doing here? Oh, the true marginalized in society are the people of wealth, the real POWs. Like, what? Is that what we're doing? It's not actually like, Guatemalan undocumented migrants. It's actually the people of wealth, the POWs. Literally a moderate left position, which goes to show how silly these attacks all are. That's it. But yeah, if you're feeling some type of way about the way that I've been presented, if your friends are feeling some type of way about the way I've been presented online, then, get them to watch one video about any subject matter that they have knowledge over and care about, and they will very quickly find out that they've been duped. The thing I will never understand, however, is that, like, why don't these guys get mad at the people who have duped them, right? Why don't they get mad at the people who have lied to them? I don't understand it.
HasanAbi for leveraging his ability to fit squarely within Eurocentric beauty standards to bear a symbol of resistance, which overall makes symbols of resistance more socially acceptable. Therefore, this is a net good. And then a black person comments that actually they're disappointed in me for uplifting someone who is so clearly anti-black. And when they were prompted to provide evidence, they said that apparently Hasan Piker leveraged his fan base to dogpile on a black woman. But the black woman was who? Candace fucking Owens. Y'all realize that's literally what Zionists do, right? You critique the state of Israel and they call you anti-Semitic. I've also, as a black person, been called anti-black because I criticize somebody's millionaire or billionaire black fave. Whichever fave you're thinking of is the one that I'm talking about. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go Dr. Umar on y'all because I can't fucking have y'all run around these streets making black people look fucking stupid like this. It's officially Black History Month, so now we have to call a spade and say that we see you, Negro liberals. Y'all are so aggressively not slick that it's actually embarrassing. You would cast aside the struggle of your ancestors and everything that your skin color is supposed to stand for to make a white man's dollar. This is coon behavior, and I'm not gonna have it. Nobody hates the fact that we can no longer trust what black people say just because they're black. More than me. Back in the day when we were all in bondage, for the most part, we could trust each other because we knew that we were being subjugated to the same bullshit conditions. But some of you seem to have forgotten. So I'm here to remind you that as long as you engage in blue-eye demonry, your invitation to the cookout will be revoked until further notice. In fact, I actually hope that you forget how your ancestors properly seasoned food so you can never experience joy in your life again. You do not deserve the title of God's chosen resistor. So to every Negro liberal out there, just know this diva rebukes you with the power of her ancestors. May your knife chip and shatter. And for the rest of y'all who want to see in writing how I eviscerate these fools, go to my Substack. New piece called Baby I Rebuke the Negro Liberal is out now. Happy Black History Month!
URL, what? Trump signed the tariffs, baby. Yeah, we're going to get to it. Hold on. This is the last thing I'm going to watch, and then we'll get to the news, and then we'll watch the real content nuke on Destiny.
very, very weak grip on politics, especially foreign policy, and even Israel and Palestine. Now, Ethan always tries to hide behind the idea that he's pro-Palestinian because he's willing to condemn the settlements and Netanyahu, but he's nothing more than a liberal Zionist. The video in of itself is proof. Why on earth are you engaging in the McCarthyist nonsense that has been deployed by Western governments to protect Israel, claiming that all of the people protesting against it are evil?
Thank you, Snappy Apples 5 for the 5 community gift subs, and Star Thrace for the 5 community gift subs. One other thing that I've seen is that a lot of people have been preying on my downfall in perpetuity for the past decade at this point of my professional media career. And they just keep saying I've fallen off now. And I feel like at this point, they're just kind of, they moved away from like wish casting, and they're just denying abject reality. It's the China is going to collapse any day now meme, but against a fucking content creator, I guess, which is crazy. Yeah, while you're preying on my downfall, I'm preying on my haters, hopefully getting better. Phase up.
Evil terror sympathizers who want to destroy America and the West. The fact is that these people are sick of the horrifying violence that America and its little colonies like Israel inflict on people all over the world. And I think it bears mentioning, as Bad Empanada has.
Yeah, you influence a lot of creators outside the US. Like, we have a Romanian leftist streamer who started around the same time as you. Great.
By every single metric that Ethan uses to accuse people of being a terror sympathizer or even an active participant in it, his wife, Hila Klein, is undeniably a participant. She served in the Israeli military, openly mentioned how she was bored of her desk job, so wanted to go into a raid into the Palestinian city of Ramallah. And by the way, in these raids, they just break into people's houses and arrest them late at night, terrorizing them and their families with weaponry. And this is actually the crux of the problem with Ethan's video. He is unwilling to see the connection between the behavior of Israelis like Hila, who serve in the Israeli military and maybe disagree with the settlements somewhat ideologically, but are in the West Bank protecting them. And throughout, Ethan whitewashes the crimes of Israel. He calls it a country of refugees and over again pushes this point of, oh, Israelis aren't all white colonizers. They're actually half of them of Arab Jewish people from the Middle East. But this doesn't change anything. The Arab Jewish people were brought over as part of the Zionist project. In fact, they were only brought after the Second World War because there were not many Jewish people left in Europe because of the extermination that had occurred against them. And the reason it wasn't done until after the Second World War is because Israel was a colonial project made up of Europeans, and you can literally read the opinions of their first leader, David Ben-Gurion, about the Mizrahi people. He did not like them at all. And this is because Israel was a racist settler colonial project that wanted nothing to do with the native and indigenous people of the Middle East, but rather, as Theodore Herzl put it, to form a rampart of Europe juxtaposed against barbarism. And the final point I'd like to make is that for someone who's ostensibly pro-Palestinian, Ethan spends his time demonizing Palestinians entirely as evil terrorists. He doesn't mention what motivates their resistance or what might lead them to actually target Israel. For example, take very early on in the video where Ethan says, oh, Israel's constantly at war with its neighbors. Why is it at war with its neighbors? Because it invades them over and over again. Take Lebanon in 1982. Israel launched...
I donated money to Palestine that one time. Does he talk about that? Like, there's no way he has the indecency of trying to launder his reputation by donating to my fundraiser that I put together as a reason to say, like, look, you see, I've paid my penance. Now I get to fucking attack the person who organized the fundraiser for a year with an extended crash out. That is a self-inflicted wound simultaneously by calling virtually everyone in his vicinity Ethan, who clip chimps, versus a guy who just reads. I mean, this person has a degree, okay? It's not an accident that virtually everyone with a Middle Eastern studies degree has an entirely separate opinion than people who are pro-Israel. He put the clip of you thanking him in the nuke. That's fucking gross, dude. Yeah, I guess... Yeah, bro did tithing and paid his way into being pro-Palestinian. No, he did his tithing, so now he can like advocate to ban and censor everyone who is pro-Palestinian. Okay, You don't understand.
Invasion of the country premised on absolute nonsense of destroying the Palestinian Liberation Organization, because like Ethan is claiming about Hamas.
If you're going to talk about this as much, why not just watch it and respond in full? It'll suck, but it'll be like their main criticism of you. No, to them, you know, if anyone in the wild goes, hey, why don't you watch the video? Tell them, why doesn't Ethan talk to Hasan publicly? Yeah, because they're going to criticize it regardless. I'm not going to sit through 2 hours. You can bring up all of those points in person if you would like to, you know?
And other organizations now, they were allegedly evil terrorists who couldn't be dealt with. Israel destroyed places like Beirut, killed over 10,000 people, and inflicted horrors on the people there. And yet in Ethan's video, oh, Israel's just at war with people. He's unwilling to actually engage with the history of Israel and how it was a settler colonial project that was only made possible after it got imperial backing from the British through the Balfour Declaration in 1917, and then eventually removed the British from the land and has since had support from the Americans and the entire West. And so, Ethan, if even early Zionists like Ze'ev Jabotinsky, whose ideology went on to inspire the Likud party, could see in 1920 that no indigenous people are willing to give up their land for free and will always stand up and fight back, why are you making near 2-hour videos demonizing people for having some sympathy and understanding of why Palestinians might engage in armed resistance and why this is in no way equivalent to the behavior of countries like Israel or their backers like America, who on any metric have committed far greater crimes than any Palestinian organization?
Ethan will pull the Sam Cedar card. Be aware. What is he going to do? I don't think he can pull the Sam Cedar card by pulling out Sam Cedar, considering that he's afraid of talking to Sam Cedar. You're handling in a grown-up way while he's having a toddler tantrum. Yeah, exactly. All right. He would bring in Ben Shapiro.
In Philadelphia, the scene
First
of
all,
another.
I would love to debate Ben Shapiro on Israel. That's number one. Number two, that's a wild thing to do. I don't think Ethan would openly recognize that he is like closer to Ben Shapiro than myself on the issue. Okay. All right. Yeah. I think maybe in the past he probably would have brought Sex Pestiny on, but I don't think he'll do that since he's actively trying to. He did on his video, lol. Wait, he did? No, I thought he was actively trying to. I thought he was actively trying to hide his associations there. He literally used graphic emergency calls from the kibbutzim to dunk on Frogan. Ugh. He defended him. He called Epstein a fellow streamer. You should only learn everything about the video through the chatters. I think so. AOC's opponent for 2024 is currently on her third rug pull of the week. The first 2 coins made her like 30K each. I got scammed by this whore. Don't buy. He said Epstein was banned for calling black protesters inbred, but not what he actually got banned for. What? Okay. All right. Let's talk about the medical jet. Okay. Medical jet carrying 6 crashed in a Philadelphia neighborhood. I believe 7 people have died. He said you calling people like Ben-Gvir inbred is anti-Semitic. I wasn't even talking about Ben-Gvir, but I don't think it's. I think a open out and about Jewish supremacist fascist like Ben-Gvir being called inbred is literally the nicest thing I can say about him. Okay? You guys are out of your fucking minds, dude. What are we talking about? This dude is Adolf Hitler. The fuck? Oh no, I can't believe I said Adolf Hitler is inbred. Do you know who Ben-Gvir is? Oh my God, I can't believe you're saying Bezalel Smotrich is a bad guy. In the clip he was on screen, but yeah, it's very nice about Ben-Gvir. I'm a white liberal. Woohoo, let's go, Hasan. You're definitely not wrong. This is not an echo chamber. You're so cute in that catboy outfit. Next time, show feet. Islamophobia is so gross. Women are fine there. Women's rights. Iwi, haha, Sandy, second place. I mean, Hasan, you're cute. The death camps aren't real in China, so hot. There's got to be like a 35-year-old man, right? At least. Take your medicine, chatter. All right, let's get to the real news now.
Crash, a medical transport jet carrying 6 people crashing into a busy neighborhood, exploding into a fireball overnight. Here right now is a live look over the area where you can see that massive debris field. This is thanks to our station, WPVI's helicopter. where you can just see that debris littered around the street where there are businesses and homes nearby. The extent of the damage is extensive. ABC's Stephanie Ramos joins us live there now. Good morning to you, Stephanie. You came from D.C., stopped in Philly just after we learned about this plane crash last night.
That's right, Janae. And in that medical jet coming down in this northeast Philadelphia neighborhood like a lawn dart. No one on board survived, and several people on the ground were injured.
That's a whole plane right there burning, y'all.
Overnight, a massive inferno in northeast Philadelphia after a medical transport jet crashed into a residential neighborhood.
The plane just crashed into the plaza.
I just saw a plane basically just hit the buildings, and just an explosion happened, and I just seen the sky light up.
Chilling surveillance video capturing the moment it happened. You can see an explosive fireball in the night sky before the jet plummeted to the ground.
Keep moving! Keep moving!
All black smoke covering everything. The houses ended up catching on fire down there, and there was plane pieces everywhere.
The small plane, a jet rescue air ambulance, carrying a pediatric patient, her mother, and 4 crew members, according to the company. The child had just received care from a children's hospital in Philadelphia. All 6 on board, heading back to their home country of Mexico, with a stop in Springfield, Missouri. The jet taking off from northeast Philadelphia airport shortly after 6 p.m., crashing just moments later. Dramatic images capturing the fiery aftermath of the crash. A massive blaze in the streets, buildings and vehicles engulfed in flames. First responders and emergency vehicles rushing to the scene.
The plane crashed just a few feet away from where I'm standing, narrowly missing this strip mall right here. You can see police vehicles set up all around this area. They've set up a massive perimeter stretching blocks in each direction.
Stanley James III was in the parking lot of the mall when the crash happened.
As we looking around, like literally the whole parking lot is shaking. It was like a train wreckage, like maybe like a real loud, bad car accident almost or something.
The cause of the crash is still unclear. The NTSB is now leading the investigation. Members of the FAA also arriving on the scene overnight, along with Governor Josh Shapiro.
Tonight we also saw the best of Philly. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw Pennsylvanians looking out for one another.
And guys, this area is a densely populated residential neighborhood packed with row homes. Many of them caught fire. Residents right now are being urged to stay out of this area for now. Gio.
Just unbelievable to have 2 major crashes back to back like this, just days apart. Stephanie, thank you for your overnight reporting.
I genuinely don't know what to say about this story. Like, I totally understand why people look at this and go, like, this is a bad omen. Sometimes there's just an accident that takes place where it's just, obviously there's not enough information at this point to explain exactly what's going on. But yeah, it's like the story in Japan about the 70-year-old truck driver that fell into the sinkhole because the sinkhole opened up as the truck was making a left turn at the intersection. You know what I mean? Like, what do I say about it? What can I say about this? This is just like a thing that happened, and I have no idea how. And especially with its closeness to the previous insane freak accident. Like, yeah, it was crazy. A sinkhole swallowed a truck driver in Japan. It's expanding, and the residents are worried. Yeah. In Saitama, about 18 miles north of Japan's capital, opened up swallowing 3-ton truck and its driver, a 74-year-old man, prompting a rescue mission. Now in its 4th day. The inside is gouging and is getting bigger every day, the official from Saitama Prefecture's Sewerage Works Division said. Dude, I don't understand how sinkholes work at all. Like, that's definitely a thing that weirds me out. There's 1,000 of these sorts of crashes a year from what I understand. They don't normally get as much coverage, so I wonder if this is a result of his proximity. No, this is... No. There are small plane crashes and incidents such as this one that take place, but usually it's not a fiery inferno. Okay, and it doesn't crash directly into the middle of a populated area. Okay, 7 people died, and the plane directly slammed into the middle of the plane slammed into the middle of a crowded neighborhood. Here's the impact crater it created. It's an air ambulance. That's unique, and it's an air ambulance that crashed on top of a crowded Philadelphia neighborhood.
So a little bit about the flight itself. The flight originated at Opelika, Florida, yesterday afternoon about 12 p.m. The aircraft arrived at Northeast Philadelphia Airport around 2:15 p.m. in the afternoon. It was on the ground for a few hours and departed runway 24 at about 6:06 p.m. And it was, like we said, it was dark at the time and instrument conditions. The aircraft climbed to about 1,500 feet above the ground. We were looking at GPS data on the aircraft, a slight right turn followed by a slight left turn, and then a steep descent towards the ground where it crashed. The entire flight lasted less than a minute.
This morning, salvage ships preparing to expand their work on the Potomac River in Washington, with barges en route to begin what officials called the main lifting.
I believe for us to recover the rest of the remains that we are going to need to get the fuselage out of the water.
At least 41 of the 67 victims have now been recovered from the wreckage of the Army Black Hawk helicopter and American Airlines regional plane that collided Wednesday night. Investigators also say the black boxes from both...
I mean, dude, the plane was on fire as it nosedived. Then not this one, the previous plane accident. Like, I don't think that's... I don't think you can say DEI or even air traffic control for that one, you know?
Aircraft are now at the NTSB lab after they were recovered from two distinct debris fields in the river.
And we have a high level of confidence that we will be able to get a full download in the very near future.
Meanwhile, new video, which first aired on CNN, offers a clearer view of the mid-air crash, as President Trump again said the Army chopper was flying too high.
The Black Hawk was too high. It was above the 200 limit by double. It shouldn't have been there.
Investigative sources tell NBC News the helicopter may have been flying at 350 to 400 feet when it crashed into the plane. And the tower typically has one controller focusing on planes and a second on helicopters. But Wednesday night, only one person was overseeing both at the time of the collision, after a supervisor allowed one controller to leave early, although that is allowed by FAA guidelines. On any given day, some 100 helicopters fly near Reagan National Airport, many of them military flights. The AP uncovering scores of reports of near misses and warnings in D.C. airspace over the last 2 decades. The day before the crash, another regional jet aborted its landing after receiving a cockpit warning of helicopter traffic.
4514, what was the reason for the go-around?
We had an RA with the helicopter traffic below us, Brickyard 4514.
Meanwhile, the FAA announcing on Friday it's restricting helicopter traffic around the airport to all but emergency responders, clearing the air while investigators work below.
Our job is to just come out with the probable cause, but then more importantly, make recommendations so that this type of tragedy never occurs again.
Now, the NTSB also confirmed that controller interviews are underway as they really ramp up their fact-finding work here. We also know that yesterday the NTSB gave a second briefing to more than 100 victim family members who are now in the area. Laura?
Hearts go out to them, of course. Aaron, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Finally getting woke out of media. Oh, yeah, I saw this. But the chance of it crashing in the road and not a building or something are almost 0% if it's such a densely populated neighborhood, right? It's not. And I mean, it's definitely not 0%. But that also leads me to at least speculate that he might have directed it deliberately into like a street or something. Like as in to avoid further casualties. Does that make sense? Like there is a possibility. It's not, I don't think it's like super, I don't know enough. I'll be honest with you. I don't know enough to tell you with 100% certainty whether or not he deliberately maneuvered the plane in Philadelphia directly onto the road in an effort to avoid the houses. But did you watch the Hassan Piker head plants or TikTok? No. Can someone send it to me? So many people have sent me this. Lolo sent it to me this morning too. I've only seen the thumbnail. Can someone link it in the chat? Is this it?
Making a Hassan Piker head planter. First, I made the 3D model from photos of him I found online. I have such a crush on Hassan Piker. Then I 3D printed him and hand painted him. Sometimes I wish Hassan Piker was my dad.
Oh my God.
I went socialist just so he would notice me.
This is...
Can't forget the glasses.
This is amazing.
If you like my work, check out my Etsy shop in my bio.
Oh my God. That is amazing. Better eyebrows too. Okay, chill. Yeah, it's got my old eyebrows. I don't even know. I don't got this kind of glazed work in me, Unc. Trump just recently signed an executive order to start a trade war with Canada, Mexico, and China. Can you touch on any of the reasons he gave this executive order? Yes, he wants the American economy to collapse. Okay, all jokes aside, we'll get to that in a second. Don't worry. And by a second, I mean right now. Trump has announced new tariffs on China, Canada, and Mexico.
In Virginia, pretty much split Republican-Democrat. A purple town, they call it, in a red state.
You want to know why he's doing this? Because he's secretly in the pocket of Xi. That's why. He wants Xi.
Chris voted Donald Trump, and contrary to most economists, he thinks that tariffs will mean more money in his pocket.
And if we're making more money on tariffs, that means our taxes, American citizens can pay less taxes.
Will it affect your business?
No, it'll help. It'll help a lot.
How will it help?
I think cost of goods will go down.
Being a Republican is just living in opposite reality. Okay, that's it. There's like no other way to analyze, interpret what's going on. Okay. Nah, you don't understand. This thing that is literally a regressive universal sales tax, because the import exporters that are the mediators are going to be paying for the cost of the good at the point of arrival, are going to carry over that cost to the consumers. That is actually going to cut prices somehow. 83% of Trump supporters support the tariffs. What? 83%? Oh, dude, America needs to be studied like a fucking lab rat. Okay? America and the American mind, especially the conservative mind, okay, needs to be dissected and examined thoroughly. The amount of worms we would uncover in the brains of the average conservative. Like, this is the exact opposite. What are you saying? What you are describing is the exact opposite of reality. Why? Why are you saying the exact opposite of reality? What is going on? I don't understand it. Who is telling them that this is the good thing? Okay? Who is telling them? Like, I can't believe I'm the guy, okay, sitting here and saying that isolationist trade policies, if not directed towards a competent, competitive domestic manufacturing, is going to simply lead to prices increasing. It's going to lead to prices increasing regardless, but it's also going to lead to prices increasing a lot if there's no domestic manufacturing capabilities for the same exact things, right? Raw materials, for example, do not often have a competitive domestic manufacturing or even sometimes the raw materials necessary. Like if you're looking for, I don't know, trees, for example, wood, okay? We get it from Canada, okay? We get it from Canada. Now, do we have an abundance of wood in this country? Yes, we have a shit ton of forests. We have not destroyed some of our forests because we're just getting it from Canada, okay? Now, we could destroy our forests and not get it from Canada, okay? We could do that. We could like gut our national parks or whatever, right? There's plenty of trees there. But even that would take time. So in this process, in the interim period, as we move to destroy our own natural resources, okay, one, Canada will obviously strike back and add tariffs to our goods that they are purchasing, okay? And also, simultaneously, in the interim period, as like the American wood industry is building up for this to compete with the raw output of the Canadian lumber industry, there would still be a ginormous increase of cost of wood. I don't know if you know this, chat, but wood is very important for building houses, especially after a massive wildfire that destroyed tens of thousands of standing structures, residential homes and businesses alike, which means there will be additional demand for wood. So slapping 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods, right after a wildfire happens is choice. It's an interesting choice. What is this world of statistics? In the United States, 54% of adults have a literacy below a 6th grade level, 20% are below 5th grade level, and 21% are illiterate. What? Ay, that is not good, dude. Holy shit. We're going to reach a new record, baby. This is where they get their news. Oh, yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, I saw this. Newsmax host taunts people complaining about migrant deportations of Latinos by eating a taco on air.
Will you come take it out of my ham? I'm going to eat half this plate during the break. Maybe I'll call the ICE hotline. I don't know if I'll have enough time. Sure. All kidding aside, it was actually really good taco. These people broke the law. They broke the law to get here.
I can't say what I think should happen to this person because I would get banned and it would make some of my most vocal haters very elated, very excited. Okay? But you can't stop me from thinking it. At least until the Neuralink chips kick in. You know what I mean? And then you're immediately prosecuted for thought crimes. You know? I can't say it out loud, but I can think it. And you can't stop me from thinking it. Wow. Just ruthlessness, pure cruelty, no politics, just politics of spite, anger, resentment, hatred. Awesome. Great stuff. Trump supporting companies will likely be granted exemptions from these new tariffs like in his previous term. That's what I said as well. Okay? That's what I suspected as well when he talked about tariffs, because he had done this in the past. That he's going to use tariffs and who gets hit with the tariffs, not like everyone that is purchasing goods from Canada and China, but instead the companies that are aligned with Trump will get exemptions. I don't know if it'll happen this time around. The second reason for the tariffs, I think, is because he wants to destroy income tax. I think he wants to just abolish income tax and make it so, because income tax is one of the few progressive taxation methods we have at our disposal. And even then, there are so many mechanisms for the wealthy to avoid paying a fairer share of their taxes. That's why the effective tax rate for the average American is around like 40%. Whereas for the super wealthy, the 1%, it's 0.01%, right? That is a massive, massive disparity. That is in spite of the progressive taxation structure we have for income tax. Now, Donald Trump is openly, I think, trying to change the structure away from income tax in its entirety and only make Americans pay with tariffs. I think that's what's going on. I think the goal here is to reshape our taxation structure to move away from the last progressive taxation structure and eradicate it in its entirety and move directly to tariffs, which would work as a regressive tax, like sales tax. Sales tax is a regressive tax. Okay? The way tariffs work in this process would operate like a federal sales tax. Okay? To promote freedom, fairness, and economic opportunity by repealing the income tax and other taxes, abolishing the Internal Revenue Service. Okay, come on. And enacting a national sales tax to be administered primarily by states. Yeah, come on, dude. Come on, chatter. I mean, this is people fucking try to push insane bills all the time. This is one of them. You can call it a patriot tax or call it whatever they want to call it. But I'll just say it like this. Considering that this is the initial reaction to the tariffs, I suspect that a lot of people won't recognize when they're paying significantly higher prices. I don't think they'll recognize where it's coming from or why they're paying higher prices. They'll probably still find a way to blame black people or something. They'll say, oh, it's DEI. Where is the guy? I just caught someone saying something insane. Oh, Patriot HVAC Services. Sometimes you got to crack a few omelets to make a tariff. I'm fine paying a little more as long as the bad people being deported. This is a meme account. This person is not being serious. Okay? Make no mistake. Do not be duped. His name is literally Patriot HVAC Services. Okay? All right, I got it.
Yeah, I think I think eggs will be cheaper. Right now, they're too much. They're like $1 million. So I
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you.
think a lot of people are still in the dark about what exactly tariffs mean and what it's going to mean for the bottom line. They assume that it's going to affect the countries that are importing to us without realizing that, companies have to pass that along. There's just no other way to do it.
Yeah, and it's the importing company that has to do something with the price, pass on the price.
Exactly. Yeah, it's definitely going to trickle down and not in the way that not in a good way.
Further down the road in Culpeper, a Trump supporter with views that bit more militant about the US's largest trading partners.
We're shelling out for them to do nothing. Now it's going to be like either equal or let's catch up for all the the cheating that's been done on us.
If inflation dominated people's economic concerns around the US election, it focused on two issues: the price of eggs and the price of fuel. For all its massive oil reserves, the United States still imports a lot of crude oil, and most of that comes from Canada. That's why President Trump says he'll only impose a 10% tariff on Canadian crude oil, not 25%. But even so, it will likely translate into higher prices at the pump. Sonia Chavez from El Salvador says that most of what she needs in her bakery comes from California. But she thinks that tariffs will mean price hikes across the board, and so she'll have to follow suit. I think it's going to be difficult, she says, because at the end of the day, it's the consumer who will pay. If America's trading partners are confused about what tariffs the US president means to impose and when, then the American people are too. Unsure either what tariffs mean or how they'll affect them. Diana McNay, Sky News in Culpeper, Virginia.
Well, in the last few moments, we have been getting more detail about those tariffs. A White House official has said President Trump has signed 3 separate executive orders enacting tariffs on Canada, Mexico and China, one for each country. 25% tariff on Mexican imports, a 25% tariff on Canadian imports, excluding energy products. We know that the US gets a huge amount of oil from Canada. A tariff on energy products is 10%. There'll be a 10% tariff on Chinese imports. Now, interestingly, there's going to be a retaliation clause, as it's called. To quote, there is a retaliation clause so that if any country chooses to retaliate in any way, the signal will be to take further action with respect to likely increased tariffs. So we are getting more detail all the time about what President Trump has in mind when it comes to tariffs on those 3 countries. Keeping across that, of course, throughout the evening here on Sky News. Well,
the White House says 25% tariffs are going into effect today on goods coming into the U.S. from 2 of the country's biggest trading partners, also the closest, Mexico and Canada. So what impact will President Trump's move have on American consumers, your wallet, where? ABC's senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins us from Washington with those details. Good morning to you, Selena.
Hey, good morning, Janae. Yeah, this could have a huge impact on American consumers. But remember that President Trump had campaigned on lowering costs for Americans, but these tariffs could have the opposite effect. It could increase prices on everything from avocados to tequila, cars, electronics, clothes, and more. This morning, President Trump is gearing up to impose steep tariffs today on America's biggest trading partners, a move that could raise prices at the grocery store and the gas pump.
There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that.
Trump campaigned on lowering prices for Americans, but admits now that his tariffs could cause disruptions. The president hitting Canada and Mexico with 25% tariffs and 10% tariffs on China, blaming those countries for illegal migrants and drugs coming into the U.S. and for America's trade deficit with these trading partners.
They've treated us very unfairly.
Experts say American families could pay $830 more on average this year because of those tariffs, with higher prices for fresh produce, alcohol, clothes, electronics, cars, and more. And those tariffs on oil and gas could hike prices at the pump by as much as 70 cents per gallon. I pressed the White House on those higher prices.
Can you guarantee that those tariffs won't increase prices for Americans, including at the gas pump and the grocery store?
I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices should look at what President Trump did in his first term.
Studies have repeatedly shown that Trump's first-term tariffs hit American companies and consumers the hardest. and Trump's move threatening to spark a trade war. Canada's prime minister says they're ready to hit back.
If tariffs are implemented against Canada, we will respond. We won't relent until tariffs are removed, and of course, everything is on the table.
So tariffs are taxes on goods that U.S. companies and importers pay, and then they largely pass on those higher costs to U.S. consumers. And Janae, some companies are also warning that this could put millions of jobs at risk here in America.
The impacts remain to be seen. Those impacts remain to be seen, Selena. And we're also learning new information about President Trump's plans to fire FBI agents. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Janae, so sources are telling us that the Trump administration is compiling a list of FBI agents to fire or force out. We're told that the administration is specifically looking into people who worked on investigations.
JD Pondon. He said the FBI will pay for its crimes against revolutionary black leaders in this country. Oh, the Chamber of Commerce is not happy? Well, I'm shocked. Statement from the U.S. Chamber. Tariffs are not the answer. Washington, D.C., U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Senior Vice President and Head of International John Murphy released the following statement regarding President Trump's announcement that the administration will implement 25% tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and 10% tariffs on China. The president is right to focus on major problems like our broken border and the scourge of fentanyl, but the imposition of tariffs under the IEEPA is unprecedented and won't solve these problems. It will only raise prices for American families and upend supply chains. The Chamber will consult with our members, including Main Street businesses across the country impacted by this move, to determine the next steps to prevent economic harm to Americans. We will continue to work with Congress and the administration on solutions to address the fentanyl and border crisis. Yeah, not happy is right. Wasn't Carl Icahn, who was totally on board with Donald Trump, like the thing that separated him from Trump was when he put tariffs on steel. He was like, you can't do that. You know, all of these like squishy libs, or people who present themselves as liberals, and they're like, you know, obviously right-wing billionaires in general, have no issues with like all of the death and devastation that Trump will cause upon marginalized populations. But the moment that their bottom line is impacted, they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's not like that. It's not like that. What's happening? I don't understand why he does this. Can you explain it to me? I'm dumb, lol. I think that there are two reasons why Donald Trump wants to do this. One, because Donald Trump wants to utilize the tariffs as a mechanism of pressure for sectors and industry leaders to basically kiss the ring. You kiss the ring, you don't get hit with tariffs. Because remember, for those of you who still don't understand this, because I've talked about it a million times over, tariffs don't actually work in the way that Trump claims it does, right? Tariffs don't actually work in the way that, maybe to your surprise, the Republican Party has claimed it works. You're not actually putting a tariff on the country, right? You're not putting a tariff on like China, and China is paying for the price of said tariff. The tariff is an entry fee, okay? A tariff is an entry fee. So it's not actually the Chinese companies that are paying for the tariff. It's actually the American companies that are tasked with importing the goods that are paying the tariff at the point of entry. That's it. So it's actually American manufacturers that will now get a more costly good overall. Because if, let's say, you're getting your t-shirts shipped from China, right? Your garments, you're a garment producer, or the raw materials necessary to produce garments in the United States of America. Let's say you're getting that from China, right? Now there's a 10% tariff on all Chinese goods, okay? Which means you have to pay a 10% entry fee on everything that you purchase, which means automatically the garment manufacturing goods are now 10% more expensive. So when your garment, when you're selling your wares to a factory that is tasked with making t-shirts, at the point of purchase, that second company is basically buying a 10% more expensive product. If a bulk purchase of t-shirts was $100, now it's going to be $110, right? And when that happens, and that t-shirt manufacturer takes $110 worth of t-shirts now that previously was $100, they are going to increase the price of all of the t-shirts that they're making so that they can carry the cost over to the consumer, right? So now the product, like the cost of the good necessary to make this product is increased. The cost of the product is increased overall. And every step of the way, from the point of the merchandise, the point of the goods entering the United States, all the way to the point of the consumer purchasing it at a store, the cost of that t-shirt increases every step along the way. Okay? And you, as a consumer, end up paying the price. The money made by the tariffs, the additional money, goes to the federal government. Now they have extra money that they can work with. Okay? And you, the consumer, are technically subsidizing that money. This is the reason why tariffs can be seen as a federal sales tax. Okay? Now, what's, I guess, somewhat interesting about this process is that there's also almost always retaliatory tariffs from the other country, which, and for the record, when tariffs do happen, okay, if there is no competitive domestic manufacturing, of course, trade of that sort of commodity, or all commodities, if all commodities are tariffed, will actually decrease because people will seek out cheaper alternatives. So they will move in the direction of like Vietnam, for example, or another manufacturing hub that isn't China, that will still make the same or similar products without the additional cost associated with it. Now, of course, changing your manufacturing to a different country is an arduous and relatively costly process. So that in and of itself will also yield more expensive goods at the point of purchase. So there's also that issue in the interim. And the retaliatory tariffs, on the other hand, will also yield the same exact results. China will engage in retaliatory tariffs like they did with soybean, right? That's what they did when Donald Trump, in his first administration, engaged in tariffs on steel from China. And China said, okay, we're putting a tariff on soybeans. This ends up harming the American manufacturers because now the Chinese government is looking for alternatives to purchase soybeans from. So they're not going to get it from America. They're going to get it from elsewhere. And at the end of that process, it ends up harming the American manufacturers. Okay? Nah, companies are getting faster and cheaper at changing countries. The shell game continues, but yeah, it's just a Band-Aid. Yeah, but still. And I say this, I criticize all of this for the record, while also maintaining the position that tariffs on particular goods is not necessarily a bad thing. While on the one hand, I want a BYD car, I wish that American manufacturing was interested in making competitive electric vehicles. So while we do actually maintain some understandable trade isolationist policies when it comes to car manufacturing, for example, in an effort to preserve and protect our manufacturing sector and automobile manufacturing, the American manufacturers are also not using this as an opportunity to create better products overall, but instead products that hyper-focus on avoiding cafe standards and building larger and larger tank-like structures in a country where the Ford F-150 is the most popular vehicle. I consider that to be an annoying nuisance while still maintaining the position that I understand why there is a necessity for some tariffs on some goods. Why? Because the automobile industry in the United States of America is a competent and competitive manufacturing force that already exists. Now it's in a state of disrepair. It's been crippled. It's, profit seeking has truly eviscerated this sector as well, just like every other sector. But it still exists. And there are thousands of American laborers, union laborers, good union jobs that are readily available at the assembly line. Ironically enough, tariffs even impact those guys, at least these tariffs that we're talking about. You might say, Hasan, why? They're making the cars in America. That's a F-150, baby. Arctic Monkeys intensifies, right? Here, I'll play it real quick. Actually, I kind of want to hear it. Why is my freaking internet so slow? Yeah. What are you talking about, Hank? An American-made Ford F-150 is made in the United States of America. Touched by American hands. No goddamn commie Chinese touches these beautiful truck nuts. that I put on the back of my Ford F-150. Designed for perfection. Designed to make me forget about family court and how Deborah left me. That's what the Ford F-150 is made to do. So that when I drive down to Harbor Freight to purchase my non-Chinese made tools that I'll be using on my shed, my fuck shed, that I'm building right now to forget about Deborah, I feel like a real man as I drive over a bunch of children over the crossroad, walking to school, because I can't see them in my field of vision, because I purchased a Ford F-150 that, in order to avoid cafe regulations, is increasingly grown larger and larger year over year. Do I need this much truck? Of course not. I've never towed anything. But having said that, I still need that much truck. Okay, anyway, yeah, if you can't see the children, it doesn't count. So, how do tariffs actually impact American manufacturing, even the auto industry? Great question. Great question, Hasan. Let me answer, Hasan. A lot of the cars and their parts that are being manufactured, or at least being assembled on assembly plants in the United States of America, are actually being manufactured in Canada, and more importantly than Canada, Mexico. So when these tariffs are placed upon Mexico and Canada, as Trump has claimed he's going to do, as he's signed into law as of today, what ends up happening is the engines that are being made in Mexico are going to be more costly. The parts within the manufacturing are going to be costly, which will then increase the cost of goods that are being domestically produced, because they're being domestically assembled, but they're still being produced, or at least parts of them are still being produced globally. This is the reality of global trade, okay? This is something that is impossible to avoid. We have designed society in a way where we're maxing out, I guess not necessarily efficiency, but we've designed society in a way where we max out profits. And therefore, goods that even are assembled or manufactured in the United States of America will end up seeing massive cost increases and supply shortages, especially in the interim period, because a lot of these cars are still very much having their parts manufactured in Mexico. So even if you need a part to fix your car, it's going to be more costly for you. Something to remember, something to consider. The more you know with HasanAbi Piker. Yeah, the auto supply chain between Canada and the U.S. are extremely integrated. There's some stat that says parts cross the border 8 times prior to final manufacturing. The tariffs are horrible for everyone but the oligarchs. So how is it that BYD cars are able to be so cheap if not employing slave labor practices? BYD score at the bottom of Amnesty Human Rights scores, though. They are cool, but how do they keep them so cheap? Do you think it's because they're employing slave labor? Or do you think it's because it's insanely subsidized by the fucking Chinese government, which understandably sees more value in virtually gutting any kind of competitive European car manufacturing business? Unsure, wondering what your opinion is? No, it's the subsidies. Yes, workplace conditions are worse in China. That much is 100% a certainty. It's not like the nets and slave labor that people, understandably used to point to. Okay, it's not like China is utopian with labor rights, for sure. Okay, this is currently not the case. Having said that, however, a big part of the reason why it's cheap is, aside from the cost of living being cheap and therefore wages being cheaper, a big part of the reason why the Chinese manufacturing is insanely cheap, okay, is because they heavily subsidize it. Because the Chinese government understands that creating good, competitive products that people want yields 2 tremendous results. 1, improves your soft power capabilities, improves your overall outlook around the globe. Think about the love and admiration I have as a Turkish man to the wonderful car manufacturers of Toyota. That's important. That's very important. I love Toyotas. Okay? I love that shit. I love Toyotas. They're incredibly affordable. They're incredibly reliable. They will. Even fun fact. I bought my brother a Toyota RAV4 recently, a plug-in hybrid Toyota RAV4. We are a Toyota family. Yeah, I bought it for him because he's getting married, he's gonna have kids, and I wanted him to have a affordable, reliable vehicle. Babam Toyota gibi adam. Yep. Do you think they're as reliable as our boy who did your brow? Okay, listen, that's just different shit. Don't focus on that. What's the road noise on the RAV4? I was thinking of getting one. I mean, it's a plug-in hybrid, so I don't think it's very loud. But that shit goes, yeah, it is crazy. It goes forever, dude. 90 miles per gallon is insane, brother. It's not 90, I don't think. Cheap? Could have bought something nicer? Come on. Wait, what? What do you want me to buy him? A fucking Lambo? What do you mean? I wanted him to have an incredibly nice car that is reliable and also has good gas mileage. I could have bought him a fucking expensive car. The issue is expensive cars have worse gas mileage. He also couldn't get an all-electric vehicle, one, because of obviously distance concerns, but also beyond that, he doesn't have, expensive cars are expensive across the board. It's obviously not an issue for myself, considering my financial circumstances, but that would be an issue down the line for my brother, considering his financial circumstances. Also, it's still it's not a cheap car. What the fuck? I personally would have gotten my brother a Bugatti, but that's just me. He already is a car guy. He already has a Porsche.
The middle.
As you guys know, he has the Cayenne. He got like a 2001 Cayenne and he souped it up like insanely, but he's beating it to the fucking ground. I mean, the Cayenne he got, by the way, he has a Porsche that he bought for like $4,000, by the way. It's not, or something insane. I think he was like $4,000 or $5,000. So it's not like he didn't really splurge. Okay. The problem is he also uses that shit, and his fiance's car is a busted ass Kia that is unreliable at this point and has no assurances on whether it works or not. So I got him a fucking new Toyota RAV4. Because I wanted his other car to not be his other car to be like a real family car. And before you say, oh, well, the Cayenne parts are expensive, it's not expensive for him because this dude will literally design the parts himself. He has all the tools in my goddamn garage. You know this already. You know this because you hear it. You hear it in the background of my stream whenever he chooses to use the power tools. So he'll go and he'll get like cheap metal. He'll drive 30, 40, 50 miles out of the city to purchase metal that is like 10 cents cheaper. And I'm like, dude, you literally spent more money on gas in this process. When you say Cayenne, I assume you mean Cayman, the little roadster. No, he has a Porsche Cayenne that he off-roads with. He also got the chassis of a Cayenne, 2001 chatters. He also got a chassis of a Cayenne, cut it, and built a trailer from scratch that he also takes out when he's going off-roading and shit. It's crazy. He's my goat. Hamas is laying siege on Turkey. Take a look. This is insane. I love this so much. Sabra Humis. Hamas is laying siege on Turkey? Yeah, I don't think so. Anyway, I don't think Hamas is laying siege on Turkey, but let's watch American Hostage and 2 others released. And then after that, side note, new DNC chair famously said Hasan Piker is right while ignoring everything you said on CNN. Oh, yeah.
Thanks for having me on tonight. And actually, I think Hasan's right in most of what he says there. And particularly...
Yeah, this is the new DNC chair chat. That's why it's so funny when people are like, well, why is nobody paying attention to this drama YouTube that is just like 10-second clips clipped out of context? You got the fucking new DNC chair on the Aaron Burnett show being like, Hasan Piker is right. I agree with him. Although I have a lot of criticisms of him, and I will get to it in a little bit. Now, the reason why I mention this is because I need you to understand I'm charitable to you if you have been duped, okay? I'm charitable to you if you've been duped into believing that I'm some like evil fucking deity, some evil being. And when that expectation doesn't match reality, especially from mainstream resources, I hope you are not confused, because you've simply been bamboozled, taken for a sucker by people with other ambitions, other motivations, oftentimes simply to, you know, get clout or get an algorithmic boost by hitting the fuck Hasan button. He also does end up disregarding the major points that I made in this clip, but that's besides the point. You know, I quite literally say, hey, I don't think you can podcast your way out of the problems that the Democratic Party is facing. And this is simply a problem that is born out of the Democratic Party's refusal to address the material realities that workers in the United States of America are facing. So comments here are the perfect encapsulation of hater brigades. Whenever a normal person warms up to you, yeah, I saw this. There are like a ton of comments being like, people hate Hasan for legitimate reasons. He's an idiot and at best a stochastic terrorist, and at worst, he supports some of the worst regimes on this planet. He also loves terrorists. I thought he was terrible because I watched Destiny since 2019, and he so thoroughly poisoned the Hasan well with his fan base that you just don't really question it. But these guys also love, like, Destiny's fan base also loves CNN and like, you know, prominent liberals and stuff. So I just don't understand how that's not like shocking enough to them to reconsider their positions, that maybe their favorite content creator who's like famous for debating the ethics of child porn or white people's rights in saying the N-word is probably not the political beacon that they consider to be, you know, the most thoughtful, the most mindful. Will you watch Canada's tariffs, response to the tariffs in an hour and a half? Yes, after I'm done with GeoGuessr, which is going to happen at the plan. The plan of attack today is I'm going to first watch Charlie Kirk talk about how tariffs are good, and then I'm going to continue covering the news, and then afterwards at 10, okay, at 10 a.m. in approximately an hour, I'm going to do a sponsored GeoGuessr stream. Okay, I will be playing GeoGuessr alongside a bunch of other content creators and a professional GeoGuessr pro. Okay, and after that, and that's for 2 hours. After that, GeoGuessr is also the perfect game to play, especially in this community, because y'all are, you know, incredible nerds. But also on top of that, you know, it's a map game. It's a nerd game. GeoGuessr is people don't know what GeoGuessr is in this community. That's crazy. GeoGuessr is like a Google Maps game, basically, where they show you like one area on a map, and you're supposed to click on the entire global map and try to figure out exactly where it is by looking at some clues. Are you feeling sad about the drama? Are you chilling? No, I'm chilling. I don't really give a shit. It's nothing new. The game is being bad at geography. I'm very bad at geography, famously. But it's not even necessarily that I'm bad at geography, even though I am bad at geography. I'm also very bad at taking. You know what I mean? So we'll see. But I think it'll be funny. And then after the GeoGuessr game, we will watch the content nuke on Destiny by Ryan Beard, which details, I assume, some of the severe pain and harm that Sexpestiny has caused to many communities, both online and offline in the real world. And I say scratches the surface because it's an hour and 30 minutes. And the reality of the matter is, unlike the way his community has crafted elaborate narratives about how awful I am due to things that you would never even bat an eye at, like purchasing a house for myself and my family, or leasing a Porsche, that many content creators have done time and time again, claiming that this is somehow at odds with the way I view the world because they have decided what my moral system looks like instead of hearing what my attitude is about these sorts of things. There are very real issues here. There are very real issues. There's very real harm that has been caused. So we'll watch this. We'll watch this later after GeoGuessr is over. No IRL today? No, we'll do IRL later as well. Can you teach my boyfriend how to be hot? No. Look at me. I can't. The last time I tried being hot, this is the result. Do you not see? that, do you not see my prominent eyebrows that look like they were painted on my face? That is a direct consequence of me going to beautify myself. So I feel like it was an unsuccessful attempt, especially when you look at how insanely tight this beard shape up is. Okay. I look positively British with the sharpest eyebrow. I look like a fucking anime character, I think. Yeah. Your eyebrows look good. I think it's just shocking when it's on your face. It's just not what it normally looks like. I look like a British footballer. You then proceeded to actually make yourself more hot in the next morning, to be fair. Yeah, it's because I shaved my beard because I felt like it was looking weird. All right, let's get to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, fucking hell. Let's hear what he had to say in it about the fucking tariffs, yeah.
President using tariffs in the way he has to encourage manufacturing to come back to this country has been long overdue. We used to fund the entire federal government with tariffs. We used to fund all of our goods and services that we had through tariffs. In fact, I love the president's idea of the External Revenue Service.
I love this concept because they're talking about a time when global trade was like negligible. You know what I mean? Like anything pre complete global trade. Okay. Yeah, dude. It was, yeah, when things were being shipped without the invention of planes. Okay. No, they're not living in the 1950s. No, he's talking about the 1850s, chatter. It's even worse. No, he's talking about the age of like piracy and not digital piracy. I'm talking ARG type pirates. Okay. Like they designed this intricate, complex web of global trade that they rely on, and now they're like, oh, but remember when we used to make people walk the plank, matey. Arg, things were much better back then, you see. Probably earlier than 1850s there was giga trade by then. No, there was giga trade in the 1850s. It's just that kind of global trade is negligible in comparison to how it works right now. That's my point. Dude, there were no planes back then, okay? Well, obviously, a lot of trade is still done by ships. Even ship technology wasn't as advanced, okay? Cargo freight technology wasn't as advanced. It's not like there's no comparison you can make to trade in the early 19th century with modern day global networks, like the logistical the logistics that have improved, the supply chains that exist. It's just not, that's insane. Yeah, we also had free labor, fucking slavery. I mean, we still kind of have that. So in that case, yeah, 1850s tariffs would be substantially different than modern tariffs. Yeah, a modern container ship can carry 100 1850s cargo ships.
Instead of the Internal Revenue Service, let's start actually taxing the rest of the world. And we're able to do this as the world superpower, as the incumbent economic power, because everyone wants to do business here. It's one thing if you're Portugal. It's one thing if you're Spain. It's another thing we're the United States of America, because people want to come here. This will result in trillions of dollars of more investment and capital coming into our country.
So Charlie wants to get rid of the income tax, so they just pay the federal budget down with tariffs. I know why. It's because Charlie's making so much money. And you know what? I agree.
I like that they're laughing about it, but that's like low-key their design, it seems. It's twofold. On the one hand, you get to, when I have to show my friends about you, what is this? On the one hand, you get to punish. On the one hand, you get to punish industry leaders that don't comply with whatever demands you have, whether it be something as fucking stupid as like DEI initiatives or something more nefarious like, outing all of your employees like immediate undocumented family members or something, right? That is, you can put a tremendous amount of pressure on industry leaders by basically saying like, oh, you don't want to fucking comply with the administration's demands? Well, guess what? You're going to get hit with a tariff. Or rather, you can get an exemption from tariffs if you play ball, right? But the other side of the story is that it also, in my opinion, creates an opportunity for the Republican Party to finalize their agenda, which is to eliminate the last progressive taxation structure that exists in this country even though the outcomes of said progressive taxation structure, given the million different loopholes that exist, is already not so progressive, but it's still at the very least progressive, okay, in theory. They want to eliminate that in its entirety and turn around and implement this regressive tax, a federal sales tax, basically, in its stead. What is this video? Let's take a look. I'm going to go close the curtain.
I'm a normal, not terminally online person, but even I've noticed that the mainstream media is basically doing nothing but capitulating to the right. So what have you been watching to kind of stay updated and get some analysis? Shit. So there's a Twitch streamer named HasanAbi. He's openly socialist and left-leaning, has a background from the Young Turks before he started streaming.
Hey, I'm swearing off bussy, okay?
Dude is on like 8 to 10 hours a day, every day, so you can pretty much always catch him.
But you like tap, and then they like.
Okay, you guys. I don't agree with everything he says, but I sort of.
Okay, this is literally like, I mean, I don't like this call-out post. This post is calling me out.
I agree with more than I disagree with, and even if you don't agree with it, you can at least understand his point of view. It's a well thought out analysis.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the f you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London.
Right after the election, a lot of people were saying that he was going to be the Joe Rogan of the left, and I think he does represent a pretty healthy alternative to traditional masculinity.
You go to the gym, you're gay.
Sounds good. I'll check it out. Thanks. Yeah, well, let me know how that goes.
That's crazy. On the subject of maids, look who had a fucking thought about you being a cat maid. HasanAbi showing us what Biden's America would look like.
Okay.
Dude, that's so awesome. There's nothing funnier than a bunch of fucking insecure dudes lose their minds when they see a dude like me dress up in a fucking maid outfit. Like, you're a silly bitch. There's no other way to talk about this other than the fact that you are a silly bitch, okay? Shut up, rapist. Yeah. Stake partnership at the bottom. It's got all of it. It's got it all. Did you already record the new Trash Taste episode? Yep. It's going to be out. I don't know when, but it'll be out. Every single coworker and friend that I've knows you has asked me about the maid fit. Yeah. Hasan Loki looking like Brad Pitt in Inglourious Bastards. I don't think so, but, you know, I mean, he's very attractive, much more handsome than I am, but thank you for saying that. Did you get to meet Moodon? Yeah. I've been on it before. I've been on Trash Taste before. This is hilarious. What is this?
We need to talk about this photo. We need to discuss this photo right now. Because whether or not you know who this man is, whether or not you know who the man in this photo is.
Dean was saying I have the light skin stare. This is the most your rage coded photo I've ever posted. I'll be honest with you. Like, straight up. It's just the most your rage coded.
In this moment, he has become your type. He has become the very thing that you desire. He has become the very standard that you now want to hold other men to in your life. Does your man look like that, number one? Number two, does your man wear a kufiya on his head like that? Does he? And I'm saying this as a lesbian, you guys. I'm a lesbian who's also a propagandist and understands how words, images, videos, content can create a narrative. And the narrative, this picture...
Hold up. Do white people know what light skin means? Yeah. Yeah, the light skin stare was like a massive meme that definitely reached outside of Black Twitter.
...creates is that Adonis-looking motherfuckers with good politics exist. Therefore, that is who you should show your love to. And I understand all too well, as someone who has had many a Stan account throughout my life, I understand the power of a bad bitch cosign. You got hella bad bitches co-signing your behavior? That's major! That is major. Bad bitch cosigns are huge, but bad bitch lesbian cosigns? What? So this man too has been like, oh. Like, truly people see this man and they want to hang up their misandry. That's huge! That's fucking major. And the men who
That's
hate
crazy.
him usually don't look like him. or they have politics that are worse than him. So it's kind of like, what the fuck should I be listening to?
I'm gonna hit that with a like, of course. I'll take these. We need these in these troublesome times, okay? I need this. I need this wherever I can get it.
Those two fucking boxes. Like, if this man came up to me, a staunch, divine, feminine lesbian, and asked me for my phone number, I wouldn't immediately say no, go away. I would put him through the trials of earning my phone number. However, he would not get immediately shut down. Do you understand? Do you understand how powerful that is? Do you understand what that entails? Do you understand the type of sauce you need to have to speak to me as a man? Yeah. That is my propagandist Pookie Bear. Okay? That is my propaganda.
This journey has been hilarious to watch. Going from someone who was misled by clips that were cut of me out of context to being like, I actually tuned in and I found out that like everything I knew about this person was just completely incorrect. To, you know, saying stuff like this. Awesome. I've been watching you more in the living room, so my family watches, and we're a mixed household, Black and Mexican. My brother said, "Hey, you have the pass." I do not have the pass. That's not a thing. Okay, let's be real. I mean, thank you, but I cannot take this. Okay. Did you see this? What is this?
You put me and Hasan in that press briefing room as the new media correspondents. She's crying within the hour.
I
She's
agree.
Resigned by EOD.
That would be great. I just don't think that they would ever let me into that press briefing room. Okay. I just don't think I'm coming anywhere near that press briefing room unless it's like a trap and they're killing me. You know what I'm saying? Just in, the Pentagon is said to have Politico, the New York Times, and NBC News vacate their physical office spaces, which will be replaced by the New York Post, OANN, Breitbart, and Huffington Post. Sheesh. Breitbart getting a permanent placement. Is amazing. Donald Trump, February 1st, this morning, I ordered precision military airstrikes on senior ISIS attack planner and other terrorists he recruited and led in Somalia. Love to see it. Okay. We are officially day 12 of the Burger Reich, and we're bombing Somalia. Okay. Very cool. Mr. Peaceful Dove, Mr. World Peace, Mr. I defeated ISIS. Turns out, found ISIS yet again. Turns out, Mr. World Peaceful Dove is going back to his old ways, all right? He going back to his old ways, dude. Curtis Yarvin and the End of American Democracy.
Years, Curtis Yarvin had been writing online.
I hate guys like this, and I especially hate that the New York Times gives them any place whatsoever. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't want to know anything about this guy. I hate the vibes that he's putting out, okay? And everything I've learned about this guy has been completely against my will, okay? And luckily for many of you, okay, most people do not know about this guy still, regardless of the fact that the New York Times is trying to make him a thing. Why are they doing that? Because he's Peter Thiel's little guy, okay? I hate these dudes. I hate giving these dudes clout and prominence in mainstream outlets because they're backed by the likes of Peter Thiel, you know? He looks like a Fred Armisen sketch character. Yeah. Unkempt, disheveled, and chock full of bad ideas. All right, let's get to American hostage and two others released.
Hamas releasing Israeli-American hostage Keith Siegel and two other hostages after nearly 16 months in captivity. ABC's foreign correspondent Britt Clennett is following all the developments from Tel Aviv. Britt, good morning.
Good morning, Whit. Yeah, I'm at the hospital, which will soon receive Keith Siegel. He's expected to stay here for at least 4 days. Keith becoming the first American Israeli to be freed in this ceasefire.
This morning, American-Israeli hostage Keith Siegel finally back on home soil after 15 months in captivity. 65-year-old Siegel, the first American to be freed in the breakthrough ceasefire and hostage deal. In the ruins of the port in Gaza City, Siegel seen on a stage flanked by masked and armed Hamas forces. Hamas staging an orderly handover after criticism of their handling of Thursday's hostage release.
is so crazy because like Hamas will do a handover inside of Hamas will do a hostage handover, prisoner swap, whatever, right? And when they do that in public, there's like massive crowds. Then Israel freaks out about it and says, look at these fucking animals. Then they turn around and do it on a podium, right? Then they'll do a podium hostage release with the gift bag in tow. Then they freak out again because now they're like, oh, look at how civilized they are. This is unacceptable. This is actually ruining our propaganda. Okay? Like the worst thing that Hamas did in the eyes of Israel was do the first round of Israeli prisoners of war, the female soldiers, and they were all throwing up the peace sign. They were smiling. That was devastating for propaganda purposes. That was devastating for Israeli propaganda purposes. So they freaked the fuck out on it, okay, and said, and then stopped the hostage swap process, by the way, okay? They stopped it because they hated the visuals of like having Israeli hostages like speaking Arabic and you know talking about like inshallah the war will end, whatever. And so they went back to the crowds, and then the crowds were, you know, obviously chaotic. And they went back to talking about how barbaric they were, and now we're back to the fucking stage releases. It's crazy. They're giving, Hamas is still, I see, giving all the hostages the drug that makes you dab them up.
Supporters watching in Tel Aviv.
She is here as American-Israeli Keith Siegel is handed over to the Red Cross.
On October 7th.
Meanwhile, whether it's chaotic or not, okay, Hamas hostage releases look noticeably different than the Israeli hostage releases that take place. Israeli hostages, Palestinian hostages in Israeli military prisons come out with a litany of diseases, looking disheveled, looking like they've been starved, handcuffed above their heads, okay, perp walked all the way through. Very, very different coverage, if there's any coverage at all in American media. No coverage whatsoever. Also goes to show who actually cares to even maintain the presence that they are, at least to a certain degree, trying to maintain standards of warfare. Okay? Palestinian prisoners are being released with signs of torture and starvation on their bodies, but sure, let's see more headlines about the chaotic crowds around freed Israeli prisoner in Gaza. I feel like that hasn't been covered enough. Hamas releases 3 Israeli hostages in chaotic Gaza handover. Chaotic scenes of Gaza hostage release. Israel releases Palestinian prisoners after delay over chaotic hostage handover. Yeah, Israel delayed the Palestinian release. Initially, they delayed it because of the non-chaotic hostage release that took place. And then Hamas went back to doing the crowd releases, and then that was chaotic, and then they complained about that as well. And then they went back to the stage release. It's crazy. Red Cross workers express outrage. Of course, the only place that like adequately covers this is still Israeli press, by the way. Red Cross workers express outrage as Palestinian prisoners being released as part of Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal are led with handcuffs above their heads. Yeah. I mean, this is the noticeable difference in treatment. When you get held in an Israeli prison facility, this is what you look like when you come out, even if you come out at all. Okay? And despite the gruesome conditions of withstanding a genocide, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and the Palestinian forces across the board have tried to do their very best in spite of all of the, relentless bombing campaigns to maintain some semblance of humanity in their treatment of the hostages. I mean, there's no comparison. It's not, but by the way, you say propaganda. Okay. Does Israel not have the opportunity to do propaganda? Like, what are we talking about here? So much of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, if you want to call it that, can be solved by Israel behaving like a normal fucking country and not like a barbaric, monstrous force of apartheid and ethno-religious supremacy doing a genocide. That's it. That's literally it. Do you not understand? Like, Israel will be like, oh, Palestinians are dying in a telegenic fashion, okay? Palestinians dying looks good for the Hamas cause. It's like, bro, they're not perishing. They're not engaging in mass suicide. They're not dying because of car accidents. You're killing them. If you are worried, if the only thing you care about if you cannot see the humanity of these people that you're killing, and the only thing you care about is the optics of it, here, I have a very good solution for it. It's called don't fucking kill these people. It's called don't do war crimes. It's called don't do a genocide. You can't just like do a genocide and then also get mad that people are receiving that in a negative fashion. It doesn't make any sense. This is the problem. Yeah, even if the Palestinian groups, and I've maintained this position since October 7, even if the Palestinian groups are only treating hostages better because they're more valuable alive, the outcome is still the same. You're absolutely correct, Chatter. They're treated better in that process. Okay? Having said that, is there a likelihood that there is like abuse or sexual assaults that have happened under any kind of Palestinian like hostage keeping process? Certainly, there are criminal elements involved in penetrating the Gaza envelope and going into Israel proper. There were definitely criminal elements that took advantage of the situation. Okay, but all reports on the matter show, and I've read so many of these. Okay, I've read so many reports both in Western media and in Israeli media from firsthand accounts of hostages that have been released, and virtually all of them, okay, with some exceptions, there's like one or two exceptions, virtually all of them have reported that the Palestinian forces tried to keep them alive to the best of their fucking ability, because it makes sense. It's their one leverage. It's their one bargaining chip, you know? Genuine question, not trolling. If Gaza was experiencing a famine and the hostages don't appear to be starving, would that indicate the hostages' care was being prioritized? Obviously, Hamas had more food access. Sorry, I know I'm spamming. There are parts of Gaza that is experiencing famine, specifically North Gaza. As far as I understand, given the complex tunnel network that exists under the Gaza Strip, the likelihood is that they probably move the hostages around to areas where they had easier access to food. They probably have more food supply. And yes, they were most likely prioritized as well. Can you blame some Israelis agreeing with what is going on? I feel like if you're brainwashed by your parents your whole life, then I would feel like it would be hard to think differently. No, I totally understand that. That's why I do what I do, Chatter. That's my point. That's why I have so many Israelis in this chat that consistently rely on my coverage of what the fuck is going on. Okay? Yes, of course I understand social conditioning. My entire job, my entire purpose in this regard is to try to actively tackle that false framing and try to get people to acknowledge the truth. Try to get people to, at the very least, understand what motivates people. Do you see what I'm saying? Because a big part of this process, a big part of the reception, a big part of understanding, like, or looking at the situation in Gaza, and you know, turning a blind eye to the atrocities, or at least championing it, cheering it on, stems from the active dehumanization of Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims in particular, both in Israel and also outside of Israel in the Western world. Okay, when that kind of propaganda has already set in, when you already treat these people as like a barbaric force that is not human, that's subhuman, right? Then yeah, you will believe any number of different lies that people tell. You will never be able to comprehend that, yes, if you push people into a corner, if you back them into a corner with no way out, they're inevitably going to try and fight out of it. Okay? That's it. Many Americans have been propagandized in a similar fashion, right? Do you promote terrorism? No, I do not promote terrorism. I do not support the American empire, and I certainly do not support the actions of the Israeli occupying force. So, no.
Siegel was taken from his home alongside his wife, Aviva. She was released during the week-long ceasefire in November of 2023. Finally, this morning, the end of a long and agonizing wait. Aviva and their son Shay watching from a TV at Riyadh base as Keith was handed over by Hamas. She told me last September how she's been dreaming of this moment.
And I just can imagine Keith coming out and me just screaming and jumping on him. And I'll be just the happiest person in the...
Like, this level of coverage is perfectly valid, okay? Content, yeah, this guy is just insane. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. This kind of coverage is perfectly valid. I, however, do wish that they would feature similar humanizing pieces on the Palestinian side as well. But the problem is, I think, if you were to engage in any sort of humanization of the Palestinian side, people would recognize the horrible conditions they were put through in the Israeli prison structure. They would also recognize that these people are not actually prisoners. Okay, they didn't go through like the legal system. They're under permanent detention in military facilities after undergoing a military tribunal. So they're actually also hostages. It's just hostages with like maybe a little bit more paperwork than what Hamas has. That's the difference, though, because it's a foreign ally that you know, has some semblance of the state machine enforcing its will. Then it's seen as totally different. What do you mean keep the hostages alive to the best of their ability when they're the ones initiated this thing? What do you think? Why do you think people take hostages? Do you think people take hostages to just simply kidnap and kill them? Because that's a different thing. That's not hostage taking. That's just murder, right? Like this isn't me reinventing the wheel, okay? What was October 7? What do you mean what was October 7? I'm confused by your line of questioning here, okay? Damage control going crazy. Yes, damage control, which is me reinstating the exact same commentary that I have engaged in since. Why they have to take hostages to begin with? Oh, great question. 76 years of military occupation by a settler colonial state that has been unimaginably violent to the indigenous Palestinian population from its inception in 1948 with the mass expulsion and ethnic transfer of 750,000 Palestinians, followed up by 76. Okay, Tucker, what? Peace? You asked me a question. I'm giving you like a super, super brief history of the Israeli state and how it works. I don't know what okay, Tucker means. Are you saying I'm Tucker Carlson or something? From Chatter in the West Bank, Mejza. My family lives in Batunia, West Bank, where Palestinian hostages are released. I know that the IDF have been firing at crowds that release hostages. Here's further proof. I don't understand the mindset that people have when they come in here and ask a question, I think, in bad faith, specifically to just go, yeah, I can't hear you, la, 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 fuck you, peace. Like, what goes through your mind in that process where you're like, I actually don't want to hear the real reasons. Anyway, yeah, 76 years of permanent occupation, apartheid, mass separation, humiliation, almost a century of domination with no way out, a so-called peace process that yielded no positive results for the Palestinians, teaching the Palestinians a very important lesson, a very, very dangerous lesson, as a matter of fact, that trying to negotiate through diplomacy with the sovereign Israeli settler colonial state is only going to lead to further encroachment on existing Palestinian land in the West Bank, specifically with settlement operations expanding throughout the so-called peace process, okay? Creating Bantustans in the West Bank and restricting freedom of travel. You said it best when you watched that Willie Mack video. Your ops are too stupid to even understand what words you use. Yeah. Tucker argued with peers about the Gaza situation. He might have been referring to that. Yeah. Yeah. Tucker Carlson is now woke. So stupid. I hate that it's always the likes of Tucker Carlson, who is a very good propagandist, that gets all of this hype. The big takeaway here is that these people would probably be more charitable if you look more Western European, but you look more Middle Eastern. Therefore, you showing the other side of the story makes you a terrorist. Yeah, I mean, look, Muslim-related, Arab-related matters is the one instance where is truly the one instance where like people are not receptive to what I have to say. And I think part of that is because despite the fact that I look white and I am white, there's still, I think, a hang up that many people have when your name is Hasan and you're fucking Turkish. Ugh. Okay.
World, and Keith, from the minute he comes home, he's going to be the king. He's going to be the king of the world.
Now that day has finally come. Hamas also...
What's up with this narcissistic dude thinking he's a debate god? Are you talking about me? Because I don't think that. I very openly state that I'm not very good at debate. I am fairly knowledgeable on certain issues, though. I would say this is one of them.
Releasing 2 other hostages this morning, a separate event in the city of Han Yunis, bringing Ofer Calderon and Yarden Bibas to a stage before handing them over to the Red Cross. The 2 have now safely returned to Israel. Many have followed the story of the Bibas family since the October 7th attacks. Yarden Bibas is the father of the 2 youngest children abducted by Hamas. Bibas seen kidnapped in this video. His wife Shiri clutching their 9-month-old and 4-year-old as they were taken. Their fate is unknown. Still, 1 more American expected to be among the 33 hostages released in phase 1.
Why are there so many pro-genocide chatters today? Why do you think, man? Why do you think? Perhaps it has something to do with my former podcast co-host who literally ended the podcast over our difference in opinion on Israel, finalizing his like 6-month project by calling me an anti-Semitic terrorist. Maybe those people watched that and came in here and were like, yeah, I can't wait to show him what's what. Yeah, I mean, it's just brigading, which, because you can't be serious, Ethan cleared you, debate Ethan. I would love to do that. I mean, I would love to have a conversation with Ethan. It doesn't have to be a debate, but if it is, then it is. But yeah, if you, I mean, I feel like if you genuinely think that he will best me in the marketplace of ideas, when, only a couple months ago, he was like, oh, I didn't know enough about Yoav Gallant, the fucking defense minister of Israel, who is, a war criminal, after saying he was a good guy. I feel like he's not the best equipped to have this conversation in a way that will, yield results that you think are good. Yeah, or not knowing what Roe v. Wade is either.
On this deal, Sagi Dekelchen. In exchange for this morning's 3 hostages, 183 Palestinian prisoners also freed from Israeli jails. The ceasefire also allowing for crucial medical evacuations in Gaza. For the first time in more than 8 months, the Rafah crossing reopening to allow sick and wounded Palestinians to get treatment abroad. And in the north, displaced Gazans finally making their way back to what is left of their homes. The UN saying nearly 500,000 people have returned to northern Gaza since the crossing reopened in the past week.
The Siegel family releasing a statement saying they are filled with indescribable excitement, thanking President Trump, saying our hope lies with you that the others are returned home. Janae?
Aviva and Keith will be back together with their son again. Thank you so much for that, Britt.
These happy moments were decades in the making, now being interrupted.
Embarrassing watching you hide from Ethan's vids. I don't think I can be your fan anymore. Once again, I'm not hiding. I have maintained this position. I will repeat it again for you. I am willing and able to talk to Ethan directly. I feel like that would probably be more of a productive conversation, don't you think? Hey, haven't seen the Ethan vid. What does he say? Should I watch the Ethan vid? Hey, HasanAbi, I edited the content nuke for you. Embarrassing watching you hide from Ethan. What is happening to chatters today? Okay, what is happening? I think chatters are just baiting the same thing over and over again to like loop me back into the conversation. No chat still 2023. Yeah. No, I don't think that's a drama baiter. I think that's an October 7 lever. Instead of watching another 1 hour and 40-minute slop with, clips that are completely out of context, I would love to have a normal conversation, a polite conversation with my former podcast co-host. To be way too charitable to someone who's definitely being disingenuous, they might see you as having better debate tactics, so even though you're wrong in their eyes, you will beat Ethan using debate tricks. Oh. Anyway, what else was I gonna talk about? Because we only have 10 minutes remaining before I do GeoGuesser, and I also have to set up for it. Why is this stuck in my head now? Where the hell is this? Holy shit, people! I haven't checked my emails in such a long time. I just realized people are sending me their like certificates of cancellation from like as contractors of the federal government. I think you debunking it in one video would shut everyone for good, to be honest, but I understand if you don't want to. I have already. That's the reason why it won't shut anybody off for good. And notice how you are even unfamiliar with it, especially considering that every single thing that has been brought forth in the video has been brought forth a million times over, because he didn't come up with anything new or unique. He just like literally regurgitated all of the previous things that the Destiny community has put forth. And that is precisely the reason why it's been addressed a million times over and people just seemingly don't care. Okay? Stream start. I'm going to do solo or group GeoGuessr gameplay. Okay? This is crazy. Put this in the mod chat. Speaking of contracts, there's a lot of my job to the USAID review. Yeah. I'm sorry about that, chatter. Okay. Asset here. Asset. Okay. Download the asset. Make a panel. I have to go P2. God damn it. All right, here. Let's watch this while I go pee.
Warnings. Please take it easy, a relative of released prisoner Sidqi Az-Zarou says. His body too fragile, even for an embrace. This prisoner's family went in for a hug, but he is pushing them away. He has scabies and says he is afraid to pass it on to his loved ones. Skin diseases and other illnesses became more common amongst prisoners during the war on Gaza. Coming out of Israeli military jails, their faces tell more than they could share. Many looked frail, abused, and malnourished. Prisoners say their time behind bars, especially over the past 15 months, will take years to forget. The mother of released prisoner Tawfiq Rabai'a doesn't want him to do interviews. He is tired, she says.
It's hard to describe my feelings, but the conditions inside Israeli jails are really difficult, catastrophic. We should pay attention to the prisoners we left behind.
She's in her 80s and wants to make him all the food he missed out on.
I know he had 3 years left on his sentence, but I feared I'd pass away before I had the chance to see my son. I always thought he'd be released out of prison and not find me alive. Now I want him to get married quickly.
Despite Israeli restrictions against celebrations in the occupied West Bank, they couldn't suppress this. Another day of emotional reunions. Families who thought they'd only see each other behind a glass barrier are finally together. Joy all around, but there's a stark reminder of what they've been released into.
I have that same scar.
Israeli forces are raiding our neighborhood in the Tulkarem refugee camp. We don't know how we will get home.
Finally released from jail, but under occupation, a total freedom remains distant. Mohammed Haji, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Hold on. What am I supposed to say on that? Sign up to GeoGuessr. But this song is just stuck in my mind, dude. I don't know why. I'm doing this for MHUD chat. Okay? God, I hate when what is happening here? Oh, there it is. Boom. Okay, the panel exists. Okay, we made the panel. Pin chat message copy. Oh, just pin it. Okay. Including hashtag add. Change the game category to GeoGuessr. Okay. GeoGuessr against Pro 7v1. News, drama, and more. Hashtag add. Would it make sense for this segment to be uploaded to the gaming channel? Yeah, for sure. It's technically free promo, but I mean, they didn't pay for it. I did the title, yeah. Predictions on if you win. Is it zigzag? I don't know. Yeah. See, can you guys pin it too? Can you pin the actual message? They want it to be pinned. Okay, got the full brief. Okay, So I'm going to be doing solo or group GeoGuessr for 20 minutes. And then after that, I'm in a Discord channel with a bunch of other content creators. After that, we're going to be doing party duels where streamers are going to face off a pro GeoGuessr player in a duel format. If the streamers win an individual round, there will be a prize that will be rewarded. Also, we're starting officially. Okay. Thank you to GeoGuessr for allowing me to show how terrible my geography skills are. Now, there are many different methods of getting good at GeoGuessr, and hopefully I will be able to learn at least some of them in order to be competent or somewhat competitive against a pro GeoGuessr player. I don't know if it's actually supposed to be a secret still, or if we're supposed to, if we're include GeoGuessr in the title of this stream. Okay. Is Rainbow playing as a pro? No. Is Rainbow the GeoGuessr pro? Or is he just cracked at GeoGuessr? He is a pro. Okay. Yes, but he doesn't compete now. Got it. This is all the tips and tricks to GeoGuessr. Why did you do this to me? Why did you do this to me? I need GeoGuessr tips. I need the tips. I need the tips ASAP. Actually, for the first 20 minutes, I'm probably going to play with MHUD. MHUD, you down to give me some tips? Get on a Discord call and give me some tips. Even though technically we're supposed to be playing with other streamers as well. Okay. There are some warm-up maps that were sent to me. And I think I'm going to start off with a moderate warm-up map, which is a 3 out of 10. I'll play by myself. Okay. Wait. Oh, wait. I have to upgrade. Oops. Oh, no. It's being billed by yen. What is happening? Am I going to be able to do this from Japan? Oh, I already have a pro. Okay. I already have a pro. What are we doing? Okay. Let's get back to it. I have a pro account already. Okay. Okay. How do I find...
Yo, what's good, everyone? It's Zigzag here. Welcome back to another GeoGuessr video.
Why does he also look like Rainbow? What the hell?
It's my first video in a long time, which is targeted at new GeoGuessr players. Essentially, this is going to be for those who have just started the game and want some really high yield tips for identifying countries which are really easy for experienced players to identify. Before I get into specific country tips, which I have 15 of today, I just want to show you 2 maps which are very, very important to learn before we get into things. So, first one is which countries drive left and which countries drive right-hand side of the road. As you can see in the red, most countries drive right, but those countries which were colonized by Britain and a few others do drive left-hand side of the road. That is very, very useful to know. Of course, Southeast Asia is probably the place that is most useful to learn because the pattern is not so easy to identify. Anyway, you can check out that yourself. Also, we have where official coverage is, so basically all these red lines. So this is map making app, a great way to make maps on GeoGuessr, but it also shows you exactly where the official coverage is. All the red lines are places with official coverage. You can see every country in South America minus the Guineas and Venezuela have it. Central America's a bit mixed, and then Africa and Asia are quite sparsely covered, so you just have to learn which countries actually have official Street View. As you can see, there are some countries with tiny bits like China. You shouldn't really worry about guessing those, whereas those countries with a lot of red lines, such as India and, you know, all of Europe, those ones are very much worth knowing that they're in the game. Okay, so with those 2...
God damn. FYI, China is not in the game, so if you see China, it's probably Taiwan. That's a good way to figure it out. Nervous? I'm a little nervous. I'm always a little nervous when it comes to doing any sort of hashtag ad, any sort of hashtag sponsor stream, because I'm not very, I don't do it regularly. Having said that, however, this one is particularly nerve-wracking for me because I am bad at test taking, especially under pressure. And this one is also on, this one is also going to be, you know, geography, which is not my strong suit, as you guys all know. And I'm trying to, like, I'm already, how do I, wait, hold on. I'm gonna just DM MHUD, see if I can talk to him here. Okay, how do I get to this map? It's just such a stupid question. Let's see if he's here. Is MHUD here? Hello? MHUD, can you hear me?
Yeah, you got me?
Oh shit, I can't hear you. Hold on, it's probably my fault. Let me fix my audio real quick. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Oh, default speakers. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
All right, I can hear you. Perfect.
Nice.
Okay, so MHUD, how do I when I click, this is such a stupid starting question. MHUD is our CIA agent in the chat / unofficial. MHUD, are you a GeoGuessr pro as well?
Yeah, I am. I was actually the second verified account on GeoGuessr. One of the, I think second, top 5.
Damn.
I also have the most games played for an American.
That's insane.
Yep.
That's crazy. Here, I'm gonna send you these links, okay, that they sent us to test it out for the first 20 minutes. And my initial problem is when I click on the GeoGuessr map, it just automatically sends me to a landing page where I'm not signed in. So then it urges me to sign in. And then when I sign in, it takes me away from that map. So how do I get back to that map?
That's a weird one. Try just dragging the URL for that again to your
I did.
bar once you logged in.
I did.
Did it bring you to the map again, or did it make you log in again?
No, it just makes me log in again. Wait, let's see. Maybe.
Log in the upper
Oh,
right?
it worked.
Does
It
say
worked.
you're
It worked. You're right. I did
Oh, nice.
that. Okay, I did that. It worked. Okay, I'm gonna play this right now, and I'll screen share with you.
Okay.
So you can give me feedback in real time. Okay. All right. Is that good? You got it?
I got it.
Okay. I saw the sign 2.0. Okay. Location is the name of the place visible in front of you at the starting point, e.g. a sign, building, or an advertisement anywhere in the world, from tiny villages to large cities. 2024 update, fixed outdated views, and adding many new locations. We're playing single. I can move. No time limit. I'm going now.
Okay.
Okay, 1 frame. Okay,
Where do you think, without even knowing anything, which
how
you
do
don't?
I turn off the music? Wait, I'm just shutting off the music. Without knowing anything, somewhere in Africa.
Correct.
In the African continent. So, one thing that we have to look for is the sunlight, right? The direction of the sunlight to see where it is. But I
True,
mean,
but
it's in
this is-
obviously. What?
Yeah, it's pretty hard with this type of cover. The clouds. Pretty
Yeah.
hard to tell. But that's a
Luchaja
good call
Event
right away.
Center. There's
You remember from the last time you played when you beat Ludwig's little ass.
it's true, and he fucked me up regardless. So there's English. There's an event center. It's English speaking. I mean, there's like English letters everywhere. I can't see any of the license plates, and they're covered. Okay.
What else do you know about the car? What side are they driving on?
They're driving on the right side.
That's right, the correct side, the American side.
Yeah, exactly.
right.
But I don't know which
The right
countries in
side.
Africa are driving on the right side. I'm gonna go with.
You have a special cheat with this one actually. Would you like to know what it is?
What is it?
A lot, not a lot, but some of the countries in Africa, especially on the Gen 3 coverage, which this would be, I'll explain all that later. They have a security car following them, and Nigeria has this white one with the red and blue lights. That's probably the most meta here.
Oh, okay. So these are the tips and tricks, chatters. Which countries have security card coverage?
Ooh, let's think about it.
So
even
Nigeria?
No, in Africa. Yep, Nigeria. Kenya almost always has one, except if you're in the Max West by the lake. It kind of goes away there for a while. And then a lot of the park cars in Kenya, like the national park cars, don't have a follow car all the time. Nigeria usually has one. It's usually this white truck, or it's a silver SUV or a black SUV. And if it's a black SUV, you're probably in Benin City. Be a good bet. But for here, I don't know. Any better clues on the signs?
Eka Ete.
Eka Ete.
I'm gonna go with Nigeria.
Nigeria is correct. I was trying to region guess.
Oh,
But you are right.
And I'm gonna go with I mean, it doesn't look like there's a lot of. I don't know. I'm just making it up. Let's see.
Hey.
Okay. Well, not too bad.
Oh.
333 miles. I picked the exact opposite side of Nigeria, but hey, it's all good. Okay, next up. Okay.
Ooh.
Shaftesbury Trail, Bridgeview Industrial Park, Peace River Correctional Center. This is the United States of America, baby. I have no idea.
Is it?
Shaftesbury? Well, Shaftesbury does seem like a word that wouldn't be in America.
Yeah, it sounds made up in general.
But wait, hold on. Let's look at it again. Oh, Centra. Oh,
Nice.
they got the weird. They got the weird spelling. Okay,
Yep.
but they're driving on the right side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Their
So
signs look
who would-
American.
Whose signs would look American and they drive on the right side of the road, but they still worship the Queen and spell it Centra?
Canada. But
right.
I don't know exactly where Shaftesbury would be in Canada. But it doesn't seem like it's one of the it doesn't seem like it's one of the southern populated city centers. But then again, I don't know. I mean, they have a corrections facility, so
I would say look
What?
at your cursor on the map, go back down by Alberta, right on the label where it says Alberta.
Mm-hmm.
Zoom in. Now zoom out a little bit. Do you see it?
Slave Lake? What the hell?
No, not that.
That's crazy.
That's a whole other story. No, up to the left a little bit.
Peace River, followed by the Slave Lake, Grand
You remember
Prairie,
Peace River from the
Valleyville, Manning, Dawson Creek. Am I just like missing it?
Dawson
Wait.
Creek. Shout
Oh,
out to
Peace
Aaron from our
River.
pod.
Peace
Yeah.
River.
So
right here.
the correction center may be near there, but also remember it's a river, and rivers do travel.
Yeah.
But they would probably name the correction center after the town that's also named after the river. I don't know. I don't know what they do up there in Alberta.
Okay. Bridgeview, Shaftesbury Trail, Industrial Park. So I have identified the river.
Mm-hmm.
I'm following
Did you
it
see
along.
the town named it? Maybe you missed that actually.
What?
There's a town also named Peace River that was on the Peace River. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. If you go back up to the north, there you go.
Let's see. Boom!
Woo!
2.9 miles, baby.
Almost clicked right on the bridge too. That was crazy.
God damn.
See, you just got that instinct.
Yeah, this is good. Okay. Well,
You got,
I mean,
you got that Ottoman instinct for the maps.
yeah. Okay. This is somewhere in Europe, or maybe wait, hold on. I can't. I'm seeing Kiraku Mu, like with umlauts.
This is actually a good one for learning.
Okay, Eastern Europe, maybe. Oh wait, vad?
This sign's gonna piss you off because it's gonna look like 18 different languages.
Vad tinendav transport ja zelle tanava ila kinud, and then no dogs inside, no dogs allowed in the pool.
Dogs can't swim, but the people can.
Yeah, dogs are not allowed in the pools. It's not okay. I mean, you already gave me a massive tip by saying there's like going to be a million different languages.
Do you know what that means, though?
No, I have no idea what that means. Oh, when you say multiple,
don't either.
When you say multiple languages, I'm thinking Brussels.
This is a place where,
but I think it's too dark.
Do you remember that crypto guy Richard Hart that wore all the clothes that looked like a toddler would wear to church, and he wore those cool fits?
I don't.
He moved here to evade taxes. This is the beautiful flags in Scandinavia and the Baltics.
Okay.
The colors of the country.
Okay, and it's next to a river, maybe, or maybe it's the sea. I'm going to go with Tallinn. Oh, it was the rivers.
Lake Pepus.
I was wrong. It was the rivers. It was not. It was not the Gulf of Finland. I'm so stupid. Okay, Saudi Arabia. No. Playa de Cubels. Playa des Bouquets. Okay. Caribbean. I actually don't know. Wait. Right side of the road.
True.
Grill Bar Lumbi. Yumbi. Okay, so Carrer del Seminari. Okay, I threw out so many different words here, but this is either Metallurgica.
It's another sort of interesting one.
Yeah, because this can be Latin America or it can be Spain. Or I can't tell if it's Italian or Spanish. I have no idea.
That's the problem. And they can't either. Do you know why? That language right there is Catalan.
Oh, shit.
Carrer.
Oh, shit. So that's Barcelona.
Probably somewhere near there.
I've been here.
Or maybe even an island. It's very pretty. But it's probably just south off the coast, or on the coast of Barcelona. It's really pretty. Barta.
Fuck. I can't even move this mouse fast enough. Okay. Yeah. All right. Barcelona.
It's a great looking pole right there. See, this is why a lot of gays hold up the community of GeoGuesser, because we stare at poles all day in this game. So I call it the beautiful game.
Oh, it was an island.
You were in Ibiza. We were in Ibiza.
Oh shit! It was Ibiza. There's a lot of Oibros in the chat. I think they immediately locked it. Magaluf.
Ooh, you have a good seed for this first game. You have some interesting places like
Arecibo plant.
Yeah, and doesn't this feel quite doesn't this basically feel like a fake American state in a way?
Yeah, but it's a General Electric Arecibo plant. It's giving Mexico, but not Mexico at the same time. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if it was Mexico, there'd be more Spanish. but
True.
I also can't tell.
This is also something about this coverage because it hasn't been covered in a very long time. The front of this car has a visible antenna on the right.
That's so meta.
No, do you want to know real meta? This car is also very close to the car they used for Guam and Saipan, but the only difference is Guam and Saipan don't have copyright in the sky like in Puerto Rico. So that's how you can tell the difference if you don't know.
There's copyright in the sky in Puerto Rico, so this is Puerto Rico.
Oh, I leaked. Yep.
Yeah, you did.
Shout out to Guam, by the way. Lived there for 2 years. I always got to shout it out.
Damn. 9.5 miles. Okay. There you go. Lots of EXP on this
Damn!
one. All right, so we have
22K for your first game, and I really didn't give you that many tips.
Okay, you literally leaked the last one, and you gave me you gave me so many tips.
You said it looks like Mexico, but it's not, and it has more English, so you basically found it.
Wait, what is this update? Hold on. We're gonna extend the Stola warm-up period to 1 hour before teaming up. Oh, okay. We still got 40 more minutes. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to a 6 out of 10 difficulty map.
Ooh, ACW. I love this map because a lot of my friends had a hand in making it. This map is made by the best map makers in the world, and a lot of some of the best players contributed as well.
Who was the Elper? Project. The Elper is MHUD, our very own CIA agent and GeoGuesser Pro. Okay, you would have guessed Mexico 2 times already without the help. That's true. I would have. All right, this time I'm gonna try. I'm gonna walk you through my. Wait, what'd you say?
You're playing later with one of my favorite people in the entire game.
Oh, Zigzag?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Oscar. I love him.
Okay, this is Aramaya Road. Oh God, I'm cooked. Immediately, I think India.
No, you'd be right to guess that, but India, sadly, they used a third-party camera, so all of their coverage right now, until they get the new small cam, is kind of really shitty coverage, and it's known as shit cam. This is not shit cam. However, we have some languages you would find in India on that sign that you looked at. A big difference between here in India is
the vegetation.
No, India is so diverse; you can kind of find everything there. This is. Ooh, look at those beautiful train tracks too. Look at. By the way, did you see the train? The sticks? How many times they've been hit? They're all bent to shit.
Oh, that's why I thought it was I thought it was artifacting or something. Like I thought it was like a camera issue.
No.
Why doesn't he move at all? Because I'm trying to get better.
Yeah, like moving is fun, and it's a whole different skill set in itself to be able to take in information and use it. But the majority of players, I would say, love playing no moving just for the challenge.
Okay, let's see.
But
I don't know what like the coverage is though, so I don't know.
Yeah. So you wouldn't know this, but this is Sri Lanka.
Oh, okay.
Just off the coast of down south of India.
So Sri Lanka has better coverage than.
Yeah, they have beautiful coverage. They had really good.
Oh shit!
cover.
15 miles.
Okay, that's better than I would do. Region guessing Sri Lanka, but if it wasn't T country, that's ridiculous.
Oh, what the hell? Okay, this
one gives you a lot of easy ones, but
this is I'm immediately thinking Kazakhstan. Wait, what the fuck? What is this? Wait,
you can move up and get a better angle.
I don't want to move up. I'm not moving. Okay, wait, hold on. Roofs of the house is like Turkic, Asia. Initially I thought it was like in the Balkans, but that roof looks very Turkic. Oh, then they have the what? I have no. Is this the Romanian flag?
Sure is.
Okay, so
something funny about Romania is even when you're in the middle of nowhere, there will be a Romanian flag.
Wait, really? People just
they fly them kind of like Americans do. It's pretty funny.
So this might not be Romania then.
No, this is Romania. I'm just saying they use it so often that it's like, or they use flags so often that you'd almost never have to guess where you are.
It's like in Turkey.
Yeah, you just. It's pretty cool. See, look at all those poles down the way. They all have
the flag. Okay, this
is a lot like Turkey.
I'm gonna say here 167 miles. Okay, that was not close.
Shout out to South by the way. He's one of your Romanian HasanAbi heads and a very good GeoGuesser player. Probably been playing as long as I have.
What the hell is this? This is on top of a pickup truck.
Oh, I bet chat knows this one. If they've ever played GeoGuesser, you learned this car. The big thing here is the snorkel on the truck.
So
they go through this. They're not afraid to off-road in this truck because they go through very small.
Chad immediately saying Kenya, but there is no discernible feature here for me other than the snorkel. I feel like
that truck back there behind you is actually another security vehicle. You'll see it a lot in Kenya also following this car. So there's little things like that that the meta finders find eventually. Oh, and you're next to some cabbage or something.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is. So that's what I'm saying. It's like impossible for me to comprehend off of this alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it gets tough. That's why the car map is easy, but there's also ways to play without the car showing, which is really cool. Like it
47 miles. Let's go.
Damn, you're getting really good region guesses.
I mean,
you're not just like
I'm lucky.
I know you're just guessing, but you're also like thoughtfully placing it and not just putting it when you see the country.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to place it if I see a lot of vegetation or like if it looks like it's away from like a big city. I try to
help that.
I try to place it away from like a big like this is crazy. Okay, I've never seen lines like this before on the road.
Oh, so you've never been to Poland or Greece? No, I was kidding.
No, I mean I have seen lines like this. Never mind.
This is a GeoGuessr nerd joke.
Okay. The vegetation is not giving me anything. There's no.
It's my kind of location. I'm known for like finding really, really baity spots. You remember that the joke about the GeoGuessr pros going Hawaii and Idaho or whatever? I find spots like that.
Yeah,
that's my thing.
I'm gonna try to turn the corner here. This could be anywhere in New Jersey. I don't. I mean, no. These kinds of trees are not exactly.
Pines.
Yeah, there's not. This is not common in New Jersey, but I will try to go to like.
Speaking of trees, right at the start of the location, if you hit R, you go back to the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You were right by some oil palms, and that helps a lot actually for where you are.
So California. Okay, I found some houses. Sumbangan Yayasan Felda, Philippines. Oh no,
there's your flag.
I have no idea what fucking flag this is.
Well, it's kind of faded, but and the one's ripped down. But that is a Malaysian flag.
Oh damn. Okay.
Shout out to Malaysia. Oh, and now I can't. This should just be mainland Malaysia, because Borneo only recently got Gen 4, and this is Gen 4 coverage. I know I'm a kind of nerd. Now you're going to Thailand. Hold on, watch your borders.
Oh shit. No.
Oh, I just saved you.
Oh my god.
Oh, the slop GeoGuessr tubers would have been all over that shit. There's no way.
195. Okay. International incident avoided. Okay. Sharp lines.
This
rainy day.
You're getting some rare locations for this map. I'll tell you what.
Pare. I have no idea what language that is.
So here's an interesting one that's also good for everyone to remember.
But they have English words as well, like renting.
Pare is on stop signs south of the Panama Canal. North of the Panama Canal, they use alto.
Okay.
Except sometimes in Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, they'll also have a pare, but they'll be easier to tell.
So you also know like telephone codes, right?
Only for a few countries. Brazil's the most important one to learn, like, because they group it the best way.
SOS box.
This one here is also the best way to know this one without knowing too much. This is what is known as shit cam. That's why it looks so bad, and you feel like you're in another decade. Yeah. This is the third-party camera they used for a while that was really shitty, and they call it shit cam. And it was used in India mostly, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, and Ecuador. So you had the right instinct going South America right away, and you're up.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought it was gonna be like Brazil or something.
I mean, close enough. Ecuador's up there. The best way to remember where Ecuador is it's literally called equator.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. 122 miles.
Guayaquil.
Okay, you're now a tourist. Got it. I've earned a new ticket. Okay.
Now you got 22.7K.
Okay, I'm gonna do the 6 out of 10 again. I think.
Okay.
Because it just does new spots, right?
Yeah. If you play again, it'll be on.
Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right, that's not too bad. Desvío al cruce.
Mm-hmm.
Desvío al cruce. What the hell? It all. When I look at it like this, it could be like.
This is a pretty tough one, even for decent players, I would say.
Like, it feels like it would be the Alps or something, but it's too this is too shitty.
Yeah.
So it's probably not.
And also remember the first thing you what was the first thing you said when we started was checking the sun. So do that too.
Okay.
The sun is
southwest.
That's
Okay.
kind of baity, I feel like, though. Just for where this looks like it is, I don't know if we trust the sun so much.
I mean,
Possibly
it is
because
baity because it's like right above, right? Almost.
not just that, but we also could just literally be on the equator where it sort of looks all the way above us.
Oh no.
Check the not that I hate the car meta, but check the car.
How do you check it?
Just you're checking it right now, back and front. Nothing. I was just checking to see if there's like sometimes there's an antenna visible, but sometimes it's blurred properly. Gosh,
It's
the way
Turkey, man. Yeah, it does look like it could be a Turkish village, except for this part. There's no
I hope we
place
don't
in.
get a Turkey location just because I don't want to embarrass my friend Jelotris and get it wrong. The Spanish on that sign is the most important thing, I think.
Yeah.
This view. I think this may be Ecuador again, and if it's not Ecuador,
Wait. Oh, is it the same country still in that 10?
Colombia. See how we're right in the like.
Let's see.
Hey.
Damn. Shout out to, I think it's Spain. Would have been cooked if I listened to you, chatter. Okay.
Yeah, they're trying to get you
Bamboo,
flipped.
Lanchonette, and Pizzeria.
Oh, I love Lanch. One of my favorite
Lanchonette.
things about this country is they love to use I love anywhere that just uses IP freely because they don't give a fuck. And you'll see a lot of Mickey Mouse and SpongeBob just all over the damn place in this country. Hell, you'll see Peter Griffin eating hot dogs on a place that sells pizza, and I love it.
Opone Despachante.
Now, what place would love Lanch?
I don't know what Lanch is.
It's lunch. Lanchonette.
Oh, I have no idea. Baile dos País. Is this Portuguese? I don't
It
know.
sure is.
I don't know the distinction. I mean, I guess like it says pi. This isn't. What's
No,
the
you called it.
What's the marker between? What's the difference between like Spanish and Portuguese?
There's a few. I like to look for do a lot. I look for era, like EIRA type sounds and words. There's a few things. I don't even know a ton. I just have learned to recognize it. This one is not too hard.
En
either,
breve
though.
aquí.
Did you check the
Rinchao.
sun? Did we get a sun check here?
Sun check.
That is
Jesus Christ.
northwest. Yeah, it's northwest.
Okay.
Solidly northwest. So, but it's easier than this. We're in Brazil, but go back to the first sign you looked at. There's a phone code. You could be a big nerd about it.
65.
Okay, and that's easy to remember. I kind of forgot all my ways I know how to remember, but I know that this is the one that is hugging. I think it's with the state that's hugging Paraguay. It's all the way on the inside. They're hugging. Is it Mato Grosso? Or maybe hugging Bolivia. Yeah, go to Mato Grosso do Sul. No, yeah, right where you are. You're good. I think there. Pick a city.
40
Ooh,
miles.
Okay.
God damn.
Okay, dude. Wait, you literally picked the closest larger town.
Hell yeah. I mean, this is gonna be what the Thailand.
No, but you remember what I said about the shit cam and how it was mostly all over this country?
Wait, this is not a shit cam. This doesn't seem like a shit cam.
It's shit quality.
I
That's all,
don't
compared
I
to
don't think
the
it's
other
that
one.
shitty, the quality.
Well, the owner of this camera will love to hear that.
I mean, it's India,
Yeah, I think so.
but it's so massive. India is like
India is not only massive, it's like
so diverse.
they covered it with so many cars, and yeah, it is very diverse. You can have a tropical. I mean, they mapped the islands there. They mapped Andabar and Nikomin, which are like right north of where that missionary went and got spears thrown at him. Sentinel Island.
Oh,
they mapped
what?
all the islands around that now. That got covered last year.
That's crazy. They got Seminole Island too.
No, they didn't go there. Not
Okay,
yet.
I have no idea.
I'll go though if they want me to. I'll put that backpack on.
Let's see
Click
here.
wherever you want. I think you were cooking with latitude though.
Okay, I mean 392
On
miles.
that location, I'm so bad at India. I didn't have. I'm way better at the north. I need to learn more.
Wow, racism.
I know.
I can't tell what's going on here, but it's somewhere
Ripping.
in Africa. That's not the security car, I don't think.
Nope. But you have one of the most famous. I'll let chat tell you about this one.
What?
This is something that all GeoGuessr players learn right away. You see that tape on that bar when you look down? The black tape.
Where?
The black tape on the tip of that bar you're looking at right now.
Oh, this right here on the right
Yep.
side.
That is the Ghana tape.
Wait, so the guy in Ghana that was logging was just he just taped it up.
Yeah, it was probably coming apart at some point, or was holding something else on at some point, but it just got left on there.
That's good to know.
Yep.
How would you
So
know that? I mean, dude, these guys are crazy. Okay, they know everything.
Oman coverage got released a few months ago, and there was a guide on it within like 10 hours or something. Ridiculous.
I'm gonna go here. I don't know.
No, I think you're. Yeah, I was gonna say it feels like it was really maxed north by the soil, but I don't want to look like a big nerd, so I didn't say it.
Okay. We got a bridge here.
Mm-hmm.
Shitty infrastructure.
Can I get a car check?
Despot?
Despot. But I don't know if they're actually. Oh, I think I know where this is already.
Chatter saying USA, no shot. Have you ever seen this? Maybe.
Roads are better than Michigan.
Dude, the potholes are crazy on this. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is actually a meta. The pothole road, a big meta here. A pretty unique place. Unique part of the country too. The rest of the country is not quite this hilly.
I have no fucking idea. I'm just gonna.
Ukraine.
Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Oh, by the way, look, zoom up on those poles above the railroad track. There's a stork nest.
Okay.
That is. And it looks like the stork is home, and it's good luck when the stork is home.
Was that a GeoGuessr thing, or are you just making it up?
Nope. That's just a thing where storks are from.
Okay.
It's like a cultural thing.
Okay. Is they're not busy delivering babies?
Very max southwest Ukraine. It gets hilly, right when it's pushed up against Romania and Poland, all the way over. You're on the flat beach side right now. See where it gets like darker green? That's
Oh yeah.
I think we're somewhere in there. It feels like it. We might just be somewhere in Russia. Boom! You're in
It's near the
Uzhansky
National Park.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're power leveling. You're level 5 already.
I'm gonna try the level 10 map now, and I'm gonna get cooked, I think.
Okay.
A Rainbow World map made by /P custom generated map used for finals of season 0 tournament. Rule focus meant for NM or NMPZ. Okay.
Zero. My team beat Blinky's team for one game. Let it be known. Shout out Blinky.
So are these like Beatty?
Yes.
Is that a tornado?
I
What the hell?
I don't even know, dude. I can't tell you a thing about this. I'm just kidding. This one is pretty tough though, and it's in my probably worst continent. I would say, the continent I'm worst at. I would say not what I think is the worst. You have to stay tuned for my continent tier list.
Okay, Southwest.
Yeah, the sun is nice and south.
I mean, this is a unique tree. Is that that's not a cherry blossom, is it?
It may be some sort of cherry or crab apple or something. I'm not sure actually.
It looks kind of. I mean, it does look kind of Japanese. No. Okay, chat. Wait, did I get it right? No, they're saying
dogwood might be right. I don't think it's like we have the. Did you ever have the cum trees near you when you were in New Jersey?
Oh, the ones that smell like cum?
Bradford pear. Yeah, that's the cum trees, I think, right?
Oh, ew. Okay, solar panels. Woke. This is kind of looks like a nice house.
Yeah, it looks like a nice area. It's weird. Can you zoom in on that pole way out in the distance?
Where? Oh, this?
Yeah. Oh, it's I think we're just in the countryside of is that
Ingerland? No.
No, I feel like this may just be Germany. I feel like it's the poles that they borrowed from that look like the Czech poles. Well, now that you moved, it's gonna make it easier. Just kidding. More info in town.
Yeah, I mean, oops, no, wrong way.
They may not have even driven that. Oh, there you go. They gave you a little arrows to go the other way.
Okay. All right. I mean, I have no idea. This bump sign.
I would say throw it down. Yeah, I'd say I still feel like it. Throw it down right in the middle of Germany. It was Czechia. They did not borrow those. They did not borrow the poles. It really was just their poles. It was just Czechia.
Okay.
I brought shame to my family. Ooh, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Wait, is that a checkpoint? What's happening here?
Construction. It looks like they're just directing people off.
Yeah.
Wait, do they have a real person standing there, or is it a cutout?
I think it's a cutout.
Okay, dude. Look at this guy. Holy shit. He looks like Deathstroke.
He has a gun. Wait,
do you know where this is?
This looks like. Wait, hold on. I mean,
you're about
the G3 looks like it's Turkish, but it is Turkey.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Turkey.
Go.
That's I noticed it not from the roads or the vegetation, but from the kit that the fake soldier had.
All right, GeoGuesser, I see what you're doing. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, but I have no
Look at those
idea.
big hills. The big hills to the east. You can kind of see in
It
the
could be.
distance.
I mean, this could be anything. This could be like Ankara, but like a suburb,
could be.
like far out. But I feel like I would recognize it better if it was Ankara. There are parts of Ankara that look like this.
Yeah,
but I don't think it is.
Be closer down towards.
Why don't they show license plates? I could tell you exactly where it is if they had the license plates.
I was thinking of somewhere between like Kayseri and Adana, but I don't know where. Maybe even Karaman, because of where those hills are. I don't know. It feels south coast-ish, but I don't know. I can't see it.
Chatters are right. I do think this could be Antalya with the vegetation.
Hey, you go with your gut.
Akdeniz'i de Konya. Ay, yok artık. It could be anywhere, dude. Oh my god. It was in Malatya.
Ooh.
That is so far off. It is not Western Turkey at all. I've disrespected my ancestors. I've brought grave dishonor to my family. Fake Turk.
Turkey is it's pretty tough. There's a couple people that are gods at Turkey, like Jalotris. Jalotris does the commentary on the Weekend World League, and we love him. A beautiful Turkish man.
I want to shout out GeoGuesser. If you click on the panel, by the way, underneath my thing, you can go and sign off, and you get, if you use my link and promo code HasanAbi25 for 25% off your first purchase. For the record, people in the chat are calling me Greek.
Ooh.
They're right. It's a L, but I'll take it. Okay, so this is northeast.
Hasan, I mean this in many ways. Never become Greek.
Yo, I will never. This is crazy. It's not even a road, man. What the hell am I looking at here?
This is actually probably the most important road to all those people. Look at the sun again.
Northeast. Or is it not?
Yeah, it's hard to tell with the cloud, but I think you're right.
No, it was northeast initially when there was no cloud. I could see it. Oh, right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're definitely south.
Yeah.
South hemisphere. But dude, I think you're getting the craziest luck ever, and I think this may be Ecuador.
What the hell happened? Why did my cam go away?
Now you're trying to be me, dude. No cam.
Wait, where did my cam go? Did I accidentally like flick it off the? Hold on. Okay, that was crazy. I don't know what happened. I think I like accidentally flicked my mouse too hard.
It's such a beautiful game. Get too intense.
Yeah.
I think this may be Ecuador again.
That's crazy. Why is it always Ecuador?
And it feels like it may be go north of Quito. Actually, go north of Ibarra, north of Quito. Put it somewhere over there. Oh
it is in Mexico.
All right, I'll see you guys later. I'm just kidding. I don't want to trust that sun either.
How do I get jebaited by the sun like that? I thought this was.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we can't trust the sun all the time.
That's crazy.
It's like my dad can't trust
corn
the sun.
On the side of the road. Weed plants.
Ooh. You're gonna like this one a lot, actually. Now look down at the see this big blur under the car. This is an interesting one. You're able to tell that this is low cam.
What?
Yeah. Just keep driving around.
What do you mean? Like
it means literally what it sounds like. The cam is lower to the ground for this country. And the reason they did that, when they first did it, the cam was too tall and it was seeing in people's backyards and can see their naughty bits. So they had to remap the entire thing.
That's crazy.
And that is why
this is some thick vegetation.
Switzerland also has low cam.
Which countries have low cam?
This one, Switzerland, Sri Lanka, and one county in Taiwan by accident.
That's crazy to know all of this, man. What the hell?
I know, and guess what? The guy you're playing with after me knows even more.
Okay. I don't even know how we're gonna be playing it. Like timed?
I'm sure it'll be timed a bit, but the way it goes is it's usually time after
looks
guess. So
Asian.
we'll probably wait for you guys to guess.
This house looks kind of Asian.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
There's actually a ton of metas in this country to learn, even if you can't read the language, which is cool.
Is this Japan? No.
Yes, it is.
Oh my god! I noticed it from the electrical poles.
Trees. Nice. And you know what's cool? See the pole? If you zoom it again, if you look at the pole face on, it has plates on it the electrical pole. Look at the one to your south. This one right by you. Now look down at the bottom of it, towards the bottom. See those? Go back up a little bit. It's kind of faded on this one. Go back up a little more.
Oh,
Right
this.
there. That right there is a regional plate. I'll tell you where you are. I actually don't even know this one. So when I don't know it, I put it right west of Tokyo, like a fucking genius. It's probably on the other coast actually, but you put it wherever
Choshi.
you want.
Wait, maybe I can cheat. Hold on.
You're gonna try to match the characters up to the city?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're my kind of GeoGuessr gamer, man. Oh, you're my kind of gamer for sure.
I mean, there's too
Looking
many.
for a little dirt road for 4 hours type shit.
There's too much. That's.
I think you had a weeaboo read it in chat, and they said it was Kyoto. If you want to believe that.
Let's see. Oops. Wait, where the fuck is Kyoto?
You got to zoom a little bit for Kyoto. It's weird.
Kyoto. Click Obama.
Oh, actually, Obama's a good call. Obama's like the dead center of Japan. It's awesome.
I'm just gonna put it here.
That's a good shout.
There's no. It was fucking
It
not
was further
in.
north.
It was not in Kyoto at all, dude. Y'all are.
All right, we're banning everybody that says Kyoto. We get a 30-year
Yeah.
nuke on the word Kyoto right now. Wait, no nukes on Japan.
Yeah, no nukes.
Scratch that.
Okay, what do we got here? What is that? Like a fucking Renault? No, or a Fiat? Some European.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely
Fix
European.
it again, Tony.
This is definitely European. Let me see. LS. I can't read that. Fuck. Welger.
They probably can't even read it, knowing these people. Sorry.
That's a Benz? No, it's not. Mercedes, tractors. Wait.
How many chatters from this country are awake right now? They'll probably already know it. Ooh, a Mazda.
Oh wait, no. This is like people are saying Poland, but isn't this like Switzerland?
The only thing I'll give them is that the roofs from the very first pan around looked Polish, but that right there is what's called Alpine motif.
Yeah.
It's this. Switzerland would be a good call, but Switzerland has low cam, and this is not low cam. I think this is somewhere in Bavaria, somewhere around there,
Bavaria.
southwestern Germany-ish.
I'm gonna say Stuttgart.
Or it's not here at all. And I'm gonna be an
We'll
idiot.
see. Oh shit!
You picked a good city too. I'm
Yeah.
awful at Germany.
Stuttgart.
So that's a little way. Sometimes that works in Germany. Is you can go with the Bavarian looking housing, go to Bavaria.
Okay, we got 6 more minutes until it's showdown time, and
Okay.
and okay, what the fuck? I mean, this is American, I think. No, I feel like I've seen those in America.
I actually didn't know. Like I actually did feel like this. Check the sun on this one because there's no clouds at all. Sun.
Okay, this is going to be a Beatty sun again. It's too high up. These guys need to stop doing this at this hour. Okay.
Freaking rainbow world, man. This map, it's not easy.
Every time the sun is.
I would say that's north. I would say it's north, and the way everything looks, I think we could trust it this time. But let me give another pan around.
Okay, red soil.
Very. Ooh, wait! Look at that little antenna right there
Where? Oh,
on
this?
the car. Little dongle. Yep.
What's the meta for that?
shows you exactly where you need to go. Well, in this car, since we're driving on the British side of the road, this.
Oh, true.
But with the sun north, not Australia, chat.
New Zealand?
Nope. Oh, New Zealand. The Kiwis are not going to be happy you called this New Zealand. Dustiest road in the country. No, this is, shout out Little Bear, this is South Africa.
Wait, what am I going? Okay. I'm going to go and say it's.
I think it'll be somewhere within like 80 minutes from Joburg.
Really?
Yeah. Somewhere near the capitals. Hey.
102 miles. It's on the other side of Joburg.
Guy's kicking ass.
Okay, these are crazy. Okay, southeast.
You got this shit.
Farmland, boring ass long.
There's a really cool meta here because I hate looking at countries this pretty too because I don't live here. But look at the pole. Look at the poles next to you. The utility poles. Get up close to one, and it should have a little blue sticker on it.
It does.
There it is. That is French, so it can save you a lot of time.
Oh,
you find that little blue sticker.
I mean, it is lovely.
Now, if you ask me what region, no idea. I would try to 5-head this, and it would end up being like right by Paris. every time.
You think no?
Be surprised.
It's far. Like,
I mean, yeah, it was pretty far. It was pretty far. I'm bad at France though.
okay.
It was France.
All right, we got a couple more to fire off. Okay, red on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is this the wrong side of the road?
No, it's the right one. There's the back antenna. You're good. The antenna's not showing now. It was showing. It's blurred again. You're on. It's kind of hard to tell, but you're on the right side of the road.
Oh, it is the right side of the road. Yeah, it is the right side of the road. Okay. Vroom, vroom, vroom. I'm passing. I'm burning through these mean streets.
There's a way to go really fast too if you hold enter while you're holding W. Oh no, yeah, it's enter while holding W.
I'm doing it. It's not working.
Fuck. Did they fix it? Maybe it's not working on that keyboard.
I'm speeding. Dude, holy shit.
Some of my friends that play moving, they speed. They go so fast. Oh, space and W. I don't like using space, though. I use enter instead because space makes you guess if you have your arrow down already. Bad habit.
Space and W is not working either. I don't think.
Oh, sorry. Hold the arrow with your cursor, then hit space.
Oh my God, we're beaming.
Yeah. This is
Okay,
how you fucking
what
own
the
people in
fuck,
moving.
bro? This is miles and miles and Oh wait.
Don't tell the people you're playing against. Don't tell them. Don't reveal the tech.
Okay, I won't. But I think all of us are in a team against.
I know. I'm just kidding. He's a monster. One of the best players I know. Also, one of the only players I can say has more games than me.
Not in North America though, because he's not from there. Okay, I've never seen these fucking signs before.
You have a beautiful little bollard. Oh, every time I say bollard, I end up doing my GeoGuesser Andrew Tate.
What is this?
I'll hold myself.
Those are German signs, is what chatters are saying. Wait.
And those chatters. Those chatters are going to start an international event.
Okay, hold on. Rent a car.
Rent a car. So we're probably in a touristy place if we're in a place like this with English, because here's the thing. See that bollard right there?
Mm-hmm.
That bollard is in a few places. With
What is a
the red
bollard?
on the other side, that right there, yep.
Uh-huh.
You're looking at the back of it. On the other side of the road, there's one you can see in the front. Right there. There you go. And there's red. Those are in Bulgaria, Croatia, and Hungary mostly. I think out of those, this looks like Croatia.
Croatia, I think.
The pavement looks so Bulgarian, though. I can't get over it.
Okay, let's do Bulgaria then.
Wherever you feel.
Fuck it.
Okay.
Damn. All right,
Okay.
last one. All right, we got another truck meta.
Yes! Yes!
Wait, why?
You see where we are?
Is it the
Look
United
around
States?
you.
It feels like the United States
Oh,
of
I
America.
wish it was. This is a new truck that was used in this country, and they covered so many more remote roads that cars couldn't get to, and it was beautiful. See that bollard right there? It's very important. When you just passed.
I don't. Where is the bollard?
You passed it. Don't worry. You can keep going. You want me to give you a small hint since we're running out of time?
Sure. Oh.
Well, you don't need it now.
Oh, dude, it's Turkey as well. God damn.
Let's go.
Okay.
You might have been on this road. Actually, I don't know where this is though. I would put this somewhere north central and forget about it. Yeah, I think this is another Volkswagen Amadoro they used to. Actually, no, this might have been the Hilux.
HasanAbi
I
Greek
think the Amadoro
confirmed.
has the roof has those two things on the Amadoro.
This is interesting right here. At first, I was gonna say like Bolu. There's so many mountains in Turkey.
I don't think Bolu is too bad of a.
But
guess.
I don't like this seems weird for Bolu.
I don't know what kind of industry they have going on there. That's just a big scar out of the earth from whatever they're digging up.
Okay,
They might
let's
just be
see.
making bricks.
Fuck.
Oh dang! There's your Antalya. That's tricky though. I would never go that south. I'm not the best at Turkey, but that's a kind of baity one.
Milano, Venezia.
Easy. This is 5Kable too. Without even moving, you could 5K this even as a brand new player. Oh, those are cool. Cool art.
Grapes.
On the first sign you saw, they had the highway numbers on there as well.
Where? Oh, Treviso 55.
A31 and the A4. It's where the
Okay.
A31 and the A4 meets, and it's 55 miles northwest of Treviso.
I don't know where the fuck Treviso is,
You and me both.
but it's got to be. Look at the license plate. Wait, what? No.
Oh yeah, it is a good meta for license plates in Italy. They have a double strip on them, but we didn't really need it here because it's like an intersection. But
Fuck
the
it.
chatter is
Gonna
correct.
say this.
Nice.
Okay, 30 miles, not bad.
Yeah, you would have 5K that if you had time.
Oh,
Yeah,
all
I
right.
think you had 22K per game, man.
Is that? I don't know if that's good or not. Okay.
Really good.
Okay, stream team 1, stream team 2. All right, thank you, M Hud, so much. I'm gonna dive
Thank
into
you.
it
It's
now.
really fun. Do it again sometime. Take care. Bye, chat.
All right, bye.
Peace.
I'm gonna try to make you proud. Okay. Where is it? Team am I on? Dude, I love me. It's like just playing till we ready. Dude, GeoGuessr is awesome. Actually, hold on, I gotta pee real quick. Yes, just need to pee. Okay, I'm gonna pee real quick. I'll be back. Okay, stop coming, chat. Stop coming. We're doing an ad. Scatter. Stop kissing. Scatter. Okay. Ready. Hello?
Obviously.
Hello?
Hey, we got a mole. This isn't your team, buddy.
Oh, wait. Am I in stream team 1? I'm sorry. I was trying to pick up on tactics ahead of time.
Wait,
you know?
we can switch teams if you want.
No, I
Wait,
don't.
Saturday, what the fuck, man?
This is
I mean, what the
crazy,
frick?
Sam.
Sorry,
This
my
is
bad.
treason.
What?
This is treason.
I don't care. I'm just gonna say the teams are unbalanced. They're really unbalanced.
Because we're gonna win so hard.
Hello. Huh? Because I'm stupid, bro. That's why.
No, I'm also stupid. So
I just played a 12-round game of Duels GeoGuessr. Like, how does that even happen?
Well,
You lost? How
it's
do you
okay.
lose?
You got me on your team, Sam. So we're gonna win.
I won. Okay. Well,
I feel like
we'll
Sam.
see.
I feel like you're just good at every game you play. Like for some freaking reason, it's annoying.
Well, like video games, like regular video games, not GeoGuessr.
Listen, you don't know until you try.
I guess we'll see. Guess we will see.
Yeah, Sam, I mean, you're pretty good at Fortnite, so I agree with her.
I'm good at. Yeah, I am. Well, yeah. Wait, my thing's broken.
Listen, I got Latin America. All right, I got Latin America. You know.
Why do you have Latin America, huh?
Because I could tell. I know my countries in Latin America. Okay, I could tell Spain and Portugal because for no unaffiliated reasons.
Unaffiliated.
And then South. We could guess the rest of the world.
Okay, let's get it started. Easy.
I don't care. I'm using my.
Okay, I'm still in here. I'm actually logging everything you guys are saying just so I can get a better understanding. But now I'm gonna go back to my
All right. Well,
team.
we were lying.
We're
We're
not
lying.
Yeah, good luck, buddy. Good luck, buddy.
Versing each other, are we? We are.
I guess. I thought we were versing.
other.
I thought 7 of us
A
were getting
pro.
together to verse the pro, but we'll see. We'll see how this works.
You got-
Okay, I'm
you
going
got
into my
sick.
team.
You got sick.
Good luck,
All right,
guys.
good luck.
Oh man, Elam is on my team.
Son.
Oh my God, you
Hello.
better be.
Oh
my God.
The British geography coming into play. You
Yeah.
best believe, brother. We good.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
We got Magaluf lockdown and Ibiza. Okay.
Hey, you're a bad guy. You're
Yeah.
a bad guy. brother.
Elam, I went to a beautification place in Japan.
You look good.
And they made me look like you, dude. They made me They made me into a chav.
Okay, you think I'm a chav? There ain't no way you just said that.
No, sorry. It's the bingo, bro.
It's the bingo, bruv. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
He's
no,
the guys. He's
it's no
just
bingo.
salty. I mean, look, you got a bust fade now, bro. It look good. It look good. I'm gonna say it.
Bro, you guys colonized half of the planet. You better be coming in clutch with the knowledge.
And we colonized your haircut as well.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll carry. I'm a high school dropout.
I
Me and Johnny did pretty good. We just practiced.
Well, we did mess up on Disneyland, but that was because of me.
Disney.
Wait, you got Disneyland?
Yeah, but I thought it was a different Disneyland.
Okay, but I think that's kind of valid. We got Legoland. I did not. I chose Florida. Do you guys have a Legoland in America?
Yeah, I used to go there, but now
where's
I don't.
that at?
When I was a kid, Legoland, probably in California somewhere.
And okay, well now I've learned. Well, guys, we could always wait. Is Zigzag joining, and then we just like switch between, or is it like a?
Yeah, or
are we
how
going
do we
against the other
start?
team?
Should we just fire it up right now? Like, what
I'm
are we
thinking
doing?
maybe we just get a lobby together, right? We just start playing.
They told
some
us
more
that you
games
guys,
in?
they told us you guys should figure everything out. And me and Johnny just follow
Yeah.
along. I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
We
they
figure
said
what
just
out?
sit
How do
here.
we do this?
Why don't we
This
just
thing-
join? Why don't we just make a lobby, you guys? You know,
Everybody
I just,
sound
like-
off. Everybody sound off in the team for my chat.
Sound off?
Yeah, Elam, starting with yourself.
Hi, I'm Elam, and I'm British, and Hassan bullies me in basketball. Pleasure to meet you.
Actually, he's American now. He's moved.
I
to
do
the
live in
States.
LA now, though.
Yeah, Saikuno also in the building, And we got two very special guests. Go ahead, guys.
Yes. I thought sound off meant turn off your sound.
Oh, no.
I'm Johnny.
Yeah. We got Johnny in the building and
guy.
I'm Jake, and I'm a professional geoguesser.
Yeah, he is.
Wait, you're a professional?
Pretty
Good. As good as that one dude.
What, Rainbow?
Yeah, Rainbow.
Yeah, Rainbow.
What is your opinion of Rainbow?
Yeah. Do you guys have beef? Is that spill the drama? So about team.
No, we're pretty chill. I mean, I taught them everything they know. So.
Oh,
dang.
Interesting. That's high praise. I'm excited for you to carry us, Jake.
Yeah, you're putting a lot on yourself.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I think we're set.
Let's do. Wait, Psych. How do you make a lobby?
Why are you asking me? You're the one sponsored. I'm just here for fun.
Sykes is here for free. Sykes just here for the vibes.
Yeah, bro. I was just like, yo, everyone's playing GeoGuessr. I'll play.
He's Mr. GeoGuessr, huh?
Yeah, Mr. John
I'm not
GeoGuessr.
good at it, but it's fun.
Psycho, why don't you come to Japan with us?
Well, actually, I'm going in like a month.
You are?
You're going
because of the game, right? You won the thing.
Go on. Hassan was about to say something.
So you chose not because you chose to go with another group.
No,
I
guess.
did.
It's I didn't choose that. I have a Street Fighter tournament.
Oh, I thought it was that. Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. So like they chose it, the date.
Wait, is that the one where you won? Did you win but you didn't win? Did you?
Yeah,
you won?
the one where like I literally only won 2 matches in the entire thing, but it's a team tournament. So
honestly. Wait, and they're flying you out?
They're telling us to balance the team, so I don't know. That's what they said. Feel free to do at least.
How are we?
Wait,
I don't know how anyone
How do
plays.
we balance it out?
I think this is balanced, honestly.
I think
it doesn't go by the
5 and 3.
best guess anyway.
I like this.
5 and 3 is fine.
Yeah,
I'm so bad.
Wait,
so
is it 5 against?
I'm not.
3?
Yeah,
I'm comfortable here now, so I'm not.
I'm
comfortable. Places I've been.
I mean, it goes by the best guess anyway. So the pros.
Hello,
are probably
everybody.
just gonna be carry.
All right, now we got 6 people
Hello.
on this one.
And I
Okay, I have come on behalf of Stream 2 as their counsel to pitch if one of you guys would kindly and generously join our team.
Well, Jake and I are conjoined.
I mean, Sakuno are conjoined with Hassan.
No,
that's crazy that you guys are kicking.
Guys, it can't be. You guys, it can't be 6v3.
Wait, why not?
5v3.
If I separate
Why
from
not?
Johnny, I might start screaming.
Yeah, you will.
I don't think. I feel like that sounds fine.
It will echo into my room.
Wait, yeah, you can't do that to them.
Yeah,
I feel
okay,
like I feel like
you
it's
know
only
what?
natural to split them up.
You know what?
It
I'll,
is?
I'll do it. I'll take the L here. We're gonna lose, but no matter which team I go into,
Wait, Hassan.
I'll give you guys a glorious victory. I can't believe I'm getting kicked out of my team. That's wild.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, first Ellen doesn't go to Japan with you, then he kicks you
Okay,
off the
right.
team.
That isn't fair.
That's crazy.
It's true. You're
Okay.
right, Saikuno. I already
Oh.
forgot that
Did that.
you also didn't come to Japan.
Yeah,
with
I
me.
did. I
only didn't
thought I
go 'cause
dodged the
I'm going
bullet.
for a
I'll be
Street
so
Fighter
real.
tournament in literally a month. So like, I just feel like going
Dude,
twice would be.
And I just moved
you
to
know what I
LA.
mean?
That's a lot of flying, man.
Yeah. This is
You know?
Welcome.
this is like the last person getting picked on gym class, but this time it's GeoGuessr.
Well, now you know how I feel whenever we play basketball, man.
Oh no!
What's
All
left?
right, I'm going
Still
down
lost.
there. I'm going
Oh
down
my
there.
god.
Best of luck.
Bye, guys. All right, we have to defeat them. We have to defeat
All right,
them.
Play ranked.
I brought another
Can we get
teammate.
Hassan? Let's go.
We have to destroy them with intensity. Okay? Do you understand? Because they kicked
Yeah,
me
the
out.
codependence disgusts me.
Yeah.
They hit you with the double spy.
Yeah. Okay. So, everybody, can you guys sound off for my chat? Who I'm playing with?
Yeah. Wait, so we just like say our names? Is that what you
Yeah.
want?
Yeah.
I'm Sapnap.
You got Sapnap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm Andre, typical gamer.
All right. Typical gamer. And
And my name is Nicole.
okay. All right. Let's do it. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. What are we doing?
We gotta add each. How do we do this? We have to fight them.
But I don't know how we're gonna do that.
Wait, hold up. We can read the brief.
We all have very great qualities here.
Party.
Okay, we
Oh,
got the
wait.
we're
Just click on this link. How about that? Wait, hold on. I put a quotation mark in there, an accident, or a comma, or what's
Okay.
it called? An
Is
asterisk.
this a map that you made or something? What's going on?
No, I'm inviting you guys to a party. Look, you're all in my. Whoa. Wait, the other people are in here. They're all in here. Look, they're all in here.
In where?
In
They're
the
not supposed to
party.
be in here?
Bro.
Click on the link. They're in the party.
Click the link, bro. They're in the party.
There's
We
no
got-
code I need to hide, right? Because I don't want to dox.
No, I don't know.
Hold on, I gotta type it in because I got stream PC.
Holy noob. Okay, wait. We need the rest of the people. Everyone, click this link.
So what am I just? I used to watch Typical when I was 11. I'm 21 now. I feel old.
Damn.
Typical Gamer was the first YouTube streamer. It's crazy.
That's
making you feel old, man.
God damn, first YouTube streamer. Holy hell. That's like you got artifacts.
Back in 1846, dude.
Yeah, you know the ancient lore.
Yeah, they call me Unk now, unfortunately.
They call me Unk too. I'm 33, so.
Oh, I'm 32.
33, 36. I'm kidding.
36.
Yeah, I'm 33, so I'm definitely Unk territory. Trust.
Yeah, bro,
I think you're big bro territory. I think you have till 35 to be Unk.
That is true. That is technically
I saw that
true.
post.
Yeah, the council decided that you're big bro until 35, so we're good.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so what are we doing? We're just kind of sitting in Sapnap's party.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We got
have
8
everyone
people in here.
Hold on, I have everyone in here. How do I make this a 4v4?
Why is Sykkuno verified?
Oh
Why
my
should I-
God, he is verified. Oh no,
That
Oh,
seems
no.
like that seems like he plays us too much.
That's
also Jake Weber has a little
crazy.
star.
Team duels. Look. Oh. Wait,
Oh.
I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
Wait, no, I'm on Sykkuno's team.
Wait,
Wait.
what?
Switch teams. Switch teams. Switch to the right teams.
Okay, switch teams
Okay.
according to what's going on.
Yeah.
Or
Okay,
oh,
I'm actually.
oh.
How am I cooking right now?
Okay, wait. They have to. Why?
That's crazy
Okay,
that they
okay,
have.
I'm switching over here.
That's
Okay,
crazy
we need
that they
you,
have a
Sap. There we
star
go.
player and a player that is. Wait, this doesn't make sense. We got to rebalance the teams, I think.
No, this is good. Let it ride. Let it ride. Let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes.
Should we just start it?
Just start it. Just start it.
Oh no, I'm getting so many notifications now. How the fuck do I turn this off? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Is
Wait,
this
I did it.
time?
We're starting.
Is
Here
this
we go, here we
time? Movement? No
I don't
movement?
know.
What the heck is this?
Oh my god.
No, this
there's
is Mexico for
bricks.
sure.
No, guys. Everyone, wait. Are you guys moving around? Or am I controlling everything?
No, I'm moving around.
Hold on,
Okay.
hold
All right,
on.
listen. There's a sign that says Corrientes.
Venta de Lana. What does that mean?
This is Latin America. This is Latin America. I
This
think.
is South or Latin America, I think. Yeah.
Okay, do we have to guess first? Let's just.
Corrientes.
I think we just hit it on Mexico City. Honestly.
You know what? I'm going Argentina.
Oh, I don't know.
Argentina.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, I'm going-
sound off.
going
Nico,
Argentina.
what's happening?
Okay. I think this is Latin America. Let's just go to let's just go to
Acosta.
like Central. I'm gonna put Guatemala.
I
I put Mexico City, I'm gonna be honest.
Argentina, but guys,
Bro, why,
Mexico's
Sap?
crazy. Oh.
Oh,
you were actually so right. You were actually so right. dude.
wait.
You guys are lucky.
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
here.
Joe,
Just
so
so you
right.
guys.
Yo,
Oh my
we
God,
just
I was
crushed them.
thinking-
We just crushed them.
That's crazy. Don't choose the same location.
They're
True.
their guess
Okay.
is really bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Hold
Okay.
up.
This
Wait, I feel like this is Malaysia.
Could be Malaysia or
Crazy. Just throwing it out there.
No,
Yo,
no.
I
it's
see
not.
ducks.
It's
This guy's
I see
not.
pissing
ducks.
on the road. This guy's literally pissing on the side of the street.
Okay. Hold up. You're not.
I
You're
see
not
ducks.
wrong. You're cooking, but I think it's Thailand because of the.
Yeah,
it's Thailand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the architecture,
I'm feeling
Thailand.
that.
Yeah.
Or
If
thinking,
someone
Phuket
going like.
or Bangkok.
All right, I'm going Malaysia. You guys
I'm
pop at
going.
Thailand.
I'm going Vietnam, Cambodia. I'm going Cambodia. Yes.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
wait, hold
That
on.
ranking
God.
sucks. These guys are really guessing Nepal. They're trolling.
Okay.
Flawless. Wow.
Yay.
Wait.
We just crushed
Wait,
them.
no,
Okay,
they
there you go.
I'm
destroyed
so
us.
confused.
Wait, what?
Nico's.
Wait, Nico and what is happening? Nico and
confused.
Snapnap are. Wait, are you guys
We
on
won.
the opposing team? What's happening?
Okay, we gotta.
No. I think it's because we got the closest guesses, so
Oh,
then
true,
you guys
true,
got
true. All right,
taken
so
out.
press continue.
Yeah. Clint,
Oh, that
yeah,
was
we're
a
going again.
practice
We
run.
won the first one.
Okay. I'm not confused at all.
Okay, I think
I
we're doing
swear
good,
you
though.
guys are on the other team. I'm not in trouble.
Bro.
I think you guys are on the other
Wait,
team.
what the fuck? Mine is just white.
Yeah, flashback.
Yeah, mine is
Move,
just
you have to move.
right.
You have to move. Click the arrows on the bottom.
I'm clicking
Move.
it. I'm flashbang.
It's not. It's just what?
All right, it's all up to me. I'm the only one that can see.
Antarctica.
Wait, this guy guessed? Where are we?
I guess Antarctica, because it's all white.
Wait, what is happening?
that
What is
too.
it?
That's why I'm literally
okay.
the goat. That is why I am the goat.
Wait, what? How?
Wait,
what-
you're kind of.
I just
you're kind of
soloed-
insane.
Wait, how did that happen?
Soloed. Wait, did you see stuff?
Someone
Yeah, I
said
could see
you got to
things.
refresh when you see a white screen.
I'm
Refresh.
refreshing. Yeah.
You can still see a white screen?
Yeah, it's still a white screen for me. We're getting sabotaged.
I carried us. We beat them that round.
This is very green. I don't know where
Klein
we're at.
Floto. Start. Okay, this is like.
What's your guess?
This is like
I'm going
Russia somewhere.
Landkreis? You're going Russia? No.
I'm going Germany. I'm going
No,
Germany.
Yeah.
No, I messed up.
Dusseldorf. Oh fuck! I couldn't click.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
God damn it! I fucking couldn't click.
That was so good. You're doing so good. What the heck? Oh.
This place is nice, bro. I want to go here.
It's like
This is
somewhere in
France?
Europe.
Place.
France?
Europe for sure.
No, this is like Sweden. Look at it's
Konsum. It is. I think it's
Where are you seeing the
Switzerland.
sign?
I think it's Switzerland.
So, okay, why don't we hit like multiple?
I'm gonna go
Nordic
Switzerland.
countries. I'm gonna put
Okay.
Denmark.
Wait, why can't I pick? Oh,
yeah, I think
guess.
Denmark's good. I'm gonna go. I'm
going
gonna throw,
Copenhagen
I'm gonna
just in
throw
case, you know?
Sweden just in case. Just in case. I think it's
Stockholm.
Oh, Stockholm.
Wow, they're getting bodied. I think they are. I mean, okay. Why? I think the teams are wrong.
Oh, I think because we were winning, we were only doing 2v4, and so now you guys are gonna go. I think.
What?
So it was me and Sap, and then now it's gonna be TG and Hassan.
No, I was voting too, though.
I think, guys. I think.
I was voting.
It just. I don't think the end has anything to do with anything. I think we're all voting.
Oh.
Listen, I think it's whoever gets the closest on your team. Like that's like the point. That's the one that.
No, it's
it
just showing
chooses.
2 of each team. That's all it's doing. All right, let's
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
again. Let's do it again. Okay.
All right. So
Okay.
I mean, we're
Hassan, please come back. 5v3. We need it. That's crazy.
They kicked you out, Hassan. Remember that.
Yeah, they
No,
kicked you out,
kicked
bro.
me. No, they can't call me back.
don't forget who you are. Don't forget who you are.
How is Saikuno verified but like not cooking? I don't understand.
Shameless, man.
Sad state affairs. I'm
Oh,
flashbang.
Okay,
I'm
refresh,
flashbang.
refresh.
Flashbang.
Okay, okay.
Oh my gosh. Nebraska. No, I have no idea. I can't even.
Okay,
I have nothing.
Saikuno is hard trolling, bro. He's just
I'm
guessing
being
instantly.
sabotaged. I'm being sabotaged. I have no
What is this?
I just went somewhere in America. I don't know. I just picked it because I was panicking.
I'm
Because
playing
Yeah, I'm going to the middle here
Oh,
too.
it's not
Bro, I don't
America.
know
I don't
why.
think it's.
Oh,
Oh,
it's-
no!
it's Ireland.
You
It's
guys are literally
Ireland.
so blessed I exist.
Okay, you're not getting flashbanged every time. It takes you 8
Yeah,
seconds to
why
reload
am
this
I
page,
getting
right?
flashbanged every time? I don't
I think it's a
understand.
sabotage. I think it's a sabotage.
How does that? Why is that happening?
Okay.
We're in Europe.
Rusty
We're in
Cars.
Europe. We're in Europe. We are in Europe.
Wait, what? Ülker is a Turkish brand, but Sparkasse is not Turkish. Halkbank. Oh, it's in Turkey. This is Turkey. But I don't understand
I don't
what
think it is in
Sparkasse
Turkey.
is. Wait, maybe it's Cyprus. Cyprus. North
Cops-
Cyprus.
Wait, it says
North
cops
Cyprus.
dash pigs.
North Cyprus. North Cyprus. Final.
I don't think so.
Final is
Keep it
crazy.
real. I'm throwing a Belarus on you.
I don't know.
It's Turkey. Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm saying I got real close.
What?
North Macedonia.
Nice.
Yeah, business on top.
Wait, how? Those are all Turkish. Wait,
Business on top.
Did you guys see? Wait.
Yo!
We're in the desert. Holy. Wait, there's Arabic on the
Confredex.
side here?
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
definitely like.
Instalock somewhere. I'm going Riyadh.
Okay, I'm going to.
I'm going North Africa.
What? No.
No?
No. I'm going back Baghdad. It's
I-
definitely,
I-
it's definitely,
I put-
it's hardcore Middle East, but it's, I guess actually it could be Egypt. No, you're right. It could be Northern
Oh,
Africa.
Greece?
Okay, I'm
You're
going.
actually right. No, you're right. You're right. I was wrong
I
for
should have
that.
done Tunisia.
You should have. You should have.
Okay, wait. Are they? Oh wait, we're still
We're
winning.
still
We're
losing.
closer. They
Yeah.
haven't even won a single round, like once.
God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna trust my instincts this time.
China.
Wait, these are. No,
I see
China's
that-
not on the map. I don't think. It
Really?
is
What do you?
Jalan Rimba. It's got Arabic lettering again. Or wait, is that? Yeah, it is Arabic.
Big
but
data, unlimited. This chat social speeds.
Wait, is China actually not on the map?
No, it's not. It's Arabic. It's a Muslim. It's gonna be
Oh, it's
Malaysia.
It's Malaysia.
Wait, where the? Guess. Okay.
I got it.
It's
Where's-
hard.
I don't know
It's
where
so
that is.
hard to actually.
Wow.
Wow, these guys suck.
We
This
just
is
triple stacked
embarrassing.
them. Triple stacked them.
I do
God
not-
damn.
Bro, this guy gets Peru and Brazil.
1.5.
Like what? That doesn't make sense at all. Make it make sense. All right, let's
Oh,
lock in
this
here.
is-
Okay. Seems
Depending
nice.
on which side of the road this is, could be Australia maybe, or not Australia.
Okay,
no.
Saikuno's just
No,
guessing
no,
to
no.
guess, bro. I'm convinced.
What is this Bolt car? It's a Bolt car. As a
It's
little
in Europe. It's in Europe. It's in Europe.
It's in Europe for
somewhere.
sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna
It's
go
a
with
CZ.
Austria.
CZ. What's CZ? Ah!
Oh, check. It's check. It's check.
No, I couldn't even click it. Did I click it? I did click it. Oh,
No,
I'm good.
We
We're good.
won.
Oh my god, I'm getting carried.
Wow, they just all.
Oh,
I didn't even click.
Let's
wow,
go.
that's
Swala
damage.
la la.
Dude, why is this so fast? I don't understand. Okay, hold on.
Hajj
Hauge
Ball Market.
Baumkark- What the
This is
hell?
like
Bran Nertal Buserberg Brang back
Bro.
on in Germany?
Belgium? No, I don't know.
No,
I'm
I think
saying
it's, I forgot the country.
I'm
but
going
I think
Czechia.
it's Slovakia.
Luxembourg.
I'm going Slovakia, bro.
Oh,
Oh, it was Switzerland. I knew it. It's crazy.
Saikuno, he's whoa.
That's it.
They're on like their final string of life.
They're just hanging on by a thread.
Okay, we got students here.
Okay.
Coca-Cola
Bottle.
This place looks pretty cool.
Okay. Let's see, is this like Nepal?
CT?
No.
What is that?
CT. My view is all messed up.
Connecticut.
Connecticut looking different.
Yeah.
I'm going
I
Southeast
have no
Asia somewhere. I
idea.
don't know.
Oh, Chile. I
Really?
think it's Chile.
Just
I'm
spread
gonna,
out.
okay, I'm gonna
Spread
go
out.
Peru.
Yeah, spread out.
I went Peru.
Oh yeah, I went across the
Chile.
world, bro. I went across the world. They
Wow,
got
these guys are really bad.
they got demolished. I don't feel represented at the end screen, but like I feel good that we won. You know?
Yeah, no, this is good.
Yeah, I mean that's all I care about is winning. To be honest, I don't care how we got there.
They're kind of getting crushed. That one guy has a GeoGuessr hat. Oh wait, so do I. Run it back, Stab. Come on,
Another one.
run it back.
Man, these guys. This feels like
This
we're
is,
beating a
demolition.
dead horse. You know.
Yeah.
What
Bro,
fucking
what?
flashbang
I'm
again?
flashbanged. Yeah, me too.
No way, we're in a field and
sheep?
just a bunch of goats. And
Oh
sheep.
wait. Oh no, it's not
Bro,
Ghana,
alright,
but
so
it's
I could-
Africa.
Oh my god.
I bless the rains down in Africa. Okay, I'm gonna go Namibia. I don't know. I just went crazy.
Toto. It's Toto. I spread out a little bit here. Oh,
Wait, what the fuck?
Mongolia.
It's Mongolia.
Mongolia.
Whoa, that was kind
We
of
took
crazy.
so much damage.
Oh, we can
That
still
was
win.
crazy. Oh my god.
Wait, but that I've seen that car and I thought I saw it in Africa without the tape, but the tape is the Ghana tape. Okay,
Range
I know the meta
Rover.
now.
This looks European, maybe
They're driving
American.
On the.
Fuck.
I don't know. I don't know.
I have no idea.
Wait, I'm going to sign. I have nothing.
Oh wait. I fucking went too fast.
I don't even know.
No.
I got it.
I
I
should
got
do
it. I got it.
something.
Wait,
We're
no,
getting
the other
killed.
guy beat
We're
me?
getting killed.
Did the other guy
Okay,
beat me?
lock in.
We're still alive. We're still
No,
alive.
he was
We're still
1
alive.
inch closer, man.
Lock in.
That's a big difference, to be
Closer.
fair, bro. That's a big difference.
I forgot
like,
to
let's
click
be
this
fair.
time. It was bad because I was traveling.
Okay,
This
this one's
looks like
this was a little tight here.
Germany. No, not Germany, but somewhere around it. It's got German signs. Maybe Czech. I don't know.
This is rough. All right, I'm gonna go Luxembourg almost.
I'm in Denmark for some reason.
Oh god
Oh,
damn
just
it!
kidding.
Did you get it? I think.
No,
Yeah,
it's
we hit him.
Yeah, we were the closest.
We
yeah.
hit him with like
Nice.
a little jab, you know?
Yeah, a
little jab.
little left, right hook kind of thing. Yeah. Oh
Whoa.
boy.
Wait, I've been here.
This truck is the Mongolian truck again.
Why do
Can
you
Saikuno
laugh?
stop guessing right away? Wait, do
No,
we
it's not
think
the
it's Mongolia?
truck. All right, I'm throwing to Mongolia just in case. You guys go somewhere else. Go Africa or something. Spread out. Everyone spread
I'm gonna
out.
go
I sent South
Kazakhstan.
America. I sent South
Everyone-
America just in
everyone
case.
Spread out.
I couldn't even click.
Yeah. I'm like,
Dude,
Thank God.
Bro, it was
Okay.
Mongolia. It was you're right.
someone else said
That's
Mongolia.
I
amazing.
did.
It was the
Someone else said-
Mongolian truck. It was the
did.
Mongolian truck.
It's because it's the same truck, but I got lucky. But I didn't even click, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, this is Arkansas, bro.
This looks very
No,
American.
wait.
No,
no?
this is not.
No, it's not. No, the road
America.
signs. We got red and yellow on the sides.
Red and yellow kill a fellow, and it's in kilometers. Oh, it's cooked.
Kilometers. We think it's South America? No. Maybe?
I'm just clicking.
No,
I'm
this is
just
not South
clicking
America at
randomly.
all.
I clicked randomly.
Hold on, I
Yo.
found a sign.
No, there's a. Is
Oh,
that an
it's near
Opel?
like Germany somewhere, Slovakia, like around that area. It's around here. What?
Wow,
I
we got
lost
full,
Finland.
we got full demolished right there.
Dude, what
Bro,
is
because
happening?
they're
Why are
guessing
they
2 seconds
cracked
into the
now?
round.
Yeah,
They're just
I
guessing 2
don't-
seconds into the round.
We
I feel like we're getting
lost.
played right now. Oh, brother.
They're just guessing 2 seconds in the round.
I don't know how.
I
Why
think-
is Saikuno one framing all of a sudden?
This guy thinks he's Rainbow, bro.
It's crazy. You know, you lost when you sign up for the general. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Saikuno just locked in, and we're getting. They're
No, we got
applying,
this. We know the Mongolia truck now. We know the
Bro,
Mongolia truck.
everyone's saying Saikuno's so good.
Okay, it's. I'm flashback again.
Okay, grapes. They got grapes.
It must be France.
Why, bro?
Or
Why do
Italy.
they keep locking it in right away?
Bro. All right, I'm going Italy, obviously. There's grapes, bro. That's where they make the wine.
I'm gonna say France just to be safe.
I'm gonna say Portugal.
South of France.
What?
Oh,
Excuse me?
New Zealand.
Wow.
We lost 4 points, guys. I don't know if we're gonna recover. All right.
Whoa, what the
Vidal?
Wait, oh crap. I just turned off my ad blocker.
El Salvador?
Vidal,
Is it?
Tyler Faustino.
Here it is.
Farmacia El Pueblo.
Vidal is a
Wait, it's
Salvadorian last
Pueblo.
name.
Farmacia El Pueblo,
care.
Mexico.
I'm going Uruguay.
I'm going Mexico.
I'm gonna go to El Salvador, but you guys could go somewhere
I'm
else.
going Mexico.
Can someone throw a Colombia? Someone throw a Colombia for me, please.
Yeah,
PG, throw a Colombia.
Yeah, I'll throw a Colombia. I'll throw a Bogota. Bogota.
I can't find Salvador.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Oh wait, no.
Nice. Was that the Panama Canal?
Wait, yeah, is that the Panama Canal? What is that over there?
Oh man. Okay. They got a basketball net.
Tyco, Alarma,
Libertad.
Policia.
That's
We're in Europe.
Integrated Fire Security, Conavisa, a Policia.
Limpieza de Paracelas. Limpieza para
No, this is South America, no?
Speaking Spanish, it's Spain.
It says it's Spanish. I just don't know if it's
Spain.
Spain.
They're in Europe. They have the European license plates. It has to.
You guys took over the whole world. I don't know. All right.
Right?
Your shit's everywhere.
I locked
your
it
shit's
in.
everywhere. Sorry.
Spread out.
Thank you for not swearing, Nicole. I appreciate that.
Damn it, it's
Barcelona.
Okay, we're kind of winning though. Sound alert for the countdown. I don't want the music, chat. Oh
Bro,
my god, what is happening?
You can't
Why
put
do
us
they
on
put
an
us in the
open
middle of
road.
the field, man? It's actually gonna freak me out. This does look US. It's
Maximum.
It
This
does.
is
wait, no,
maximum
it's not.
90.
It says maximum.
No.
9. Wait, this is US. This is US.
The roads are too nicely paved. I don't know.
I'm going. This is straight up. Bro, this is right here.
Wait, where did I
I'm gonna go Missouri.
I'm gonna go New Jersey.
Oh, it's Amsdale.
Wait,
Oh.
why? No one has ever been to this city in their entire life, ever, bro. No, like no one cares. What is this? Is this Canada?
That's
Like, what is
PEI.
that?
That was Canada. Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Whoa. Okay. Whoa.
Not about Canada, but specific. Wait, there's a
Storage.
McDonald's. It's US.
Forad and Kel- no,
it's like Finland or something, or Sweden.
Yeah. It's Nord.
It's Switzerland.
I'm gonna say
bro.
Norway.
It's Switzerland. It's Switzerland.
Okay, I'm gonna just put.
Oh, the license plates are yellow. I said Norway. It was Stockholm. Damn it.
Powerful Stockholm right there. Okay, I mean we're chilling. We only lost 4 so far.
Okay.
Bro,
I'm actually so I don't know this deciduous forest. All right.
Wait, look up in the sky. There's a trick. You can tell if you're in the northern or southern hemisphere based off the sun.
Okay,
I don't
it's
know
too
what the
late.
trick
We
is.
don't have time.
I think this is Canada. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Wait.
I'm gonna put Canada. I'll put Canada.
All right, I'm
I'll
going
put Calgary.
Finland.
No, it might. I have no idea.
I'm just throwing one out
Is
there.
it-
Where the?
Wait, I saved us. I just threw a Finland.
Wait, what the
That's
heck?
crazy.
That's a crazy Finland
I threw
one.
it
You
for
guys
memes.
tied.
Okay, wait. This is. It all comes down to this.
Why doesn't Hasan ever guess? 'Cause- Oh, what the hell?
Oh, Malevo, Morano, Hostel,
It's
Argentina.
Argentina.
Buenos Aires.
Oh yeah, it says Argentina right there.
Buenos Aires. Where's Buenos? Oh, I found it. It's near Uruguay. Picking right in the city.
Okay, I got it this time. I messed it up. But
Spread out in the city a little bit.
It's definitely in the city.
I locked
right?
it in.
Oh,
Shit.
We just absolutely. Why they did not take their contextual clues.
Bro, I was kind of
Context
guessing
clues.
in Chile.
We only
So
lost one
easy.
round. That's not bad. Wait,
Oh man.
out of the
It
6.
just comes naturally, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know what? They need to rip off Saikuno's badge. They need to rip it off his profile.
He keeps applying proper pressure though. To be fair,
He does. Yeah. He's he do be doing that, but clearly it's not working.
Are we just gonna keep 4v? Should we switch up the teams or something? Like
No. You just keep riding.
Okay, next time the round is over, I need to make some setting arrangements. Oh my god, I'm literally
flashbang.
blasted again.
setting arrangements.
Yeah, I need to change my settings a little bit.
Wait, I see a warning sign, but I can't read it. It says warning. It's in English. It's in English.
Yellow license plate.
Okay, but the warning sign's in English.
Yellow license plate. English words. What does that mean? It means something.
You guys don't think this is in America?
I don't know.
No, I don't think
the power lines look
I'm
like
just-
America, but I don't
I'm
know.
going Canada, right? Like, oh yeah, South Africa maybe.
Reduce speed.
Oh, maybe. Oh, what
We
the?
all suck, bro. What is
hell
this
is
island?
this? Christmas
This island doesn't
Island?
exist, bro. It doesn't actually exist. It's not a
What
real
the
thing.
hell
It's
is
Christmas
that?
24/7 there. All right. Oh.
Okay, I had to increase the audio here.
Lopez Torres.
Okay.
It's definitely
It's
South
Latin
America.
America, I think.
Peru.
This is Rapi on this guy's thing. Do you
Bolivia.
recognize that,
Rapi,
right?
that's Mexico. That's Mexico.
Wait, really?
Rapi is a Mexican Uber.
There we go. I see him doing his Uber Eats.
I would just pick anywhere. Probably Mexico City. Like
Put some pressure. Pick it now. Aque no puras comer solo una. Where is that?
That's just instructions.
I think it's.
Let's go.
Oh my God! Thank
Business
God you
on
guys
top.
listened
We
to
almost
me.
won. Wait, actually, oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Huge. And all it took was Mexican Uber.
What the hell?
Oh, what the? Oh, this might be the. Is this Hawaii?
What? Stop. What is
this
happening
the
with
7
my
pools
map?
on Maui?
I have no idea where this is.
I don't know where this is either.
No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess Hawaii. It's probably wrong. I think you guys go like Southeast Asia somewhere.
I'm gonna go Southeast Asia. I'm gonna go Indonesia.
I'm gonna go Texas. Oh fuck.
Probably so wrong here.
I fucking got the wrong place. Wait,
Oh,
what?
It was Mexico. It was Guatemala.
Wait, I got the closest because I hit
low key.
I got the closest because I accidentally hit Mexico instead of Texas. I panic clicked. This looks like Turkey.
I see
This
a
is Turkey.
Turkish flag. I see a
This
Turkish
is
flag.
Turkey. This is Turkey. This is Turkey. This
Oh,
is
it's
Turkey.
Turkey. Yeah, it's Turkey.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know where in Turkey though. I'm gonna go
Spread
here.
out Turkey.
Picking
I'm gonna go on Ankara. I'm gonna go on
Ankara.
I picked that.
No, I don't think it's Ankara, but damn it, it was on the fucking God damn it, I should know this. I should know this. And I got the worst part in Turkey.
Wait, they're still alive?
They're holding on by a thread. Okay, Europe. Who's that? Poloven.
Poland.
Poland?
No, Mimio Zazovobani.
Oh, it's Czech. It's Czech. It's CZ. It's Czech. It's right here. Yeah, I'm going Prague.
Prague.
I'm going to Bor. Me Pisek.
That CZ is Czech, right? I mean, I could be wrong. I swear it's Czech.
CZ. Oh yeah.
It was Pardubic.
Wow, they beat us.
Pardubic.
They beat us.
Wait,
wow.
what?
By 36.
Shouldn't it count like 4 of us ping there and one?
Spread out more. What the fuck?
Bro.
Peru. I'm just kidding. I'm not sure.
Bro. This looks like one of the running trails you pick on like a treadmill.
Oh, I think this is might be Africa.
No, it's Mongolia again. I think.
Wait,
Or
is it the
maybe
Mongolian
not.
truck?
No, it's not the Mongolian truck, so it's probably not. Never mind. I have no idea.
I'm gonna put Zambia.
My
I'm
thing
gonna
is
go Mongolia
twisted
again,
around.
though.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
it.
go Mongolia as well.
No, don't go Mongolia. Go like. Oh shit.
I don't know.
No, we got this. Oh.
It was Africa. What the hell, Lesotho?
We won.
What are those
We won.
yurts? They
we
look
defeated
like.
them again.
This is just shameless. We're just beating them over and over again.
Why would you say? I said Mongolia because it's the huts. It looked like a yurt. Oh wait, can I? Don't start the game yet, please.
Okay, I won't start the game.
Because I need to like switch my settings real quick. Can we get a map swap? Said Elam.
Oh yeah. To what?
How do
We
I
USA
how do
only?
I change the settings to fix my?
They can't handle it.
I don't want to have. I don't want to. Jesus Christ, where is it? I want to turn the sound off, but I don't know how to do that.
You just mute the tab or what?
No, I don't want to. I want to hear the timer, but I just don't know where to turn the music off. But I guess it's fine. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's just go. Whatever, it's fine.
All right, they're gonna think it's a USA. It's a USA map, but I'm actually throwing us in. Where should I throw us? I'm putting us in
Canada.
Japan. I'm putting us in Japan. Start it
No.
quickly before they can see.
Oh, let's go. I'm here. I got a buff.
Look,
I got a buff
they're
here.
gonna be so confused.
I got a buff here.
Wait, yeah, you're
well-
in Japan, bro. Let us know where we're at.
Okay, I got
Where
you.
are you in Japan right now?
Oh my god, I got
W.
flashbanged again. That's great.
Yeah.
I'm flashbanged again. I can't see anything.
I haven't.
And it's
I'm
not even
useless here. I have
resetting.
no idea. I've never been in Japan.
Well, whose fault is that, buddy? We invited you.
I'm gonna go Niigata.
I'm going Osaka.
Oh, why you go saimasu? I don't know what that is.
What the heck is that?
Going to the
It was Okinawa.
Okinawa.
We took
Wait,
a strong
bro.
70 damage here.
I want to see.
How are we gonna figure out exactly? This is
No,
a
what did you do,
crazy
Sap? Why'd you
map,
put us in
dude.
Japan, dude?
Because they asked for USA only. I don't care. I'm going Osaka every round, bro.
I'm going Morioka.
I'm just guessing, like, oh. I mean, if we spread out enough, don't we just win?
Mm-hmm. Statistically.
Yeah.
It's hard because I think we
Don't
should.
care. Going Osaka.
I'm going Okinawa, just in case, you know?
I'm going Ishikawa, near Ishikawa Prefecture.
What part of
Okay.
Japan are you in right now?
I'm in
You
Tokyo.
in Tokyo?
Dang.
I'm never close. Not even close.
So I was a little close.
Eventually gonna be Osaka.
Bro.
Eventually it'll be Osaka if I just keep guessing it.
Near Fukushima. Countryside.
We're going for... Oh. No, we're getting crushed.
Oh my god.
We're getting crushed. We're getting crushed.
Just throwing another Osaka. It'll eventually be Osaka.
Nagano.
Kobe. Wait, there's Kobe?
Yeah, let's go.
Is that where they get the Kobe beef from?
Yeah.
It's kind of fire.
Wait,
that's
how
a
did
big
this
hit.
happen?
Go
Oh,
business.
it's double damage.
I'm going Kobe now. Screw Osaka.
Dude, the Japanese countryside is indecipherable. Like it just looks it looks like an alien planet.
I'm going Fukuoka. Okay, we got a good spread here. We got a good spread.
I'm gonna go north. I'm gonna go up north. Oh my god!
Sendai.
Oh my.
Oh!
It was double damage.
God.
It was double
God.
damage. It was double damage.
We're
They cooked
we're
us.
hanging on by a thread. Come on, it's gonna be Kobe, please, bro.
Nah, this has got to be like...
This
This
is
is Kobe
Tokyo.
if I've ever seen it. Nah, bro.
It's
This
a
is
Tokyo
Kobe.
suburb. It's a
Bro.
Tokyo suburb.
He sees one cow. What are we thinking, Tokyo?
I think it is, but maybe I'm wrong.
Please
I'm
be
going
Kobe for the
Okinawa.
win.
It looks
Please
kind
be
of...
Kobe for the win.
Nah, we got destroyed. We got destroyed. Nah,
Okay.
we go to America. We go America, bro. America.
All right, I'll switch it to America.
That was crazy.
We're still winning like overall like rounds till we're still winning. We're still up.
United States, USA, USA.
Bro, you're not even a USA guy.
I have dishonored my family. I have dishonored the Bushido code. I have not followed it.
Flashbanged.
I have not followed Bushido code. This is devastating for me.
The East Coast. Brick House is East Coast.
This
East Coast.
looks really Texas. I'm going, bro. This looks
What?
really Texas. I'm going Houston.
No, this is like Pennsylvania or something, bro.
All right, we'll see. This looks, I don't know why. This looks like the neighborhoods I grew up in, like literally.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. I mean,
This looks
Brick Houses. I
like
think is East Coast.
Colby,
So it's
Colby, Texas, bro.
I told you.
oh my god!
I was like, I swear, I recognize this
Bro,
place.
he just doxed himself.
I was like, I swear, this looks like my hometown.
Please no
I put
flashbang,
Osaka
please no
right
flashbang,
there.
Please no flashbang. Yes, no flashbang.
Man,
know what this
this
is.
state sucks, bro. Whatever state this is ass.
Bro,
What?
this is my
There's a
state.
state flag right there, but I have no idea.
Wait, there's an area code 810. What is that? 810. What is 810?
I have no idea. This could
810.
be
I'm about to Google
Indiana,
it. I don't care. I'm about to be
Ohio,
shamed.
No,
Iowa.
don't Google
it could
it.
be any number of different places.
I think it's Illinois because someone in my chat said that.
No, you can't read your chat.
I went.
really?
I clicked on the wrong thing.
It's
Oh,
Michigan.
Michigan.
It's
God damn it.
Michigan.
We won. We killed them in 2 rounds.
brother.
Wait, what? We one tapped them?
Two tap.
Two
Let's
tap.
go again. I don't even care.
Run it back.
Wow, that Houston call was crazy. I feel good about myself
LMUK
right about
only.
that.
Ellen wants to do you. Wait, why am I not in the game?
Bro.
Oh, I'm flashbanged.
Just rejoin game. Just rejoin game.
Okay.
Wait, this has got to be a northeastern.
Yeah, this is
Wait,
definitely.
actually,
northeast.
I could see this being like southern. It's either northeastern or southern. It's nothing else.
This gives Ohio. No.
St.
This
John
guy
Bosco.
has jeans and sandals on. I don't know.
He's really throwing it off.
Charlotte.
I picked Philadelphia, but close enough.
I'm going mid U.S. I have no idea.
Oh my god.
It was white.
That's New York.
It was
Welcome to New York.
In New York. Coles.
There's a
There's Coles.
KFC.
There's
Wait,
Gold Gym.
Gold's Gym. Wait, that's west. That's like a western thing, right?
No,
like a
no,
California.
no,
I've seen
it's
Gold's Gym in
everywhere.
California.
You know, this is Fresno.
This is too flat. This might be Fresno, bro.
I'm going Fresno.
The problem with America is that
There's
everywhere
nothing-
is the freaking same.
This is too new. I
Wait,
feel like
there's
this
a
is later.
Kirkpatrick Bank. That's like not a normal bank.
Current Patrick Bank.
All right, I went,
Yeah, bro.
I went
Oh,
Arizona.
Santa
I think
Fe
it's just
Avenue. This is like
Texas.
This is over here.
Texas.
Papa Murphy's.
Oh,
Okay.
it's Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma.
yeah. No
I've
wonder
never been
nothing
there.
good. This state sucks. No one cares.
Please direct all hate to Sam. Leaving Oklahoma City. Oh, nice. This will do
New
it.
Jersey.
Cedar Shoals Church
Not
and
New
Cross
Jersey.
Anchor.
Yeah, Baptist churches must be the South.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like,
It is definitely.
Which is we thinking like Texas?
no, this is Louisiana.
That's what I said. Oh shit, we clicked on the
I'll
same
go
place.
Alabama.
I'll go
Well,
Alabama.
someone just went in the
Spread
Gulf of
out, spread
Mexico.
out. I'm going Georgia. Yeah, who's in the Gulf of Mexico? Oh,
Oh, Charlotte.
we were right. It was the South. I know the South when I see it.
Okay, why are they guessing like Montana?
Because they're stupid.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
West Express.
What in the middle
Brando's
of
Animal
nowhere?
Hospital.
Lone Star. Lone Star Card Lotto. We're Lone Star. Isn't that Texas?
Texas.
Don't tell me this is Texas. This is embarrassing, bro.
I'm gonna go near Waco. I guess
Wait,
near
what's
Waco.
Yeah, it's just like middle of nowhere Texas if it's Texas.
Se habla español. I mean.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. This is
looks like
southern. This is
outside
southern
of
Texas.
Dallas.
This is southern. This is southern. It's like Laredo or something, or like over here.
Luna's Western wear boots and hats.
Look at that. Look
Near
at
San
that.
Antonio. God damn it.
Lone Star State, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
America Loki looks the same. Yes, America looks identical all the time. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yo.
Where are we?
New Jersey.
Hunter Ridge.
PW.
Jersey.
PW.
This is
Pacific
north.
West.
This is the Midwest, bro. This is like Indiana. This is like Ohio or something.
I'm sending just like Oregon for no reason.
I said New Jersey. I just
I
wanted
think
to
it's
be
like
New
Ohio.
Jersey. God damn.
What the Alabama?
What the hell?
Alabama, Arkansas. They're death by 1,000 cuts right now.
We'll get them there.
Whoa.
What the heck?
Yo, low key, this kind of looks like the Activision offices.
Can't tell the
What is
license
this?
plates.
Keeping your business Ford Air.
Guys, look for a phone number on one of these signs.
I see.
Mizuho, OCI.
Just kidding. That wasn't helpful.
I'm stuck in this goddamn parking lot. Oh my god.
Bro, just get out.
What are these trees?
Westco?
I'm going middle.
I'm going Florida.
925. What's 510 925? What is that area code?
I don't know.
I went like near Indianapolis.
Someone throw a California. Someone throw a California.
I did.
It's in Northern California.
Yeah.
It's in Northern California.
God, did we die? Did we just die?
No, I think we were close enough. Me and
How is that
I think it's one of your best guess anyway. So, bro.
Nine is California. 9 is California.
Oh
This might be New Jersey.
This is
like
east.
New Jersey. Oh, Great Plain.
Great Plain Avenue. What do we think of that?
I'm still thinking. I'm going. What New Jersey? No Jersey license plates.
I'm gonna go Washington.
I clicked out.
Needham
near
free
New
public
York.
library. Where's Needham? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, it's
dead.
massive.
All three of us are
pieces.
close.
Okay,
Oh.
I got us there. I got us there.
We're gonna do UK.
I got
only,
us
but
there
we're
by
gonna get
accident.
stomped.
No. USA.
Wait, I'm gonna do famous places. That sounds way more fun.
That's good. Yeah, do that. Famous places. Everyone should go try GeoGuessr. I mean, who hasn't tried GeoGuessr? You know.
I know.
And did you know it's
should
easy to
use-
sign up?
Yeah, you
Easy.
can use our codes, or you can
What is
click
this,
on our
bro?
panel.
There we go.
What is this place?
This is
definitely South
America.
Wait, I'm.
Where?
This guy has
oh my
a
God,
John
I'm
316
kicked out
shirt, bro.
again.
You see this? That's crazy. Belicia, South America. Yeah.
I'm just
Bogota. Where's
clicking
Bogota?
randomly.
Oh, Bogota's in Colombia.
Oh,
I
bro.
thought we were doing UK only.
No,
Let's go.
This is famous
That's
places.
crazy. That's crazy.
It could be anywhere in the world. We're gonna get like the
Anywhere,
Eiffel
okay.
Tower. Or
I saw it
something.
too
We're like,
late. I saw it with like 2 seconds left. Oh, Egypt.
What is
It's
this?
Egypt. It's
Egypt.
Is it?
Lock it in. Lock it in.
Are you sure?
I'm going Cairo.
Try to get specific. Try to get specific in Egypt.
All right, yeah,
All right.
going
Well, I'm locking it
Cairo.
in just to like force their hand.
I think it's
No,
Alexandria.
they're tripping. I don't even. You think so?
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, Luxor.
Wow.
This is
We don't know
Luxor.
where this is in Egypt, bro.
I
We're
thought that was
trolling.
in Las Vegas.
Oh, Niagara
The
Falls?
hell?
Niagara
Is
Falls.
this
Niagara
Ni-
Falls.
is this Niagara Falls? Are you sure?
This is the other. This is the bad side. So the U.S. side of Niagara Falls.
He's Canadian. I feel like he.
I don't even
might-
know where
100%.
Niagara Falls
100%.
is. Is
It's
that
in.
bad?
Look at Toronto and go all the way down south to the border. It's right above Buffalo.
I don't even know where Toronto
It's going to be on
is.
the. It's on the U.S. side. All
There
right.
it is. Okay.
Where's Toronto? Oh.
That's what I was like. I was like, where? Oh.
I messed up. I clicked on the.
It's okay. I got you guys.
You got us right there. That's crazy.
Yeah, you got us with a 1 point. They usually
Alright,
give them
I got
1
you
point of
guys.
damage.
Yeah, well,
Well, I
Sankey
know
was
it's in
verified for
Canada.
a
I
reason.
didn't
All
know where
right.
Canada. Well, what is
Where
this?
is this? Oh, this is.
This is cool. This is a famous.
I swear there's a Call of
This
Duty
might
map.
be Norway, man.
What is that, bro?
Norway, man?
I'm going I'm going Copenhagen.
Okay, I went Norway.
Like, what is that?
Perry, George.
No,
Bro.
not Paris.
No, that's what it's. I'm reading the sign. I'm reading the sign.
I was so far.
Wow. It's okay. Oh,
What's this?
82. That's a lot of damage, dude. 82. That's a lot of damage.
Why do we let bridges be famous? It's just a bridge.
Whoa, dude.
This is what is this? Thailand? That's Thailand,
Philippines.
It's the
Philippines.
Philippines. The Philippines. But what is this? And what's so famous about it? So this is like a random brick thing.
right? Yeah. Well, it's like a fort. The forts in the Philippines.
Can we get the Alamo? Shit, this is like the Filipino Alamo.
I'm going Manila. Someone go.
We're going that thing, whatever that place is.
Oh, come on! I was so
smack dab
close.
in the middle.
Saikuna. Oh, 4 damage.
Coming close, too close. We're better than this.
What is this?
What is this?
Why am I in the sky?
Is this England?
This is a crazy POV. I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen buildings like this.
I'm gonna say this looks like a DayZ like city. I'm gonna go like Russia because of that.
I'm gonna say Netherlands.
Moscow.
This is like
Wait,
Northern Europe. I'm going
is
Denmark.
this isn't the Panama Canal, is it? I have no idea what it looks like. From above.
No, this architecture doesn't look very
No,
Panama.
this is not the Panama Canal.
Dude, why'd I go Moscow?
I went France. I don't know what I. Oh fuck!
That is Finland.
Wow, we just did some big damage to them. They even know
Oh, yeah.
that.
Ooh.
How do they not know this famous place, bro?
I have no idea what that was. I still don't know.
Long
what that
Beach,
is.
California.
It's Greece.
Greece.
It's Greece. It's a
Athens,
Greece.
right? Athens?
Yeah, it's Athens. It's the Parthenon.
my
No,
gosh.
Is it the Parthenon? Is that what it's called? I forget.
This is the population density here is insane.
It's the Acropolis. It's like here.
Actually, it's right
technically
here.
Turkey.
Oh, look at me. I'm just on top of it.
That's crazy.
5K. Oh my god. I got us like a little golden thing.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but I like it.
Damage. Holy crap.
Nobody knows what it means. But it's CM Road.
This is the Coliseum?
No.
It's so
Yeah.
like.
Is it?
No?
Bro, this is the Coliseum.
It's in Rome.
Why are you guys
It
tripping?
look- I don't remember the
This has to
Coliseum
be the
looking.
Coliseum.
I mean,
I see
it has to be,
Coliseum.
but-
I see. I'm right on its head, bro. I'm right on its freaking head, dude.
The Coliseum's kind of trash. That's what it looks like.
No,
How
I
would
don't
it be
think.
bigger?
I don't think it's the.
Where's Rome?
Bro,
I mean, it
Bro,
is
it
the
has to be the
Coliseum.
Coliseum.
This is the proper
Coliseum.
Coliseum.
I've been inside of this.
Who tried to ping above me? Who is that?
I don't remember it
Oh, there
being.
it's both them.
I do not remember it being. What do you call it? Like
So
I thought there was
small.
more
It's like-
buildings around it.
Why is it kind of pitiful? Like it could be. I
Bro, we're gonna throw you in there, buddy. Okay, we're gonna throw you in there.
I'll come out alive, bro. On God, I'm making it out. What is this?
Get
And
a
why is
swimwear.
this famous?
Turkey
What is
somewhere.
this?
This is Turkey, but I don't know where it is in Turkey. I have no idea. I
Come
should know
on,
this.
bro.
I should know
Where's the
this.
fancy,
It's
a fancy
famous.
area in
I don't know what I
Turkey?
did.
Is there any fancy?
I'm going
Going
to
to
Istanbul.
Ankara.
I'm throwing something in Istanbul. Cool.
Hotel Yıldız.
Oh man,
Wait,
It's
what?
Turkey. Is it
Sorry,
Turkey?
Ava, what the fuck? Why is there so
Oh
many
my
Turkish
God.
brands and Turkish lettering everywhere? What the fuck? Fake Turk? Shut up, chat.
What is it? Oh, it's Nigeria.
Oh, this is
what
Niagara Falls.
Niagara
Falls.
Falls. I said Nigeria. It's Niagara Falls. This is the good side, though, right?
What? No, this is the bad side as well.
What do you mean, bro? It's not the bad side.
This is the U.S. side.
No, it's not.
I promise you, it's the U.S. side.
Nah, it's right there. Wait, also Niagara Falls looks trash too. Like this is really like making me not want to go anywhere. Like, congrats.
You're actually
boring.
you're being a mega hater, dude. You're being a mega hater.
It's on
actually
Goat
am.
Island again.
Are we tied? What the heck?
Dude, I've never been to Goat Island. Okay, I only go to the Canadian side.
Nigeria Falls. I cannot believe I said that. What is this?
England.
Scotland.
This has to be
Scotland.
England, right? This looks
Wait,
like
let's
this
see
is
the flag.
Alcatraz, bro. This is literally Alcatraz.
No,
Tell me it's not.
is this Switzerland?
This literally
The flag
looks
over it, red and white?
Alcatraz.
I'm just gonna put.
I'm
North
I
This
said
is actually
Scotland.
Alcatraz, bro. Where's Alcatraz? Is this it?
I have no idea.
bro,
What,
this
I
is
really
can't see
green.
This
this.
is for
I have
real
no idea.
Alcatraz.
Oh,
Wait, what?
I may have saved us here. All right, I may have saved us. Oh,
Oh, brother.
you can't, bro. The homie put an
These
Alcatraz,
famous
bro. I'm done,
places,
dude.
I just.
Oh, this is the
This is the thing.
Isn't
What
this in
thing? I don't know. what
It's like
the-
we're like it's like something about God, I think, right? Like surely.
This is one of the
It's like
eight
It's
wonders of the
gotta be.
world.
Yeah.
It's gotta be. Is it Egypt again?
Ario?
No, I think it's in
Ario?
Syria. Isn't this in Syria?
Jordan. It's Jordan. Where's
Is it?
Jordan?
Okay, I clicked on it.
Where's Jordan? I can't find
I
Jordan.
clicked Jordan.
He got it.
I'm gonna put Alexandria.
Well, I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
put
where it
Alexandria.
is.
That sounds familiar.
Oh, never mind.
Oh,
I
nice. Yeah, I got close. I got close. Yeah, this is getting tough.
What
Bro.
the
Oh, this is
hell?
this is like
Now this is like cool.
Is this Yosemite? I wonder if this is Yosemite. This looks like Yosemite. Oh, this looks like
Yosemite?
Yosemite.
it kind of does, yeah.
Where's that?
It looks like the dome area.
Yosemite? Don't you mean Yosemite? Wait, Yosemite.
Bro.
All right, we're all going there. All right, let's do
I'm
it.
going half dome. I'm going half dome.
I went a little bit away from it, hoping that.
Yeah, you just like get a little.
God
there you
damn.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby.
16 damage.
Business on top.
Thank God for business.
How you guys?
Oh, sorry.
Sydney.
Yeah.
Opera
But
House.
like, what is this called?
Okay, wait.
What is this thing called?
It's the Opera House. It's right by the bridge.
Where is it? Oh, I found it.
Okay.
I think that's it.
I think so too.
What?
Damn it.
All right. 5K. Oh.
They didn't take any damage. We were closer.
Round 15. What is this?
Bro. A lot of horse statues.
For real.
Soviet? No. Privacidad esto es
To Mexico,
iPhone.
to Mexico, to Mexico, to Mexico. Because it's apple.com/mx/privacy. But where is it?
God, I don't know.
I'm going Mexico City, bro.
Yeah,
I'm going
you go
Mexico
Mexico
City.
I'm going
gonna put
Monterrey.
Guadalajara for fun.
I think it is Monterrey. I think it is Monterrey.
Oh, what are they thinking, bro? They're trolling. There's no way they throw Malaysia. That must be troll.
They got
32,000 points.
They 32,000.
Okay.
He just got crushed, bro.
Was that it?
Oh man.
Oh yeah, it's 7 p.m.
All right.
I want to
7
thank
p.m. in
everybody.
Mexico City.
I want to thank everybody for playing with me.
No, thank you.
Yeah, likewise,
Okay.
man.
I'm gonna go over the stream team one now and talk shit. What happened? What happened?
Dude,
What
I said it
happened?
was Malaysia. Oh, dude,
What
I'm
happened there?
so embarrassed. I'm
We're supposed to
so
have 5
embarrassed.
teammates.
Okay, so Elam yells out, it says .mx, that's Malaysia. And we blindly believed him because he sounded really confident. And then right after, we were like, wait a minute, there's no X in Malaysia.
Why did you think .mx is Malaysia?
I don't know. I thought like the
Please
X was
explain,
like,
Ellen,
I
why
don't
you-
know. I just
why you
went, it's
told
where my
us
brain went.
.mx.
I
believed
don't
it.
know. I was
just
so
saw-
certain of that. That's, oh God.
I know. I thought it was
Oh,
something like, like Christmas, they do Xmas. So I was like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
kinda-
believe
Malaysian
it.
Christmas.
He sounded
Malaysia,
so confident.
a country
Dude,
that does
I-
not celebrate
Just
Christmas.
seemed,
No, I'm saying X just in general. Like, X is just.
seemed so.
an
I
X.
mean, he was so
God.
I don't know.
confident and
I don't know.
excited. I just thought,
Malaysia? Shut up,
Yeah.
chat.
well, good
Mixlasia.
games, guys. Good games.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
I
Is that-
watched
is-
Elam on Fusli's Play Jeopardy, and no one on his
Oh,
team
no.
should
Oh,
listen
no.
to him. Lamau.
Oh, no. Okay,
Oh.
okay, I'm sorry, but she also didn't realize Taiwan was in China. Okay, I'm not the only bad guy here. I didn't know.
China's
I
not on
didn't
the
know.
maps, I don't think.
Jesus
You would have
Christ.
known that if you had me on the team instead of cooking me and kicking me out. All I'm saying
We didn't
is,
mean to.
Dude, we tried to
needed
get
that
you
5v3
back,
to
bro, and you
balance
never
it. I ain't gonna
returned.
lie, we needed that
never
5v3 to
returned.
balance it.
well, all right, guys. Thank you for playing with
Good
me.
games, guys.
Good games, everyone.
See you
Good
guys next
games,
time.
guys.
Good rounds, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Great
Bye-bye.
meeting you guys, by
Bye.
the way.
Yeah, nice to meet
Nice
you guys.
meeting
Nice to
you
meet
as
you
well.
guys.
All right, that'll be the end of the GeoGuessr portion. Like I said, you can click on the panel and also sign off, and you can get a 25% off code by using at the checkout Hasan25. Okay, thank you so much. Or HasanAbi 25. Sorry, I don't know why I said Hasan 25. HasanAbi 25, ladies and gentlemen. They're in Canada. I get it. Long story short, tariffs, $30 billion, 25% tariffs focused on American consumer goods. Canadian government giving their local cores 21 days to come up with alternatives, choose different supplier sources, etc. Then if convos with Trump haven't changed, they'll continue tariffs with 25% on almost all trade, including oil, but it'll exclude some special metals and commodities. Oh, I hope national security related things are still, on the table. Thank God. All right, let's take a look.
Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Ce soir, j'annonce la réplique du Canada. Tonight,
If the tariffs are worse for the American people, why are other countries also applying tariffs back? Shouldn't they just let Americans F themselves? I'm a bit lost. So tariffs end up increasing the cost for American consumers. So it basically works as a tax on the country that is applying these tariffs. Having said that, however, it also obviously restricts trade because many of the importers will turn around and seek out alternatives from countries that do not have tariffs. So it does end up harming the suppliers as well. But as an American, of course, I covered this from the aspect of how the American economy is impacted on this. Vancouver, British Columbia, Premier of Canada's British Columbia calls to stop buying liquor from the U.S. red states and remove it from some shelves. Mexico president orders retaliatory tariffs on U.S. Blasts U.S. suggestion of criminal alliances in her government. It's beginning. The tariff wars are upon us. Let's see what CNN is saying.
I have a way forward.
It just feels so, I mean, it's like kind of funny and it does definitely feel unnecessary. But are you going to be doing news today? Are you just doing news today, Sag? What do you mean? Love that they're targeting red states if true. I live in one and I welcome it. Trump will tank the economy. I don't know how that would work. I guess you could just like look for industries in red states to punish the red states. Nova Scotia tolls have doubled from the United States. Canadian province of Nova Scotia responds to U.S. tariffs. American alcohol removed from shelves. Toll doubled for commercial vehicles from the U.S. Trudeau, Canada launched 25% tariffs on $155 billion of U.S. goods, including tariffs on $30 billion starting Tuesday and $125 billion in 21 days. This includes beer, wine, bourbon, fruits, juices, OJ, perfumes, appliances, furniture, lumber, and plastic. Also considering non-tariff measures related to minerals and energy. It's time to choose Canadian products and support Canadian businesses, Trudeau says. Prime Minister Trudeau says he's been trying to speak with President Trump since the inauguration. I hope to speak with him sometime soon. Asked about cutting off energy, Trudeau says any combos around other measures will be done carefully and thoughtfully and in partnership with the regional business leaders. No region should be carrying a heavier burden than others. He says he understands preoccupation of American president with fentanyl deaths, says Canada shares them, says he's happy to do more to counteract this horrific tragedy. Asked if Canada can have a constructive relationship with the Trump admin, Trudeau says, I look forward to speaking with President Trump in the coming days and weeks. He says he understands preoccupation of American president with fentanyl deaths. Asked if Canada can have a constructive relationship with the with the Trump admin, Trudeau says, I look forward to speaking with President Trump in the coming days or weeks. Trudeau says he's not looking to escalate, but will stand up for Canada. I look forward to working with the American administration on a range of challenging issues that our communities and our world is facing, and I hope that that day comes soon. He's giving an off-ramp to Trump by saying he would do more on the border, but like there's no real...
The United States informed us they will be in...
Like I just genuinely don't understand how you're supposed to, what you're supposed to do here. Like, what do you mean? We're going to do more on the border. Like, what happens when the leader of the most powerful nation on the planet decides to place arbitrary boundaries because of a real problem, but like with no real solutions due to the responsible parties? Like, you can't solve a made up problem. No, the problem is that it's not made up. Fentanyl is a major issue. Opioid deaths are massively consequential. The issue is the way to deal with this problem, the way to tackle this problem is not going to be by like border apprehensions. You see what I'm saying? And it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like the American government is even remotely interested in any way, shape, or form of trying to apply reasonable solutions to this problem. Harm reduction is a big part of it. As a matter of fact, there's a BDS list for the USA. Wait, what? Here's the list already circulating on Canadian alternatives to U.S. products. Here's one. Wait, what? Bro, they're doing BDS to us. Oh my God, that's so funny. I mean, that's so awesome. I don't know where this goes, but I just don't I don't know. I don't know where this goes. So what's the reason Trudeau's doing this? No, Trudeau is just fighting a trade war in an effort to pressure Donald Trump by, trying to turn on the tariff faucet on American businesses. Am I wrong? But won't Canada benefit from all this since the trade surplus of upwards of $100 billion? Doesn't seem like he cares about the fentanyl crisis. As Trump cites the fentanyl as a reason for 25% tariffs on our allies, know that after taking office, He ordered law enforcement to stop investigating drug traffickers so we could divert resources to prosecuting migrants instead. Yeah, so the thing is, it's not like he uses fentanyl as a substitute or as a catch-all for what he actually cares about, which is, wait, what the hell? He uses fentanyl as a substitute here. He uses fentanyl as like the reason for border apprehensions and like tackling the migrant crisis, where he will falsely claim over and over again that migrants are the reason as to why, like, migrant apprehensions are happening because they're bringing in fentanyl, when we know that that is not the case. It is overwhelmingly American citizens that actually traffic the fentanyl into U.S. borders, inside of the U.S. borders, and that most of the fentanyl is not coming in through like illegal points of entry, but actually regular legal points of entry. It is Americans trafficking the fentanyl into the United States of America and other chemical compounds necessary to make fentanyl. And it's coming in through ports, and it's coming in through regular points of entry. And it's, coming in for an American market. So every aspect of it, from the point of purchase or all the way down to the trafficking of it, is actually being conducted by American nationals. Trafficked by American nationals and consumed by American nationals. You can tariff something that's illegal? No, they're not. Yeah, Trump should put a tariff on fentanyl. That's right. But obviously, if you are diverting attention away from the OCDETF strike forces, shall prioritize the investigation and prosecution of immigrant offenses, including by requiring the OCDETF funded, the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force is going to be focusing not on drug-related offenses, but specifically immigrant apprehension, because you really need as many resources as possible to conduct mass deportation operations. Then, it doesn't feel like you care too much about the actual drugs that are coming in. And we already knew that because those drugs weren't being shipped by migrants anyway. China vows corresponding countermeasures against Trump's tariffs. Where the hell is... Okay.
Imposing 25% tariffs on Canadian exports to the United States and 10% on Canadian energy. A decision that, should they elect to proceed with, should take effect on Tuesday, February 4th. Cette décision met en péril une relation économique historique. Une relation qui a été la source de tellement de richesses, de prospérité et de possibilités,
wealth, and opportunities on both sides of the border.
Tonight, first, I want to speak directly to Americans, our closest friends and neighbors. This is a choice that, yes, will harm Canadians, but beyond that, it will have real consequences for you, the American people. As I have consistently said, tariffs against Canada will put your jobs at risk, potentially shutting down American auto assembly plants and other manufacturing facilities. They will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery stores and gas at the pump. They will impede your access to an affordable supply of vital goods crucial for U.S. security, such as nickel, potash, uranium, steel, and aluminum. They will violate the free trade agreement that the President and I, along with our Mexican partner, negotiated and signed a few years ago. But it doesn't have to be this way. As President John F. Kennedy said many years ago, geography has made us neighbors, history has made us friends, economics has made us partners, and necessity has made us allies. That rang true for many decades prior to President Kennedy's time in office, and in the decades since. From the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of the Korean Peninsula, from the fields of Flanders to the streets of Kandahar, we have fought and died alongside you. During your darkest hours, during the Iranian hostage crisis, those 444 days we worked around the clock from our embassy to get your innocent compatriots home. during the summer of 2005 when Hurricane Katrina ravaged your great city of New Orleans, or mere weeks ago when we sent water bombers to tackle the wildfires in California. During the day the world stood still, September 11th, 2001, when we provided refuge to stranded passengers and planes, we were always there, standing with you, grieving with you, the American people. Together, we've built the most successful economic, military, and security partnership the world has ever seen. A relationship that has been the envy of the world. Yes, we've had our differences in the past, but we've always found a way to get past them. As I've said before, if President Trump wants to usher in a new golden age for the United States...
Bro, the problem is you can't make a logical argument and try to get someone to make rational decisions when they're, one, incapable of doing such things, and two, you can't logic someone into understanding your position if they didn't use logic to get there. I don't think that there is any sort of like serious decipherable reason for why Trump is engaging in this. I genuinely don't understand it beyond like, I think, beyond the immediate interests of Donald Trump in terms of like, one, possibly using tariffs as a way to, like I said, to fill government coffers in an effort to inevitably abolish income tax, even though it sounds so insane, right? And then also utilize like key sectors and sector leaders into capitulating to whatever he wants, whatever his wishes are down the line. He's trying to rile up the American people. I just don't understand. I genuinely don't get it. I think the real reason he's doing this is, bear with me, I think he's stupid. I mean, you guys know my attitude on this. I just don't, I'm not a committed believer in the, oh, he's just crazy or oh, he's stupid. And it has a theory when it comes to understanding any kind of politics. I still think that there's got to be some kind of faulty logic, albeit, but some semblance of logic there behind this decision making. But then again, I've been led astray by this analysis, famously with Russia, where I said there's no way that Vladimir Putin would ever invade Ukraine. That would be an insane decision. And you can never actually assume that, you know, a leader of a country is going to be insane and make decisions that will genuinely have devastating consequences. So to me, it's still, I don't know. There's got to be something that I'm just not seeing. There has to be something that I'm not seeing here, that I'm not understanding, and I will try to figure it out. I said this yesterday. His plan is to destabilize the economy to the point of civil disobedience so he can martial law and fire the ovens. No, that's, to me, it seems like he's purposely trying to crash the economy so he and his cronies can buy the asses of a fire sale. This destabilization for easier compromise with Canadian leaders to establish a breathing space for occupation of southern Canada. Unlike fake socialist HasanAbi, Trump has visited China, spoke at the Great Hall of the People, even dined at the Forbidden Palace. Trump and Putin's grandchildren are fluent in Mandarin. He won't even make an account. HasanAbi won't even make an account on Xiaohongshu. That's true. Maybe Trump is actually secretly a MAGA communist. Maybe JD Pandan is real.
The better path is to partner with Canada, not to punish us. Canada has critical minerals, reliable and affordable energy, stable democratic institutions, shared values, and the natural resources you need. Canada has the ingredients necessary to build a booming and secure partnership for the North American economy, and we stand at the ready to work together. Let's take a moment to talk about our shared border. Our border is already safe and secure, but there's always more work to do. Less than 1% of fentanyl, less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States come from Canada. But hearing concerns from both Canadians and Americans, including the American president himself, we're taking action.
What?
We launched a $1.3 billion border plan that is already showing results, because we too are devastated by the scourge that is fentanyl.
Doesn't this, like, wouldn't this piss off the Canadian right even further, though? I guess this is a time for unity for Canadians because Trump is the great unifier of that, in that vein. But wouldn't this, like, piss off the Canadians where they're like, no, we want the migrants out. You're now talking about doing border patrol, but for America. Like, what the fuck is this? On the one hand, I think this would unite Canadians against the American scourge. So it would make it so that, like, the Conservative Party can't really chirp too much about Trudeau. Not that it matters at this point, but also on the other hand, if I was a conservative, I would get mad and say, we must put Canada first. That's why common sense conservatives condemn President Trump's massive, unjust, and unjustified tariffs on Canada's already weak economy. Canada is the United States' closest neighbor, greatest ally, and best friend. We share the longest undefended border and fought alongside Americans at 2 world wars, Korea and Afghanistan, where 158 of our brave men and women died, helping the U.S. avenge the 9/11 attacks. 158, bro? Come on. I mean, that's crazy that you're just, like, posting that number. Like, it's, like, that's, like, no disrespect, Canada, but, like, 158? 13,000 is the number of American service members that died in the war on terror, like, alone. 158, if you include Korea and Afghanistan, is crazy. Okay? That's crazy. I guess the Canadians are just, like, uniquely good at dodging bullets or something. I don't know. Or maybe they sent very small numbers. We have 10% of your population. Okay? Then the number would be 1,000. Okay? That's not including Korea. Okay. Bro, we have the same population size as California. Stop bullying us. I'm not. Canada, I'm not bullying you. Canada, I'm with you. Okay. President Xi, fire when ready. Retaliate with dollar for dollar tariffs carefully aimed at maximizing impact on American companies while minimizing impact on Canadian consumers. That means targeting U.S. products that we can make ourselves, buy elsewhere, or do without. For example, we must retaliate against American steel and aluminum as Canadians make those vital products at home. Put all tariff revenues in to help for affected workers and businesses. Government should not keep a dime of the new revenue. Pass a massive emergency bill. Bring it home. Tax cut to bolster the economy. Okay. He's like, never let a good crisis go to waste, right, Pierre? You asshole. He's like, yeah, you know what we should do? Tax cuts. This is a good time as ever to do some tax cuts. You know what I'm saying? Respect.
A drug that has torn apart communities and caused so much pain and torment for countless families across Canada, just like in the United States.
Chinese international student in my class was telling me about how his evangelical dad in Beijing believes that Trump was chosen by God to win the election, but that this victory is a part of a larger divine plan to destroy the United States. As a Canadian, I just want Trudeau to capitulate and say whatever Trump wants. Anything that avoids raising prices for regular people, just fillet Trump's ego. I mean, he is doing that. That's why he's literally doing that. He's doing the whole, like, oh, we're doing border apprehensions.
You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say you're going to win so much. You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much. You may even get tired.
That's, I mean, he is, look, I'm telling you, dude, he is the least likely ally of JD Pon. Okay. JD Pon Don, Maoist third worldism, Maoism third worldism, the great accelerationist, bringing about the Chinese century of prosperity. Okay. A lot of people are discounting this. They're saying that Xi Jinping does not have the mandate of heaven, okay? But yet you have a loyal servant ordained by God seemingly destroying the imperial core, okay? Donald Trump said, I don't have any smoke for the American corporations. My smoke is with the labor aristocracy, okay? He said, I want the American laborers to suffer. I do not care about corporate business owners. The Chinese God works in mysterious ways. J.D. Pon, more like J.D. Don. Okay?
Tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much.
Mexico claims in 4 months our government has seized more than 40 tons of drugs, including 20 million doses of fent. Mexico fights back. Trump has a higher approval rating in China than in the United States. He is the nation-building emperor, and Democrats like you cannot stop him. Yeah. Guess who just joined the CCP Central Committee? Iconic. Iconic. Iconic.
Oh, he like it's like it's optical illusion.
真的翻身当家做主人，咿呀咿自由呀呀自由啊！真的翻身当家做主人。
That goes so hard, dude. That goes so freaking hard. Oh, if Taiwan is referred to as Chinese Taipei, what will America be named once we come under the rule of President Xi? New Formosa. That's what they're calling it. If you squint hard enough, it is also like an island. Yeah. New Formosa. Il Trompito is going to sanction BRICS in the EU too. Brother, what is the end goal? I'm so confused. I genuinely don't know. I legitimately have no... I just don't know. I wish I had a better answer for you guys. I just... like, it feels so stupid. It's such a stupid thing. Because it's a... like, it's a self-own. You know what I mean? Like, it makes... it just doesn't make sense in terms of like the immediate benefits. I don't see any immediate material benefits. Does that make sense? If I saw any sort of immediate material benefit to it, I would tell you. But like the problems that it seeks to solve are not problems that you can solve that way. Like what? Is Donald Trump claiming that Canada is purposely and deliberately trafficking fentanyl into the United States of America? Is he claiming that Mexico is doing this? I mean, that is kind of what he's saying, but like, that's not the case. So what do we do? You know, he also then continues to talk about how, this is beneficial for American manufacturing in general. And while there is truth to that in terms of trade isolationism on key sectors that, once again, have a competitive American manufacturing business, it still doesn't make sense because many raw materials and many goods that we get, we don't have manufacturing capabilities for right now. And I ain't seeing this motherfucker build new factories. You know what I mean? He's also advocating to deport at least a quarter of the existing construction labor force. So I don't know who he's gonna build the factories with. It just doesn't make sense. He wants to end globalism. He is Jusha. Yeah, he's abiding. Maybe that's what it is. He does love the Kim family. He does love the Kim dynasty. So he's just maybe following in the footsteps of Jusha, Marxist Leninist Jushaism, and the principles of self-reliance, holding up the principle of self-reliance to the highest degree. You know. Maybe. I don't know. It has been alleged that Trump wants to create an economic union, removing NAFTA and replace the CAD economy to USD. What? Bro, that is an article that is... oh my God. It's Kevin O'Leary, chat. The article that you sent me has Kevin O'Leary as the source, as the primary source. And on the one hand, I want to say, what the fuck does Kevin O'Leary know? He's like the... second shittiest Shark Tank shark. Okay. But then also on the other hand, that does make sense for Donald Trump to go to the Shark Tank guy, considering that our Secretary of Defense is the Fox News guy. He's the Fox News weekend host. So maybe Shark Tank is the czar of Canada. I don't know. Maybe he is responsible for he's going to be overseeing the annexation of Canada. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know what to say.
A drug that we too want to see wiped from the face of this earth. A drug whose traffickers must be punished. As neighbors, we must work collaboratively to fix this. Unfortunately, the actions taken today by the White House split us apart instead of bringing us together. Tonight, I am announcing Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods. This will include immediate tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods as of Tuesday, followed by further tariffs on $125 billion worth of American products in 21 days' time to allow Canadian companies and supply chains to seek to find alternatives. Ce soir, j'annonce la
This evening,
réplique du Canada.
I am announcing Canada's response. I am
Fruit juices, including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing, and shoes. It'll include major consumer products like household appliances, furniture, and sports equipment, and materials like lumber and plastics, along with much, much more. And as part of our response, we are considering, with the provinces and territories, several non-tariff measures, including some relating to critical minerals, energy, procurement, and other partnerships. We will stand strong for Canada. We will stand strong to ensure our countries continue to be the best neighbors in the world. With all that said, I also want to speak directly to Canadians in this moment. I'm sure many of you are anxious, but I want you to know we are all in this together. The Canadian government, Canadian businesses, Canadian organized labor, Canadian civil society, Canada's premiers, and tens of millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast are aligned and united. This is Team Canada at its best.
Earlier today, I spoke with premiers from all provinces and territories. We are united. They've all supported our approach. These tariffs. This threat is targeting the entire country, and I am heartened to see all our leaders answer the call.
Good luck explaining to Hogs why German automobiles are more expensive due to tariffs on Mexico. Yeah, German automakers are getting hit with a triple whammy, losing out the Chinese EVs in China, sluggish auto sales in Europe, and now tariffs on exports from their Mexico plants to the U.S. Did you see Denham's reaction? Yes, I did. Do you think prison labor will be used to partially substitute the deported immigrant workforce? I mean, that is what I assume would have to happen logically, because otherwise you're just straight up deporting 25% of your construction force and almost half, if not in certain states, more than half, the overwhelming majority of your agribusiness, the labor force that works in agricultural output. So someone has to do those jobs. So I assume that it'll still be the same people that are trapped in immigrant facilities that are forced into doing this labor. Because, like, it makes no sense.
And to be so committed to make sure that no Canadians are left behind. Our government will be there for Canadians. We will be there for you. At the same time, I do have something to ask of you. I would ask you to remain united. Many of us will be deeply affected. A lot of people will go through dark times. I'm asking you to support one another, to be there for your friends, your neighbors, and your fellow Canadians. From sea to sea, Canadians are different. We speak different languages. We have different beliefs and opinions. We have different ideas. But when we remain united, we are stronger.
And now is also the time to choose Canada. There are many ways for you to do your part. It might mean checking the labels at the supermarket and picking Canadian-made products. It might mean opting for Canadian rye over Kentucky bourbon, or foregoing Florida orange juice altogether. It might mean changing your summer vacation plans to stay here in Canada and explore the many national and provincial parks, historical sites, and tourist destinations our great country has to offer. C'est temps de choisir des produits d'ici.
It's time to choose Canadian products and to support Canadian businesses, to support our farmers, our producers, our workers, our business owners, our artists.
It might mean doing all of these things or finding your own way to stand up for Canada. In this moment, we must pull together because we love this country. We pride ourselves on braving the cold during the long winter months. We don't like to beat our chests, but we're always out there, waving the maple leaf loudly and proudly to celebrate an Olympic gold medal. On a notre propre identité.
We have a distinct identity. We have our own history and our values. Canadians are welcoming, open, innovative, and ambitious. We prefer to solve our differences with diplomacy, but we're prepared to fight if it's required.
Canada is home to bountiful resources, breathtaking beauty, and a proud people who've come from every corner of the globe to forge a nation with a unique identity worth embracing and celebrating. We don't pretend to be perfect, but Canada is the best country on earth. There's nowhere else that I and our 41 million strong family would rather be. And we will get through this challenge, just as we've done countless times before, together. Thank you. Merci. Vive le Canada.
Vive le Canada. Off topic, but Donnie O'Sullivan's courtside of the Lakers-Knicks game watching the GOAT. Who in his administration do you think Trump will blame when this tariff thing blows up in his face? I just don't know what is happening, so I don't even know how to explain it. I don't know.
Interprovincial trade as well. If there should be these tariffs that are imposed on Canadian goods heading down south of the border. So just a snapshot of some of the concerns that exist here in the Maritimes. Brett Ruskin, CBC News, Halifax.
Earlier, we spoke with Lloyd Axworthy. He's a former Minister of Foreign Affairs and the chair of the World...
I don't think there's anything to figure out. I think he's just very stupid and thinks this is a tax on Canada and Mexico. I think you're trying to apply high-level macro analysis to his run America like a business mindset. The reason why I'm doing that is because it's business. And business is the one thing that the American government does, okay? The American government works at the behest of corporations, not vice versa. So when Trump makes a decision like this, there are still business owners who are either A, going to make money from this, or B, are urging him to do this. It's not exactly, it's also not even high level macroeconomics. I just genuinely don't understand what the tangible benefits are, because the way he's presenting it is simply to basically complain that, they're not purchasing our stuff as much or whatever. I just don't get it. Do Americans not understand what tariffs are because you guys defunded public schools? Americans don't understand anything. The only thing Americans understand is burger, okay? That's it. And as long as the burger is coming from inside of U.S. borders and the price of burger doesn't go up, they're fine. They understand burger and gun burger. Mexico has responded as well with retaliatory tariffs. 3 B's, brother: burger, beer, and the Bible. In my opinion, these companies will leverage access to Trump in order to evade the tariffs so they can make out like bandits. Yeah, but then there's also the concept of the retaliatory tariffs as well.
So there's a lot of things that we have to do differently than what we've been doing.
That is Lloyd Axworthy.
Bro, this literally feels like Donald Trump talking about how he's going to destroy NATO. Okay, he's not going to do that. But NATO is a valuable resource for American empire. It benefits us more than anybody else. It benefits American military contractors more than anybody else. So the decision to, undermine NATO or destroy NATO in its entirety is ultimately a stupid one because it harms American interests. Maybe it's time to admit that JD Pondon isn't just a meme. No, I'm not going to admit that the MAGA communists are right somehow. Does NATO affect the price of burger? No. Here I have the Mexico counter tariffs as well, retaliatory countermeasures. Claudia Sheinbaum has responded forcefully to Donald Trump POTUS escalating threats, pointing to Plan B for Mexico's retaliation. We categorically reject the White House slander against the Mexican government of having alliances with criminal organizations, as well as any intention of intervention in our territory. If such an alliance exists anywhere, it is the United States arms manufacturers that sell high-powered weapons to these criminal groups. It's true. My queen, she should say it. She is right. Okay? Dude, how do I fix my phone? What is this? Hold on. Oh, I need to fix this thing real quick. Okay. Sorry. All right. In 4 months, our government has seized more than 40 tons of drugs, including 20 million doses of fentanyl. It has also arrested more than 10,000 people linked to these groups. If the U.S. government and its agencies want to address the serious consumption of fentanyl in their country, they could, for example, combat the sale of narcotics on the streets of their main cities, which they do not do, and the money laundering generated by this illegal activity that has done so much harm to their population. Also true. Speak on it, Queen. Cartels literally would not be able to exist in the way that they do if it wasn't for American border policies and lack of gun control in the country, because that's how they get their guns, and also an American marketplace that is excited at the prospect of getting that sweet, sweet fentanyl. So, like, the American government basically works hand in glove. Is that the right term? With the cartels. Okay. Surely the CIA doesn't propagate cartels and traffic the drugs themselves, nor would they inject them into marginalized communities as they stabilize them. I mean, yes, there's also that too, but hand in hand, hand in glove, hand in mouth. They could also start a massive campaign to prevent the consumption of these drugs and take care of their young people. Okay, this is another. Why is Claudia Scheinbaum giving better advice to the American government as a leader of Mexico? I don't understand. You know? Mexico does not want confrontation. We start from collaboration between neighboring countries. Mexico not only does not want fentanyl to reach the United States, but anywhere. Therefore, if the United States wants to combat criminal groups that traffic drugs and generate violence, we must work together in an integrated manner, but always under the principles of shared responsibility, mutual trust, collaboration, above all, respect for sovereignty. And to this end, I propose, President Trump, that we establish a working group with our best public health and security teams. Problems are not resolved by imposing tariffs, but by taking and talking and dialoguing, as we did in recent weeks with our State Department to address the phenomenon of migration. In our case, with respect to human rights, the graph that President Trump has been posting on social media about the decline in migration was created by my team, which has been in constant communication with his. I instruct the Secretary of Economy to implement Plan B that we have been working on, which includes tariffs and non-tariff measures in defense of Mexico's interests. Nothing by force, everything by reason and right. Here's also a beautiful picture of my queen, Claudia Scheinbaum. What? Is he saying this stuff from USA land? Brave broadcaster, holy shit, I'll be watching the web for Russian-style silencing of dissent. That's not going to come yet, but I do suspect it will happen inevitably as America's power around the world diminishes and the American government feels more threatened. As the American government feels more threatened, they will inevitably silence like sillier and sillier versions of dissent. Okay, here's the serfs glazing Claudia as well, because Alex Jones responded and said Mexico's communist president should worry more about the narco terrorists that run our nation and not the name of the Gulf of America. Which is so funny because the Gulf of America is an aesthetic thing that Donald Trump did instead of worrying about anything. So I don't know why he's calling her out on this. That's your president, big dog. The Surf says in her first 100 days, the president, Claudia Scheinbaum, cut homicides by 16.3%, cut femicides by 26%, cut extortion by 10%, cut gun injuries by 19.7%, cut violent street robbery by 10%. Where is this coming from? I don't know. Where is this information coming from? As the world starts to pull away from America more and more, we'll be faced with two choices: play ball with people on their teams or attack them. We know which one it will pick, but let's be real, people are going to move on without us eventually. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I don't know where Surf's got these numbers from. But listen, I just don't understand why America thinks that we still have like unlimited amount of control over all of this, and that we will inevitably use. Maybe Fox News has a argument for why Trump is claiming this beyond like fentanyl. You know what I mean? Because like I feel like this pushes other markets into Chinese hands. Like if your goal is to undermine China's soft power, if your goal is to undermine China's economic power, then this is the opposite of what you're supposed to do, because I feel like this in and of itself is working in favor of China, in favor of Chinese trade. I think that's the point. Why? What the fuck is Buttfeld talking about, dude? Trump is a secret China boo? That's the only explanation? Yeah, I don't think that is the explanation. It's 11 p.m. They're not covering tariffs? Oh, true. Okay, well, we'll get back to more tariff-related issues in a little bit, but for the time being, let's work on this. So while some people who mostly are drama YouTubers were focusing a lot of their efforts and all of their free time and maybe even family time on making a nuke about yours truly, because I leased a car, bought a house for myself and my family, and also am uncompromisingly pro-Palestine, which are all unacceptable. Ryan Beard was actually compiling at least some of the details of a person that I consider to be a fairly large menace in the live streaming sphere. Okay? His name is Destiny, also known as Sex Pestiny, also known as Epstiny, the leader of the Diddy G clan. Let's take a look.
I don't wish to bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received.
I'm going to issue multiple trigger warnings for sexual abuse, harassment, and the like before we move into this. He's the one that's brainwashed my brother, not you, Lamau. Yeah.
Received, but you have to understand, I don't wish to bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received, but you have to understand that at this point, I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand. There will be no vague allegations today. There will be no mentions of nukes, only mushroom clouds. I went with the title, Kethels, a case study on internet terrorism and mass media manipulation. This is going to be a cataloging of the past year, demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible, and what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets.
That's crazy. Isn't this verbatim what him and Dan Saltman said about unleashing like complete warfare upon Twitch for the crime of initially banning Destiny and then also not banning me, even though Twitch has banned me in the past, but simply not banning me for my coverage on Palestine. Interesting that he's using this.
It's going to be a careful documentation of lies. I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes. I'm not having secret recordings to be in my apartment. Bro, I'll talk about anything all the time ever. Are we serious?
So then the question stands, did you Lauren Southern?
Scams.
Every single person on the internet that is pushing NFTs is just trying to find a bigger sucker.
You can basically buy and sell, or you can buy and sell like Twitch clips, and you get an NFT that you can get autographed by the streamer. And you know what? If you buy it, I can go right up here and click autograph, and I can sign whatever NFT you want me to sign. Okay? Threats.
I think one of the funniest copes from Destiny's cult was on the NFT stuff, where I think their defense of that was, well, he just thought it was like a fun, cute thing that people can buy, and it wasn't to actually make money, when originally his argument about NFTs was that if you're going to buy it to make money, then you're stupid. It's like, no, dude, he knew it was a fucking scam, and, you know, he copped the bag anyway. That's it. It's just like an insane... To me, I feel like this demonstrates like messaging discipline. I think their Discord got an alert. You shot up 6K in 1 minute, probably. To me, this demonstrates messaging discipline, right? It demonstrates that you have designed your community in a way where you just straightforward have a cult-like attitude where no matter how obviously hypocritical your actions may be, you still have loyal soldiers and servants that will go out and push your message on these issues and are firm and committed believers in whatever you put out there. Like, they are more loyal to, I think, Destiny's ideology, whatever it is at any given moment, whatever he's presenting himself as a believer of, than he himself is, than Destiny himself is. Okay? It was troublesome for sure.
Doxing. I literally just doxed that girl. The one that tried to throw egg on me like a week or two ago. I don't give a fuck about like doxing. And an utter lack of accountability.
Molina recently confirmed that the sex tapes leaked by Destiny's former
Jesus Christ.
girl were shared by Destiny without her consent.
Good one. Nice.
If she has no legal recourse.
I got a whole bunch of super chats for you. Wick, ready?
Okay.
Over the years, I've worried about the types of tactics endorsed by progressive communities. The uncomfortable distorting of narratives.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just draw its borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like that's about where I'm at.
The grotesque shape-shifting of facts. Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. I don't think that would be considered grooming. The general inability to hold themselves to a decent standard of behavioral conduct.
The rioting needs to stop.
And if that means like white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing, because holy shit. It was the tale of an internet bully given far too much power.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
On a mission to seek fame and fortune.
So what's that look like revenue-wise? I think last time you said it was like 50K a month.
It's probably a little bit higher than that now. Yeah.
By building a career through vicious conflict.
Actually kill yourself. Yes, kill yourself.
We've allowed ourselves to gaze into the abyss for far too long.
Destiny
is the result.
On January 8th, 2025, the streamer Destiny's ex-wife Melina accused him of sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent to a 19-year-old young woman over Discord.
Something I can't, like, I'm not gonna go into detail of anything, but there's plenty of people that's wondering this, but I feel like this should be obvious. Nothing has happened with consent with anyone, not me and not anyone else. Like there's been no consent.
On January 21st, 2025, one of Destiny's close friends named Pixie accused him of also sharing pornographic videos of her without her consent. Destiny later revealed that this 19-year-old he had sent these pornographic videos to had allegedly been hacked, leading to these videos being leaked on the internet.
I think a friend of mine's account from that I talked to like 3 or 4 years ago ended up getting compromised, and you know, sometimes you just gotta roll with the memes. It is what it is. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay.
Later on that same day of January 21st, one of Destiny's previous close friends named Cherry not only accused Destiny of sharing a recording of them having sex without her consent, but also of recording her without her knowledge. Destiny has since admitted to sharing these sex tapes of Pixie and Melina without their consent. Cherry's allegation is still just an allegation, but she has recently filed a police report against Destiny. This is the story of Stephen Bennell II, a man with far too much power and the ways he has abused this power for his own personal gain. Hi, so this video has been a long...
How is this community still existing in any form after this much? Because it's a community that thrives on conflict, you know? What? Oh, dude, sinking low here. Probably won't respond. This isn't worth stream time. Just send to the feds. Okay.
Long time coming. I've been slowly...
Anyway, there's a couple different reasons. There's a couple different reasons for why. One, there's not really coherent legislation on a lot of the things that happen online, whether it be cyberbullying, cyber stalking, or even sex crimes that happen online, right? It's legislation is just simply not caught up. Okay. There are that's one of the major reasons. Another is that if you're asking like why his community is not falling apart over this, I think there are a lot of people who are understandably shaken from this, because it's not like every single person is like super invested in the cult, right? So for many of them, if they had just like encountered Destiny because they saw TikTok clips or something along those lines, they probably hear about this and they go, oh, what the fuck? I had no idea this dude was doing this weird shit. And they're out, right? There's other people who are like, oh, well, I was just barely scratching the surface of his commentary and I was actually a fan. But I realized that this is like, horrific behavior. But there's still a very sizable chunk of people who just don't care. They're in it for the conflict in and of itself. And it's not necessarily about ideology, no matter how hard his community presents him as a fantastic orator of liberal values, right? Something that's like very commonly shared in terms of like the most invested within the cult is like, I don't watch him for his personal morals. I watch him because he makes great content, or I watch him because he's a great spokesperson for liberal values, not recognizing the hollowed out nature of your own moral system when you say this person is a fantastic orator of liberalism, right? That's it. For many people, I think they just enjoy the blood sport of it, and they enjoy the community cyber stalking aspect of it. I think that's primarily the reason for why so many fans are like, no, I don't give a shit, and I like this, and let's see how he will get himself out of this bind. That's usually the attitude that people have, I think. While Destiny is not the most knowledgeable, not the most well-versed on many issues that he speaks on, he does have an endless amount of confidence and carries himself with an incredible amount of confidence. And he is a very skilled orator. Okay. He can basically get himself out of a bind by applying a lot of logical fallacies and rhetorical tricks in a way that I think a lot of swagged out white boys respond positively to, especially if they are relatively agoraphobic and don't have a lot going on. It's 4chan culture. Some people just like that edgy humor. That's what they want. That's what they demand. And that's what Destiny gives them. But for a lot of those people, they don't really give a shit if he's, doing a lot of horrifying things in his personal life.
Collecting evidence about this man Destiny here for about 3 years now, and I don't know about you, but I think it's finally time to take this motherfucker down. Destiny is widely hated by a variety of communities across the internet for a variety of reasons. But no matter how hated Destiny became, he always had a strong army of sycophants that would defend him no matter what he did. However, recently, almost all of his orbiters have abandoned him. Orbiters are what he calls his friends who stream with him. Basically, the implication is that Destiny is this massive planet, and all of his friends are these little planets that orbit around him.
I think it's pretty crazy and obviously very narcissistic, but it's particularly crazy that the orbiters themselves also call themselves orbiters. I remember what? Oh, that's what's so wild about it, where it's like the genuflection, like you're stating that your position is lower than this person. I don't know.
This has created an ecosystem where most of Destiny's friends rely on Destiny's success for fame and money. And because most of these people rely on Destiny for money, they've done a remarkably good job at sweeping allegations against Destiny under the rug.
Central Committee, the Greeks had a term for people like D, a sophist. My favorite clip was a debate we had where he didn't know that rich people borrowed money against their stocks and assets. There's a TikTok of it, and it really exposed him for the dumbass he is. I agree, by the way. That is unironically one of the, I think, perfect demonstrations of Destiny being confidently wrong and still maintaining this same posture that he is like absolutely in the right, when in fact he is just completely wrong. And he's not only completely wrong, but he's being a fucking douchebag about it. And he's doing it in a way where, like, his audience obviously is unfamiliar with the subject matter, so they probably respond to Destiny's confidence. They respond positively to his confidence. There have been numerous instances where, Destiny has actually gotten a ship pushed in by people who are more intelligent or at least more knowledgeable, and yet he still, as long as he still maintains this veneer of authority, this veneer of confidence, then plenty of his core fan base still think he's brilliant. He was watching the nuke and refused to read the articles that you had mentioned and lied over and over, Ben, about your political beliefs and motivations. He's a creep. Yeah.
For years. However, these recent allegations against Destiny have been so egregious that the majority of even his most loyal orbiters have decided to leave his orbit. Now, barely anyone is still defending Destiny.
I just saw myself in this fucking collage, dude. Why? Oh my God, why am I in this, bro? Like, these guys also have this this attitude that, like, everyone that Destiny has encountered ever in his streaming experience is a part of the lore, a part of the Destiny expanded cinematic universe, whether they consent to it or not. I mean, there's been a lot of people in and out of his life, lol. That's what I'm saying. But it's like wild to still act like these people are a part of the lore, or still a part, or even to act like it's lore anyway.
To leave his orbit. Now, barely anyone is still defending Destiny. One person who is still defending Destiny is Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, who recently decided to slut-shame Destiny's victims.
Where I go, I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way to whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Prixie, But you did sleep your way to the top. You know, you gotta call a spade here.
Even though Myron is an absolutely
Classic.
insane anti-Semitic woman hater who stands for everything that Destiny claims to be against, Destiny says that he has more respect for Myron than for anyone else on the internet.
In all of my years, God, this feels so shitty. In all my years doing content, I have more respect for Myron than any other individual.
Apparently, the amount of respect that Destiny has for you as a person is dependent on how willing you are to suck up to him.
He is the only person that I've seen that will consistently go into areas where there's so much like laughing and jokes and fun times to be had right here if he was shit on me, but he doesn't. He won't do it.
I have some level of empathy for Destiny's orbiters because it is difficult to be stuck in a position where you financially rely on someone who is not a great person. But I have basically no empathy for Destiny because I believe that Destiny is a massive piece of shit, and I will hopefully demonstrate why I feel that way in this video. In this video, I will go through nearly every harmful action that Destiny has committed over the years and then allow you to come to your own conclusions on whether or not you think this is a person who deserves anyone's admiration or respect. Before we jump into Destiny's actions from across the years, I think I should take a little bit of time to dispel some possible well poisoning that Destiny or his community DGG could try to attack me with. The first accusation they might throw at me is that I'm obsessed with Destiny. This is an accusation they like to throw at anyone who criticizes Destiny. Personally, I don't think it makes me obsessed with Destiny that I've been
I think it's pretty funny to also claim obsession when they run an active cyber stalking operation on virtually every single person that, myself included, that Destiny has ever encountered and has felt wronged by. Okay? So the idea that like it is actually the victims of the cyber stalking operations that are obsessed with him is so ridiculous, because especially considering this dynamic, for approximately 4 or 5 years over the course of the past 6 years, I rarely ever talked about sex pestiny. And the only time that I decided to change that was when he chose to defend Israel unconditionally and came out of the gate swinging by claiming that he was pro-genocide, as shown in the early stages of this video. So it is wild that he has spent, as Mike correctly points out, they watch every collab you and I engage in. They watch every stream. If they find a clip they can take out of context or frame it, they can screenshot where you look bad. They will try and make it go viral. It's actually hilarious how little success they've had. I wouldn't say necessarily that they've had little success. In terms of my career, of course, it's a rather difficult thing to tackle, okay, in its entirety. But if there's ever a person that you encounter in the wild that isn't actually familiar with my commentary whatsoever, but has a negative association with me, it's most likely a consequence of the obviously very dedicated smear operation that they have engaged in for the past 5 fucking years. So there is some there's some degree of success on that, although of course it's not that successful. But yeah, they do this to every single person that they feel has wronged Destiny, including but not limited to someone like Ludwig, where they made a 20-minute long documentary about all the times Destiny was cool, because Ludwig, in a single tweet, said that Destiny had bad vibes. And when they failed in convincing him, they shit on him for being friends with me, and they still fucking attack him all the time. Like, for example, I'll give you an example, okay? They'll just start off with like an insane suspicion that normally would be relegated to someone who is hysterical, schizophrenic even. Hasan makes boss calls to Ludwig and actually dominates the entire streaming industry. Okay, this is a real conspiracy that they believe in, where Ludwig will make decisions entirely on his own, okay, unbeknownst to me. And these guys will turn around and go, oh, he did this because of Hasan. And they will continue along with that narrative, and they will spread it far and wide. So randomly, underneath any fucking like thirst talk or any kind of like new person being like, oh, I just started watching this Hasan guy, I really like him, you'll see a number of different insane conspiracies dedicated to me, including but not limited to the thing that I was mentioning. Hasan actually got really upset and offended at Ludwig, and he made a call to make Ludwig delete a part of his video or delete his video in its entirety. I don't even fucking remember. They literally have spreadsheets. They have dedicated websites to compiling all of this false information, and they have spreadsheets with clips that are clipped out of context to run the gamut whenever there's an opportunity. Okay? There was a period of time where if you wanted to gain any following as a policy streamer, you had to go on a weekly debate panel full of deorbiters. It was a space devoid of deodorant and God. Yeah, that sounds devastating. Yeah. Members of his community have also doctored images from this chat, created websites with doctored images from this chat. I mean, as recently as a month or so ago, his community literally compiled every single chat message in this, on every single chat message in this chat, and claimed that like the moderators were not doing a good job, and myself were not doing a good job banning people for anti-Semitism. And they thought that they could take it all the way up to Tom Cotton to the Senate to do a congressional hearing on a public Twitch stream, okay? A public Twitch stream and its moderation practices. Like how unimaginably invested are you in Twitch streaming that you think normal politicians are going to fucking get about, like they're going to talk about like the moderation of one particular community where anyone can talk at any given moment, and there's 30,000 different voices that are chiming in here from all different backgrounds. Not every single person is a fan of mine, for example. Like that is delusion, pure and utter delusion. In the grand scheme of things, I am a nobody, okay? I'm nothing. The idea that I have this awesome amount of power is something that a lot of these people have inflated in their own heads. This is their own personal estimation, and I think they're wrong. I actually used to be the head mod for the channel that Rando's Hippy Dippy. I left when he started having Dion a lot, but anytime D was in chat, it became nearly impossible to moderate and extremely toxic. Yeah.
Him for the purpose of criticizing him. None of Destiny's fans accused me of being obsessed with Sneeko when I did a deep dive into Sneeko's harmful actions because they don't like Sneeko. But they probably will accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny because Destiny is their daddy. This is the first video I've ever made about Destiny, and it'll probably be about an hour and a half long. Compare that to the probably hundreds of hours that Destiny has spent on his stream criticizing Hasan. And I have nothing against Destiny criticizing Hasan. It would just be pretty hypocritical to accuse me of being obsessed with Destiny for making 1 hour and a half long video about him, while Destiny has talked about Hasan for hundreds of hours. Destiny has written multiple incredibly long manifestos.
That's the other thing that like I just truly don't understand. It's the easiest thing to show. I have like what 4 or 5 total videos with about Deform. Not an it's not ringing any alarm bells for all these people that are in this cult. But yeah, as someone that I read the comments from that was like a former Destiny community member, he has so thoroughly poisoned the well for someone like myself that there is no world in which his community, even if they hate him now, will ever turn around and go, maybe I was a little deluded about the way I feel about this random fucking dude. Does that make sense?
Criticizing creators like Vosh, Keffels, and Bob7, who Destiny believes have wronged him over the years. Although I find the label of manifesto a bit cringe, I see nothing inherently wrong with Destiny writing manifestos to chronicle the bad behaviors of these creators. So, in the same way, I guess this will be my manifesto against Destiny. And if you have an issue with me making this manifesto, I hope you will stay logically consistent and also criticize Destiny for making manifestos about Vosh, Keffels, and Bob7. If I had to predict how Destiny himself would respond to this video, he would probably respond with something similar to this tweet that he tweeted at me a couple years ago. You're hopping into a bandwagon of people accusing me of being a rape apologist because you're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. Don't play stupid. You know exactly what you're doing. To be honest, Destiny isn't 100% wrong here. I am jumping onto a bandwagon of people criticizing him, but I don't think that's an inherently bad thing to do. Destiny jumps onto bandwagons of people criticizing Hasan all the time. When Ethan Klein makes videos attacking Hasan, Destiny jumps onto the bandwagon. So when a bunch of people on the internet are criticizing Destiny right now for sharing women's sex tapes without their consent, hell yeah, I'm gonna jump.
I do feel like this is very devoid of any sort of real politics as well. Like Ethan criticizing Hasan and Destiny jumping on the bandwagon is kind of wild because, what was Ethan criticizing me over? It's wild. He's doing it right now? What do you
jump
mean?
onto the bandwagon and roast the shit out of him. With the way the internet works, criticisms against someone are more likely to stick when that person is actively engaged in a controversy. This is just how the internet is. So yes, I waited to make this video until you were in a possibly career-ending controversy because I knew that this would make more people listen to my criticism against you. Do you have a problem with that? You know how the internet works, Destiny.
Anybody who hates you, even if he doesn't like them, he will ride off into the he will ride them into the sunset. I mean, yeah. No, he literally did that with Sam Hyde, Nick Fuentes, numerous far right figures. It's not like a secret. He then also lied actively about not knowing that Sam Hyde was a neo-Nazi, and then we found out that he had actually a couple months prior talked about how, you know, Sam Hyde definitely was a neo-Nazi, including the reasons as to why he thought he was a neo-Nazi. But of course, when the opportunity presented itself for him to, collaborate with Sam Hyde, platform him, elevate him, and talk about how funny he is as a comedian or whatever, he forgot, I guess.
Jump onto bandwagons of criticizing people who are in controversies all the time. But now that the shoe's on the other foot, you're mad about it.
All the other shit from all the other vultures and all the other communities that are like coming in trying to like make drama out of this, that don't give a fuck about any victims or any people involved, which is the majority of people.
That's crazy it's pure projection, I think. Yeah, everyone is just trying to make drama out of this and don't care about the victims at all. And also, that's literally what Destiny has done his entire career. That's how he built an audience that's so unimaginably toxic.
Don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't care about that.
Another accusation that Destiny's fans like to throw at people who criticize him is that they're just doing it for money. Oh, you mean like how Destiny has made money from covering other people's controversies for years? What a dog shit argument. Yes, I'm gonna make money from this video because this is my job, just like Destiny makes money from criticizing other people because that's his job. But this video isn't just about making money for me. I genuinely care about raising awareness for the shitty stuff that Destiny has done. If you're gonna write a manifesto about Keffals and say that she needs to be held responsible for her actions.
Demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
I'm gonna do the same thing to you, motherfucker. Now let's focus in on this part of the tweet. You're still upset that I bullied you off the internet a year ago. You know what, Destiny? You are not totally wrong. Being bullied off the internet didn't feel particularly good because people don't tend to enjoy being bullied. Destiny and his community definitely have bullied me over the years, but I don't really care to relitigate my personal beef with Destiny. Destiny and his community weren't very nice to the suit-wearing fatty. Who gives a fuck? But Destiny, you don't get to criticize Keffals for being a bully.
Internet bullying.
And then turn around and take pride in the fact that you're a bully. That is called hypocrisy. The fact that Destiny and his community have bullied me in the past probably is a factor in why I chose to make this video. And I would argue that the treatment that Destiny received from creators like Vosh and Keffals is one of the reasons he made manifestos against them. As much as I might want to, I am a human being and I can't fully separate myself from my own personal biases. And the fact that I have been bullied by Destiny and his community in the past does probably make me somewhat biased against them. If you feel like my personal bias against Destiny means that I'm not the right person to make this video, I respect that opinion and I encourage you to go watch a different YouTube video. But in this video, I'm going to try my absolute best to be as unbiased as possible and stick to the facts as much as possible. I am going to try my best to not view Destiny in bad faith because I think even if you view him in good faith, he's still a piece of shit. I do feel like one of Destiny's tactics from across the years is to be incredibly mean to anyone he has a conflict with. So when that person eventually decides to make a video criticizing him, he can just write that person off as obsessive and just mad because he bullied them.
As a supporter of yours, I'd appreciate if you address some of the points made in the Britney video. She seemed to be pretty fair, especially in her conclusions. I don't have time to address every deranged, obsessive video that's made about me. I still haven't watched the Britney video.
Yeah. It's weird because he's done like 1,000 of these about me. And back in the day, every single time a new one would come out, his community would storm mine to just be like, dude, why are you avoiding these like obvious criticisms that you must address immediately? You know, I don't really understand it, especially when this person was directly involved with Sex Pestiny. Like directly, they were friends. And he was directly wronged, as far as I understand. In terms of Ethan, because you can make a similar argument on that front. I have already addressed every single criticism that has been launched in my direction, both from Ethan, who basically rehashed all of his manic moments from the past 6 or 7 months. But not only that, but I had already addressed them a million times over prior, because these are not unique or original claims. They were directly plagiarized from the sex pastini community. So that's it.
Just add this tactic to the long list of tactics that Destiny and his community use to deflect criticism from themselves. The last criticism that Destiny and his community might make against this video is that I'm bringing up a bunch of old news that Destiny has already addressed. While that might be the case for some of the things I talk about in this video is not
Chuck Dies, thank you for the 25, get the subs.
Being made for Destiny's community. I'm making this video for the broader internet, and the majority of the broader internet doesn't know about all of these past controversies that you might consider old news. Contrary to what you guys might believe, the entire world does not orbit around Destiny. If Destiny is going to be interviewing potential presidential candidates like Marianne Williamson, then I think the broader political community deserves to know about Destiny's past actions. Destiny has said before that he has nothing to hide, and people can't
It's actually truly shocking that it has taken this long for enough people to come out and be like, this is it, I'm done. I've been wronged too severely by this person, because he is left behind a body. I mean, he's left behind a trail of corpses throughout his career. Just people that he has so consistently wronged over and over again, who he still actually will routinely take shots at when the opportunity presents itself. His community considers this burning bridges. They consider it to be content, right? And the only thing that I think has kind of kept a lot of people from coming out and being like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Is his active community of defenders who will engage in, sometimes, dare I say, sophisticated smear campaigns against everyone that has any sort of critical opinion over this man, okay? Like an unlimited amount of harassment, DDoSing if the opportunity presents itself, mass brigading, following you everywhere you go online, making it so that you are seen as like a toxic individual, trying to separate you from your real life friends by consistently smearing people that you collaborate with. And he's been able to keep this together by actively gaslighting his audience and maintaining the presence that he's doing this for some higher liberal purpose. And some people, I think, believe it. Some people, I think, recognize that as a true thing. There have been instances of physical harassment that Frogan has withstood. There have been instances of even someone physically coming up to me in the real world as well at the DNC. If you recall, the I'm shaking moment from the dude who was in the Destiny Discord, the Diddy G person that we found out was quite racist, as a matter of fact. He came up to me while I was live streaming at the DNC and said, Destiny made you, and then ran away instantly before I could even comprehend what was going on. We later found out that he was actually fantasizing about what to say to me, and that he was openly talking about how he was shaking. Hasan is right there, I'm shaking, is the thing that he said. So, you know, and Destiny rewards that kind of behavior with admiration and recognition. That is the other side of this. He retweets when those things go viral, you know? Like he likes that. I think that's a very dangerous game to play, to be fair, because you never know what some of your most loyal fans are capable of doing. So if you play fast and loose with urging them into taking direct action in the real world, that is extremely dangerous for other content creators, and perhaps maybe even dangerous for yourself. There will be legal repercussions if they actually do something insane.
Expose him for anything that he's done in the past because he's open about everything he's done in his life. When someone else was trying to expose Destiny for his bad behavior, he sent these messages to his chat. So if he wants to expose me, that's fine, let him expose. But he needs to post receipts instead of just vaguely alluding to shit. There's literally nothing anyone could have on me for anything because I don't do anything bad/weird. I am the cleanest motherfucker in this entire scene. The worst anyone could ever have on me is fucking dick pics or something. He can talk about whatever he wants, but he should provide proof, not just baseless accusations/speculation.
That's a wild statement. I'm the cleanest motherfucker in this industry is a wild statement.
Alright, Destiny, in this video I will provide plenty of proof and receipts to back up everything that I accuse you of. If what you said in these messages is true, then you should have absolutely no issue with me lying out everything that you've done over the years on the table. Are we on the same page? Great. Honestly, I feel like the fact that I feel the need to lay out all these preambles and pretext and shoot down possible criticisms before they make them should show you that Destiny's community have become masters at deflecting.
Yeah. I'm not in a cult, says man who's clearly in a cult. It is cultish. I mean, it is a cult. I mean, down to the sex crimes. You can't have a cult without having at least some semblance of sex crimes. And now that we know, then there are receipts for that as well. It seemingly is the full thing.
Deflecting criticism against them. You can call these motherfuckers Bert from Mary Poppins in the way that they're masters at sweeping. The joke here is that Bert from Mary Poppins is a chimney sweep. It's a funny joke, okay? Fuck off. My goal in this video is not to push some sort of political agenda against Destiny. I actually think he is a very smart dude who's one of the best debaters on the internet and one of the best people at using logic to defend liberal values. I debated Destiny a couple times a few years ago and he definitely wiped the floor with me, especially in our second debate. I have no shame in admitting that. Destiny is definitely
he's the best at defending liberal values. I guess if you see it as a pejorative, that's like what liberal values, like what, defending Israel's genocide? Like, what are we talking about? Liberal values such as defending Kyle Rittenhouse, liberal values such as you know, the video, the things that you showed in the beginning of the video, which are what, like defending CP, defending sexual assault, victim blaming. None of these are liberal values. Okay? The reality of the matter is Destiny is a debate mercenary. He has no values. Okay? He oftentimes will say he's sociopathic. He'll say he's an egoist. He'll use anything and everything he can to make it seem as though he has, you know, convictions that can change when he encounters new information. But in many instances, he's just in it for the spirit of debate. A pure sophist. Your Central Committee is correct.
Definitely a better debater than I am. Even if I disagree with a lot of his opinions because I'm a leftist, I can still recognize that he's done a great job dunking on a bunch of dumbass conservatives. But
okay, that part okay, never mind. I don't disagree with that. Yes, he is very good at going after lowest common denominator conservatives. In the only instance where he's actually gone after a conservative that is also a successful orator, Ben Shapiro, he just sat there like a little puppy and agreed on so much. So much so that even Lex Fridman said, wow, it sure seems strange that you guys agree on a lot more than you disagree on. So yeah, going on Sigma Grindset podcast and like shitting on dudes who think that women should be in the kitchen is, you know, yeah, it's basically one step elevated from what Steven Crowder does. But whenever Destiny actually encounters someone who is more knowledgeable on a particular matter than he is, like an academic, for example, he will have to resort to as many rhetorical tools as possible in an effort to destabilize the conversation, keep his interlocutor on the back foot, and keep him consistently defending ridiculous positions to the best of his ability by claiming that he is simply testing their moral boundaries. Okay? He famously said that he has not real positions because that means he has to actually defend it. He likes to be on offense and assume the positions of Socratic questioner and try to find a gap in a person's knowledge so he can appear to be right. But if you examine his work, he doesn't actually have a consistent set of values. Yeah, he does not. That's why there's accounts like you know, Destiny versus Destiny, where you can find older clips of Destiny defending a position and then immediately dunking on said position a couple of years later. It's not that he actually got new information and did his research, even though he claims that that is the case. It's because he's decided that he wants to defend that position now because it's a more fortuitous position for him, or sometimes a more edgy position for him, and that will garner him more attention and more love.
People are like, hey, your chat has been spamming a ton of like really hateful shit. And like every YouTuber's like, wait, what? My chat? I had no idea. I'm just now hearing about this. I had no idea. It's like, bro, come on. Really?
Ethan Klein, if you want to have a conversation with me, I am available. I can talk to you about any number of different political disagreements that we have, except this time I'm not going to be fucking nice to you. Okay? I'm not going to treat you with kitty gloves. They're saying they were hate watching. Yeah, that's the other thing. They currently are probably doing this right now as well. Destiny's website literally has a dedicated hate watching corner for every moment that he's not live. They'll just have my stream up or any number of different consistent rotating villains in his community. People that want nothing to do with him or his fans. Okay? They just sit there and hope that I kill myself, which is hilarious because, you know, I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm not going to talk to you like you're a special boy who deserves my special attention and that you're so funny and so special. I'm going to talk to you in the same exact way that I would to an actual political content creator. If there is a absolute subhuman savage fuck commentator out there who was expressing your viewpoint about Israel, I'm going to talk to you in the same exact way that I would. Please, God, I'm begging you, kill Hasan. Please, please, please. Like, this level of vitriol I don't have for anyone, including Destiny, okay? And that motherfucker has done so much over the course of the past 5 years, okay? And I still don't want this. I want him to get better as well. I want him to just fucking leave me alone, really. I want him to leave other people that are in my vicinity alone as well. It's kind of crazy that these guys who have never met me ever in their entire lives have this strong of an opinion, okay, on someone who they claim to align with politically as well. That's the other side of the story, because these guys also personally consider themselves to be, you know, they personally consider themselves to be progressives. They consider themselves to be liberals. Your chat was shitting on Ethan live yesterday. Come on, man. Yeah. This guy has been following me since 2018. This is a loyal soldier. Okay. This is a loyal Diddy Jeer. Probably came in here because, you know, Destiny and I were friendly with one another and collaborating with one another. Okay. Left after we parted ways, only to come back sporadically every now and then to just come in and say, you suck. Probably currently hate watching. But the point is this: you don't know me. I don't know you. You shouldn't have these feelings for anyone. Okay. Or if you have this level of this level of strong feelings for someone, they probably shouldn't be aligned, at least ideologically, with you in meaningful ways. You must ask yourself why you've gotten this angry over a dude you've never met that you've only seen online. Okay? Like, the only group of individuals that I've seen this level of vitriol from, that I've received this level of hatred from, are fucking neo-Nazis online, and I get why they feel that way about me. You know what I mean? But it's just no different than the unhealthy obsessions that you see in any other stan group, okay? But at least, like, K-pop has some decent output, you know what I mean? They make, like, cool music and shit. I just will never understand being this level of parasocial for a dude who just, like, is super toxic and tries to humiliate every single person that he talks to and is very confidently incorrect regularly. So when you also repeat those statements that you hear from him and you regurgitate that, you also end up becoming confidently incorrect, or just overall a toxic person to be around that people in the real world are not going to want to be around at all, because you constantly find yourself debating them on minutia. Them, okay? So if you think that I'm afraid of you, I think you and I both know that that's not the case. I think you and I both know that there's a reason why, despite the fact that you and I have very similar enemies, some of which you've turned into your friends, even after they got, you know, unfortunately they got out. I have. Hopefully his plane back home crashes. That's fine. Very similar enemies, some of which you've turned into your friends, even after they got, you know, unfortunately they got out of the sex pass. But don't try to fucking pull a Sam Cedar on me. Guess you can't really do that with Destiny now, can you? Since, you know, he was outed as a fucking sex pest. It's got to sting a little bit.
As a content creator, you have a huge ability to sculpt and shape how your community acts. If your chat is like wall to wall, like, fuck these people, fuck these, like, that's behavior that's coming from the top down. And if you're not, like, taking steps to do anything about it, you're not addressing it at all, you're basically co-signing it.
I remember in Caroline's, like, third ever stream, there was a person that came into her chat basically saying, hey, I see you've been streaming for only a couple days and you focus on politics. You should watch out for this psycho called Hasan Piker. I recommend you stream with a guy called Destiny. He's very smart and welcoming. They're also insanely insidious, prowling for brand new streamers to flip. Yeah. No, it's a cult. They're looking for new victims. Like, that's it. They're looking for new victims so they can bring them into the cult and turn them into Destiny, as Destiny likes to call them, and as they also self-brand, orbiters. Okay? There's sexual favors that could be traded in the process as well, clearly. Okay? But ultimately, it's just a cult. And everyone serves one purpose, which is to undermine Destiny's enemies and advocate for his cause. But it's not a liberal cause in particular. It's a Destiny cause. That's it. Did Caroline take that advice? Well, considering that I've known her for almost a decade, I don't think that she was going to take that advice. But I mean, this is loyalty. This person was banned in 11/10/2023, and that person is still watching, hate watching, and demanding I kill myself. I think between you and I, one of us is closer to suicide than the other. And I don't think it's me. Like, if that's the kind of behavior that you're engaging in on a regular basis, you don't have a lot going on in your life. I would recommend you get help as fast as possible and you try to snap out of it. Please. Like, it's just projection.
Like Destiny said in his manifesto against Keffals, I don't think we should be afraid to hold members of our own community accountable.
Demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible.
And Destiny has done a lot of fucked up shit that I think he needs to be held accountable for. Just because he's a good debater who's really good at defending the liberal ideology, I don't think that means that we should sweep his bad behavior under the rug.
And I don't understand how Steven can really say that he wants to be a serious political advocate if he doesn't want to manage his personal life in any way that's serious. Like, why should the DNC involve you in anything that they want when your personal life looks like a fucking train wreck that's going to be bad PR for all of them? Why should anyone want to spend time debating you on these bigger platforms if all you're going to do is bring fucking tarnishing their reputation, right? It's like, if you're serious about this, you should make this sacrifice. And if you can't, then I don't think you really care about the political positions that you claim to care about.
My goal in this video is to simply lay out all of his actions from across the years that I consider harmful and allow you to come to your own conclusions. All right? Let's get into it. In this video, I hope to establish a pattern of how Destiny over the course of his career has repeatedly taken advantage of and harmed women and occasionally children, and how he has advocated for a world that makes it easier for people like him to harm women and children. We'll start by going through Destiny's harmful behavior towards women, then we'll take a detour to his harmful behavior towards children, and then we'll loop back around to his harmful behavior towards women again. Sound good? Well, it's not going to be. Around the end of 2011, Destiny sexually assaulted a woman on his live stream. I'm not using the word allegedly here because we have video of him doing it, and he has openly admitted that it was sexual assault.
I would say that in my streaming career in the past, like totally publicly, like I completely and totally like assaulted a girl on stream before for like fucking 5 minutes or whatever. I got super fucking drunk and was like grabbing her fucking breast the entire time.
Later, Destiny has attempted to downplay his actions here by tweeting, "I was drunk off my ass literally for the first time in my life." And he said that at the time he didn't understand how bad it was, but now looking back years later, he understands that it was reprehensible behavior.
And at the time I figured like, oh, well, you know, we're gonna fuck anyway. Like it doesn't matter. Like she's chill or whatever. Like I'm drunk, it doesn't matter. Like at the time I'm thinking like, you know, oh, it's not a big deal. But like looking back, I'm like, okay, wait, this is like really, really, really reprehensible behavior.
But if you go back and watch the clip, immediately after assaulting her, he says, "Listen, I'm gonna apologize to you so much tomorrow."
Listen, I'm gonna apologize
Yeah,
to you
say sorry.
so much tomorrow.
Why would you need to apologize to her tomorrow, Destiny? Is it maybe because you understood that what you were doing was wrong? To me, this shows that even in his incredibly drunk state, he knew that what he was doing is wrong. And obviously, being drunk does not absolve you of your actions. Otherwise, we wouldn't criminalize drunk driving.
You've come here to this stream to defend drunk drivers to me.
This is a common tactic with Destiny where he'll half take accountability for something, but half try to downplay it by saying, "Oh, I was so drunk at the time. Oh, I didn't understand how bad it was at the time." But I'm calling bullshit. You understood that what you were doing was bad, even back when you did it, because you were an adult, not a baby. According to this woman, Destiny has never directly apologized to her, even though she would like him to. She acknowledges that he has indirectly apologized on his stream, but my question is, did he apologize?
I would bet anything if you DM'd him and come on stream, he would bring you on to talk about it. Dude, it's like this is what I mean. This is what I mean in terms of like his fan base and the way that they operate. Like everything's content. It's like, oh, just come on the stream. Come on the stream. And he'll apologize for it publicly. Would love an apology. I don't think he ever will, but everyone that is there, hell, even the stream viewers could see we didn't make him drink. We were all drinking, and it wasn't a pass to grab anyone on live stream. The whole trip was odd. He has apologized on streams and such indirectly. It's fine. I know he regrets it. It's just crazy. It's like, hey, come here. debate him about whether or not your sexual assault was that bad. You know, it's ridiculous. Weren't you just saying that about talking with Ethan? My friend, one, I have privately reached out to him. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Ethan has spent the past 6 months basically turning what I suspect are political disagreements into an entirely different campaign of trying to fucking get me deplatformed. I didn't sexually harass him. How are these two things remotely in the same territory? What the fuck? You're a sociopath. We know who you are now. Why are you propagandizing? You're a sociopath. I used to love your Twitch, but you're a monster. You're a propagandist. You're a propagandist. It sucks that there are so many NPCs out there, like straight up. No, I'm gonna unban that person. They can continue being insane in the chat if they choose to do so. Okay, respond to the allegations. This has got to be. This is not a DGG or this is a foot soldier. Sad state of affairs to see people that otherwise used to be in a very, very progressive community basically mold and redefine their worldview in real time over a long and convoluted crash out in the background of an ethnic cleansing campaign that the political disagreements started over. I hope that you can come to terms on your own without being, motivated by anyone. Talk about the allegations is an H3 meme. Exactly.
On his stream to save his reputation, or did he apologize because he was genuinely remorseful? I will allow you to answer that question for yourself as we go through more of Destiny's pattern of behavior from over the years. In 2012, Destiny shared private nudes of a woman he had been sexting named Blue Tea with his friends. Destiny will often claim that the reason for his actions are because he was provoked into doing them and he had no other choice.
I'm kind of being pushed into playing my entire hand.
That was part of Ethan's video, is that you're a propagandist and he thinks propaganda is equals lies. Yes, propaganda didn't used to be a negative term, okay? I had a literal show on the Young Turks called Agitative Propaganda. Okay? That's number one. Number two, I will always be honest with you about my political perspectives on any given issue. Do you understand? Propaganda is no different than saying public relations. I saw someone say that comparing you to Osama bin Laden on Twitch versus terrorists should actually be a compliment because we love Osama bin Laden so much. Oh, that's nice. I've legitimately seen on stream chatters linking a docs of a chatter about shit. It's insane. I haven't been duped. Y'all are in the same echo chamber as those in Destiny's. Wait, what? So you're an anti-Destiny, anti-me guy? I don't understand. Your chat isn't exactly like his. Clueless. Yes, no one does anything. What? Once again, just keyword search Hasan on his YouTube page and then keyword search Destiny on mine. And I think you will arrive at a very quick conclusion that there is no parody here. No parody whatsoever. I suspect that you are a bit of a conservative chatter, if this is the perspective that you hold, but that is ridiculous.
But here, there was no provocation. He just thought it would be funny to share this woman's private nudes with his friends and joke about how fucking hideous her face is compared to her beautiful body. And he also insulted her because he thought she looked like Shrek. So he shared a woman's private nudes without consent for the purpose of degrading her. In response, Blue Tea hacked Destiny's Twitter and tweeted out pictures of his dick. Obviously, I condemn this woman's actions. She posted revenge porn of Destiny, which is never justified. But don't forget that the situation that provoked this was Destiny maliciously sharing her nudes without her consent. On Reddit, Destiny replied to her by saying,
"Oh my God, you're doing it again. You use genocide when challenged so the other person can't press you." He's talking about gen again. OME. You always somehow bring up genocide as soon as you get challenged. In the context of myself and Ethan Klein's disagreements over Israel, yes, genocide is the main issue. This is not a simple deflection. And I think the quicker you understand that, the easier things will be for you. Just because Ethan keeps deflecting away and has probably mentioned the word genocide significantly more times as a humorous quip, both in his video and in general throughout the past 16 months of genocide, okay? That should be a little alarming to you if you do truly care about these values. This isn't to say that Ethan doesn't recognize what Israel is doing as a genocide. I'm not entirely certain on where he lands on this issue because I think he does change his mind quite a bit. Okay? My conversation or my argument surrounding Ethan was that it was pathetically selfish to basically look at hundreds of thousands of people dead underneath the rubble, cholera outbreaks, famine, entire city blocks destroyed, and look at all of that and say, but what about my feelings? I think having a back and forth conversation revolving YouTube drama on the backdrop of a genocide is ridiculous. That was the point I was making. Not that I didn't have any time to do anything else, or not that I was simply using genocide to deflect away from honest criticism. Okay? I think it is incredibly scummy, like true heinous scumbag behavior, to look at all of these atrocities and basically try to use that to air out your own personal grievances with another person that you used to have a podcast with because you felt some type of way about your own progressive community coming to conclusions on their own over your own personal output on this issue. That's it. You can keep saying, I'm simply deflecting away. What have you actually done for Palestine other than platform yourself for money? True. I guess you got me there, chatter. I don't think I'll be able to ever... there's literally clips of you using the genocide card. No, dude. No. What you're referring to is Ethan cynically clipping shit to make it seem like I'm saying, oh, I just can't talk to Ethan. I'm too scared of him because there's a genocide going on, and not what I just described to you. If I am the primary target here, okay, don't you think that my perspective in this matters? Or do you think you can just keep repeating it over and over again? It doesn't feel like you care about the truth of the matter whatsoever, or even my perspective. You're in here simply to say genocide card, which is a gross fucking statement to make regardless, especially when, you know, I have fairly actively covered all of these atrocities that have happened over the course of the past 16 months. And not only that, but that is also part of the reason why I have been endlessly harassed by the ADL, Destiny, and even Ethan fucking Klein. It's not simply a card to be utilized in a fucking content nuke. Okay? That's the point that I'm trying to make. And yet many people don't understand that. Ethan used a lot of clips of chatters trying to derail during Gaza content that make it seem like you shut down conversation using the word genocide, not because you were mid-coverage of mass murder. Yeah, it's gross. It's a really gross and really fucked up thing to do. It is a morally repugnant thing to do. Okay? A lot of people, I think, they fall victim to the whims of narcissistic people online in the simplest terms. Okay? That's it. Are you 100% convinced he's taking advantage of things and being disingenuous instead of just genuinely believing these weird views? Like, are you sure he's lying for attention rather than being delusional? No, I mean, I think there's a it's a little column A, little column B for sure. Didn't you raise over $1 million for Palestinian aid within a week after 10/7? Yes, and then everyone said I was funding everyone saying I was funding Hamas. Anyway, I'm gonna keep watching this video no matter how hard you guys try to derail it.
I can't imagine how you can think that people will never, ever, ever talk about anything personal or private amongst their friends. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't see myself caring at all if you shared pictures between your close friends, especially given the fact that I'd never see any of them in real life. So, in this comment, Destiny is admitting that he did send the nudes without consent, and he's attempting to downplay his actions. A couple years later, when one of Destiny's friends named Bob7 allegedly shared a woman's nudes without her consent, Destiny said that this should be life-destroying.
Bob7 shared nude photographs of multiple women after pressuring one to post one without their consent, but I do believe that these are relatively life-destroying revelations.
But when Destiny does it, he justifies it by saying that he wouldn't care if someone did it to him.
One of those comments was literally someone at DNC telling you to blow your nose when talking about Gaza. Apparently you telling that chatter to focus on the subject in hand is pulling the genocide card. These people really don't have any morals at all. Incredible stuff. I said this earlier today. I was at a Palestinian. I thank you for everything you do. It matters a lot. I try my best.
This is known as the personal preference fallacy, arguing that something isn't wrong simply because you wouldn't.
Why are you not watching the video? Will you watch with him? Are you going to delete people questioning you? Considering that I literally unbanned you in spite of your hysterics, I think you should be a little bit more charitable. That's number one. Number two, I already said it. If Ethan Klein has any sort of issues with me, he can take it up with me directly. Okay? I thought that, you know, now that he got it out of his system after 6 fucking months of constantly chirping, lying, desperately looking at his producers to be like, hey, do you guys agree with me? And have them sit there awkwardly in the fucking backdrop being like, I don't want to give a comment here because you're kind of fucking insane. Okay? As I've said, we can have that conversation face to face if he chooses to do so. But it doesn't seem like he wants to do that. It seems like he desperately wants me to watch his YouTube video. He's so proud of it. Okay? I'm down. I think there is something above simply watching a YouTube video of things that I have addressed a million times over. Okay? Saying that while defending a dude that censors his comments, chat on Reddit is really funny. I know. Also, speaking of censoriousness, okay? Speaking of censorship, I mean, Ethan is literally deleting every fucking critical comment under his fucking YouTube video. That's number one. I wish I was a millionaire like you. Wait, what? Okay, I don't know what this has to do with anything. Ethan is literally 100 times wealthier than I am. What the fuck? But okay. As I was stating, Mr. Comments are hidden on this video. Mr. I'm banning paid members on the live stream because they dare to question me is over here fucking, you know, as his fans being like, you're engaging in censorship. At least this time on the fucking content nuke that he put together after 6 months, even though all that came out was just a dud after all of that work, the thing that he decided to do was delete comments before they got any sort of motion whatsoever.
Care if it was personally done to you. Even if Destiny wouldn't care if someone shared his nudes, which I doubt, that doesn't make it okay for him to do it to someone else. And a couple years later, Destiny demonstrates that he knows that sharing nudes is wrong by laughing at this clip of someone explaining how it's wrong.
The guy sent the nudes to like his buddy, and the buddy sent it to the other buddy,
Fedmeister.
and it just like the whole school had her nudes.
Wow.
Right?
That's cray.
That in and of itself is another example of like violating consent. Like, even though, you know, for so long we were trained to be like, oh, consent has to do with like, you know, like sex.
Did you guys know that if a bitch breaks up with you and you send her nudes to everybody, even that's wrong, guys?
Him laughing like this is him sarcastically showing that he obviously understands it's wrong. So I think even back when Destiny did this, he understood that it was wrong. He's just pretending like he didn't understand that it was wrong to avoid taking accountability for his actions. Destiny has a long history of really not liking when women post about their negative sexual experiences online. Real talk, opening up about quote-unquote your rape and shit on Twitter is incredibly fucking weird and should never have been normalized. I have no idea why the fuck people encourage others to trauma dump on social media. It's insanely unhealthy. This was in response to a woman sharing an allegation about how she was stealthed. She was allegedly having sex with a man. She had established the boundary beforehand that he needed to wear a condom during sex, but in the middle of allegedly having sex with a man, she had established the boundary beforehand that he needed to wear a condom during sex, but in the middle of sex, he removed the condom, which is a form of rape. I agree with Destiny that sometimes trauma dumping on social media can be unhealthy, but sharing allegations on social media obviously has the possible benefit of holding people accountable for their actions. And putting the words "your rape" in quotation marks obviously implies that he's casting some level of doubt onto her story. It's one thing to wait to see evidence before you fully believe someone's story that they post on social media. It's another thing to instantly cast doubt on their story just because you're annoyed that they decided to post about it on social media. This controversy started because Destiny had retweeted someone who tweeted, "If you knew he took off the condom and you couldn't even bring yourself to say anything, you shouldn't be having casual sex." A bunch of people got mad at Destiny for retweeting this, so then he tweeted, "If you are noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage in sex. You should probably just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating to furry porn. Sorry." People got even more mad at this tweet, so then he tweeted, "Sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so he can guide her through the process." First of all, she did clearly assert her boundaries before sex. She just struggled to reassert her boundaries when this man started raping her because this made her so uncomfortable. I agree that if you struggle to reassert your boundaries during sex, this could make it more likely that you would end up being harmed during sex. And we should obviously encourage people to assert their boundaries during sex as much as they possibly can. But rather than show empathy for women who struggle to tell men to stop because they're so terrified while they're being raped, Destiny decides to insult these women's emotional maturity and call them retarded children. According to a neuroscience article in the journal Nature Human Behavior, victims frequently report immobility during rape and sexual assault, often using the term freezing. Neuroscientific evidence suggests fear and threat can block cortical neural circuits for action control, leading to involuntary immobility. And this sort of immobility can manifest as physical immobility or verbal immobility. A 2017 Scandinavian study reported that 70% of the 298 women who had visited an emergency clinic within a month of experiencing sexual violence had experienced significant tonic immobility or paralysis when it happened. So when women struggle to reassert their boundaries while they're being raped, this isn't because they're retarded children with no emotional maturity. There are actual neurological reasons for this behavior. When the streamer Hans of Harkir brings up the fact that these women could be having a freeze response when they experience stealthing, Destiny disregards this and says that a victim couldn't possibly have a freeze response just from seeing a man take his condom off.
Freeze up is some shit where you're like in a fucking traumatic situation and somebody's doing some crazy shit. Not like you look down and you see that some asshole is trying to slip a condom off. Like, oh, I'm frozen out. I can't fucking think. I don't think I'm frozen. Bro, what the fuck kind of 14-year-olds are you fucking? No, are you serious?
But according to a 2010 study titled Facing Freeze, Social Threat-Induced Bodily Freeze in Humans, even negative social interactions can trigger a psychological freeze response in some people. The more fear someone is experiencing, the more likely they are to have a freeze response, but even a moderate amount of fear can still induce a psychological freeze response. And seeing someone non-consensually removing their condom during sex after you've established that they need to wear a condom absolutely could cause enough fear to induce a freeze response. The way that Destiny chooses to mock these women who claim that they do have a freeze response while being stealthed is just really fucking gross. I don't know what else to say.
I can't fucking think. I don't think the condom off frozen.
I think this is from the person who is the retarded child. They said, I've actually been raped, and saying no just made him rape me harder. I know that's what happened after he pulled out. This is not incomprehensible that I would just walk away from that situation.
It sounds like she needs to stop having casual sex.
To be clear, I don't think that Destiny is saying it's okay to stealth people, but I do think he is choosing to mock women for something that is outside of their control. Obviously, women do have some level of control over reasserting their boundaries during sex, and we should always encourage people to assert their boundaries as much as possible. But if someone is struggling to reassert their boundaries because of a freeze response when someone is raping them, maybe we shouldn't call them retarded children. After this controversy, the absolutely brilliant trans activist known as Keffels decided to make a false allegation against Destiny. She claimed that Destiny himself had stealthed a woman.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of rape. Insane.
As far as we know, this is totally untrue. Destiny himself has not stealthed a woman. He was just a massive asshole to a woman who was stealthed. To give Keffels credit, she did acknowledge soon after this that she was wrong and Destiny actually didn't stealth anyone.
Wait, I don't...
This is wild because, like, rarely ever do you have just so many people that fucking despise me fighting each other all the time. And I want nothing to do with any individual involved.
I don't know if he did it. Wait, backing up, I don't actually know if he did it.
But Keffels, maybe consider trying to be really sure before you make these types of allegations against people. Destiny is correct that spreading false allegations like this absolutely does undermine the cause of the left. Making this false allegation against Destiny allowed him to shift his focus onto your false allegation instead of focusing on the fact that he was a massive asshole to this woman who was stealthed. Unfortunately, many of the people who have tried to take down Destiny over the years haven't been the sharpest tools in the shed. Speaking of tools in the shed, let's talk about the time that Destiny tweeted that he hopes a woman is raped to death with a shovel. In 2015, the porn star Stoya tweeted allegations that the male porn star James Dean had raped her. This tweet really upset Destiny because, as we've established, he really does not like it when women talk about their negative sexual experiences online. Jesus, why not file a fucking police report instead of tweeting this? You're fucking disgusting. What a fucking idiot at Stoya. Stephen Bennell, why don't you write us a long list of everything you feel a survivor of rape should do? Then I'll use it to wipe my ass. Survivor of rape. It's rape, not murder, not beheading, not a fatal car crash. Everyone survives rape. Get over it.
What's really interesting about this also is that this community has routinely relied on radfems to fucking haunt my ass, basically, by bringing up and falsely claiming that I went to a brothel that was charged with like sex trafficking. They'll just like regularly lie about insane shit. They'll say that they'll always use that clip where I'm talking about the anti-woke pro-rape college that Republicans send their daughters and sons to, saying that if these guys want to voluntarily go to the rape school, it's better to just keep them contained at the pro-rape school rather than have them run rampant on every college campus, claiming that that is me saying Hasan wants rich women to be victims of rape. And people see those things and not realize that it's coming from the community helmed by this fucking asshole and just get up in their feelings. It's so easy to manipulate large groups of people and get them to be on board with a fucking cause. It's crazy without anyone ever doing like their due diligence.
Yourself. Survivor of rape here. Hello. Want to talk about how hard it is to go on every day? Kill yourself so you don't have to live with the pain. So rape survivors should just get over it because at least they didn't die. And if they're dealing with a lot of pain or trauma because of their rape, they should just kill themselves because if they kill themselves, the pain will stop. Very cool, Steven. I have no idea why anyone has ever accused you of being a rape apologist. This should go without saying, but obviously it's good for rape survivors to file police reports to hold rapists accountable, but police reports don't always lead to rapists being held accountable for their actions, which is why sometimes it's good to post about it on social media. At least Destiny will be happy that the woman he allegedly recorded while they were having sex without her knowledge did file a police report against Destiny. Good job, Cherry. You have done things in the Destiny-approved way. Right after this, Destiny got into an argument with another woman about how James Dean didn't respect Stoya's safe word.
How does this slug still have an audience is such a funny question to ask, because there are a lot of people who agree with him. There are a lot of people who just have really awful perspectives. That's it. I don't know how else to describe this process. Okay? Hasan frogs are so out of touch with reality, it's concerning, to be honest. We're watching a dude literally tweet at victims of rape and victim blaming, and you think this community is out of touch for being against that sort of behavior? Are you okay? Why are you voluntarily defending this, what you're seeing
Stephen
on
Bennell,
screen?
ignoring a safe word and not stopping when someone asks is ignoring consent and is rape. Go fuck yourself. Kill yourself, you fucking cunt. I hope you get raped with a fucking shovel until you bleed out your fucking vag and die. Holy. This right here is probably the most violent, vitriolic language that I have ever seen Destiny use in his entire career on the internet. And it just so happens to be in response to women talking about their negative sexual experiences. My question after seeing all of this is, why does Destiny have such an intense hatred for women talking about their negative sexual experiences on the internet? Is it because he just cares so much about these women and he doesn't want them to harm their own mental health because trauma dumping on the internet can be really damaging for them? Or is it maybe because a culture where women feel comfortable coming forth with allegations on the internet can lead to women like Pixie and Cherry and Melina coming forth with allegations against people like Destiny, exposing them for being massive pieces of shit? I will again allow you to answer that question for yourself. We'll get back to Destiny treating women like shit a little bit later on, but now let's pivot to Destiny harming children. For some strange reason, a lot of people like to label Destiny here a pedophile. So in the next section, we'll get to the bottom of whether or not Mr. Bennell here really is a certified EDP 445. Is Destiny really a pedo, or are these just false, slanderous allegations meant to try to dethrone the debate bro king? Let's find out. In 2012, when Destiny was 23, he shared in a group chat with a couple of his friends the messages, "You want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. She wanted to meet and hook up. Dude, she's 15, what the fuck? But she sent me pictures that made it so hard to say no." Then Destiny linked a picture of this girl in a bikini in the chat and said, "Girl on the left, so hard to say no. Gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man." So in these logs, when Destiny was 23, he said that it was really hard to turn down hooking up with this 15-year-old because she looked so good.
I've covered a bunch of this stuff as well in the past, so it's not like that shocking, I guess. Some of you have probably heard me cover this stuff recently, but it is like this dude has been a menace for a decade plus. Okay, a decade plus.
In this picture of her in a bikini. He then shared this lewd image of a child with his friends and said that he's gonna get arrested someday. Well, like I said, a woman just filed a police report against Destiny, so we'll just have to wait and see if his prediction comes true. A couple years later, in 2015, when Destiny was 26, he shared in his chat, "I would fuck the shit out of that 15-year-old, what the fuck? There's no way that chick is 15. So now we've seen two separate occasions where Destiny says that he's attracted to 15-year-olds. Ironically, this conversation where he's sharing a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini with his friends is the exact same conversation where he also shared that other woman's nudes without her consent. Sharing non-consensual nudes and sharing a picture of a child in a bikini in one conversation? What a certified Destiny moment. This is what we in the business call a Diddy-stiny party. A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad." I do think these tweets are
Why won't the DNC take me seriously?
Jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Mediker.
Course of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
So you did get pictures from a 15-year-old?
Not nudes though. Sorry, I should specify. I think a couple pics of her like at the beach or some shit. But
in swimwear?
Yeah.
So you're getting swimwear pics for 15-year-olds?
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. This shit is fucking crazy. Shit is fuck.
So in these clips, he says that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck, and he admits to sharing a picture of this 15-year-old in a bikini to his friends. So is Destiny a pedophile? Well, he admitted that he finds some 15-year-olds hot as fuck, and he sent his...
Well, his response to this would be, actually, it's a phobophilia. Pedophilia is being sexually attracted to a different type of minor, an even younger minor, which, you know, problematic for obvious reasons.
His friends a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini because he found her so attractive. A lot of arguments with Destiny about pedophilia end up getting wrapped up in semantic debates about labels instead of focusing on the facts of the matter. If you call Destiny a pedo for being attracted to a 15-year-old, he'll launch into a tirade about how, pedophilia is the attraction to prepubescent children and 15-year-olds are post-pubescent. So therefore, by calling me a pedo, you have slandered me. So then you go, okay, I guess you're not a pedophile, you're an ephebophile, because ephebophilia is the attraction to teenagers aged 15 to 19. So then he'll go, no, ephebophilia is the primary attraction to mid to late adolescents. I'm mostly attracted to adults. I'm just a little bit attracted to children.
There are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck.
So therefore, I am not an ephebophile, and you have slandered me yet again. Also, there's nothing inherently wrong with ephebophilia. ephebophilia because 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds fall under the category of ephebophilia, and there's nothing wrong with being attracted to adults, so your normative position condemning ephebophilia in its entirety is already a flawed premise. And even if I was a pedophile, there's nothing wrong with being attracted to children. It's only bad if you act on that attraction. So therefore, you have slandered me in countless ways, and my community will now harass you for years. See how you've now had an exhausting
Masterclass on how Destiny and his community operate on literally this issue.
20-minute debate about labels instead of focusing on the fact that Destiny admitted to being attracted.
I hate to be pedantic, but in the law, the word pedophile means being sexually interested in any child, which is defined as a person under the age of majority, which is 18 in most states in the world. So calling them a pedophile is totally valid. To me, I think ephebophilia is basically a substitute term where you're just saying like, no, you don't understand. I want to fuck fuckable minors is what you're saying. So you still think like some minors are fuckable. Got it. That's still weird, dog. You're a weirdo. You know what I mean?
To some children and admitted to acting on that attraction by sending a picture of a child in a bikini to his friends. This is the debate bro way. Crush your opponent through pedantic arguments about semantics so you never have to actually take accountability for your actions. As far as we know, I don't think Destiny falls under the clinical definition of pedophile, but the colloquial definition of pedophile is someone who is attracted to children, and Destiny is at least somewhat attracted to children.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older.
Destiny defended another streamer who got exposed for having sex with a 14-year-old by saying, even if he did bang a 14-year-old, no, that's not what pedophile means. Go look it up. Seriously, if you don't understand the difference between being attracted to someone that happens to be young and being attracted...
He's such a meme of libertarianism too. It's pretty fucking nuts. It is kind of crazy that so many people just hear all of this and still kind of go, nah, that's my goat. Go look it up. It's actually ephebophilia.
Someone because they are young, you have absolutely no business whatsoever commenting on the issue, period. It makes you look uneducated. I really want to see someone use this argument and...
You said he has no convictions, but this is probably one principal conviction that he's never wavered on. Okay, fair. It seems like he does actually have a somewhat consistent attitude on this issue for the past 15 years.
Court, Your Honor, I didn't have sex with that baby because I'm attracted to babies. I had sex with that baby because it just so happened to be a really hot baby. Most babies are not hot.
That and saying the N-word. That's true.
But every once in a while, one of those extra special babies rolls their stroller on past my goon cave, and I just can't help myself. But this does not make me a pedophile. You look really uneducated right now. You know what, Destiny? You can feel free to have your pedantic definition of pedophile that only applies to being specifically attracted to prepubescent children because of the fact that they are prepubescent. And I can say that I think you are a freak for saying as a 26-year-old that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck, and for as a 23-year-old sharing around a picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini. Deal? The next child-related Destiny incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. Or Child Protective Services. I used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad, okay? Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before. We're part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from
Man, that's such a funny troll, dude. That's crazy.
channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking like, this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat for whatever fucking reason. This kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on stream. I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on...
Dude, epic troll, man. Epic troll, sir. Epsteiny.
Guy, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the fuck was on. Like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick, like, on the fucking screen. And his fucking brother, we called him Captain Push-Ups, would like come in the room. And this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He had his shirt off and he was like this. like watching the stream the entire time and shit. Oh my god.
As far as what Destiny says in this clip, they didn't ask the child to pull his pants down, but I still think it's very bad that him and his bro squad didn't immediately click off of this live stream the second that this child exposed himself. If a child exposes themselves to you, I think you have a moral responsibility to immediately click away from that shit. But I guess Destiny and his bro squad thought it was really funny to sit and laugh while staring at an 8-year-old's penis. Next, a couple years later, Destiny planned to kill a kid. Apparently, this kid was DDoSing Destiny's website. DDoSing is when you overwhelm a website with fake internet traffic, causing it to shut down. And because Destiny's website was shut down, he was no longer able to make money from it.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's a guy, that's one of the people, like, legitimately, like, you have no, like, it's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. But I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of, oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting an interest in, like, owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything.
Destiny obviously never went through with killing this kid, but the fact that he legitimately planned to kill him is unhinged.
Were you really considering it? Yeah, of course.
It's actually kind of scary, like, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family.
How old was the kid in relation to you? I think the kid was probably 16. I think I was 22.
Destiny has defended this to this day, saying that if someone is stopping you from making money, this justifies killing them, even if they're a child.
If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you called the police and nobody wanted to do anything, just by having proof for it, you're like, well, I'm gonna have to attack this dude and maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Obviously, I agree that someone maliciously taking away your primary source of income is incredibly bad, but I think there are a lot of other possible avenues you could explore before jumping to the nuclear option of shooting a child. As much as it obviously sucks to lose your income, I think if you need to choose between killing a child in cold blood and losing your Twitch revenue, you're just gonna need to put the fries in the bag and get a new job. The next child-related Destiny incident is when he encouraged an infamous lolly or drawn CP artist to draw a picture of his 6-year-old child. This artist is a man named Shadman.
Wait, what?
You might recognize Shadman.
I never thought there would be new things that I find out about how freakish he is. How the fuck does he always seemingly elevate? No, I know the fucking DDoS kid that he wanted to kill. I know that one. And yes, I know that Luka Doncic is in LA now. I know.
From the recent controversy with Ava Chris Tyson from Mr. Beast, who was a really big fan of Shadman's work. Shadman has a long history of drawing pornographic images of actual children, including Keemstar's daughter, and because Destiny was aware of this, he encouraged Shadman to draw a pornographic image of his 6-year-old son. This controversy started because Destiny had been insulting the YouTube animation community. In response, Shadman made this drawing of Destiny to make fun of him, so Destiny then responded to Shadman by tweeting, "Hey @Shadbase, if drawing fan art of me is a tad uncomfortable, you could try drawing my son. He's only 6, so it should be easier for you." To try to be good faith to Destiny, this tweet was obviously a joke, and he didn't actually want Shadman to draw a picture of his son.
Okay, never mind. I thought he was like actually urging him to. No, that's not.
However, I still think that goading a known CP artist into drawing CP of your own son is incredibly irresponsible. Because imagine if Shadman took him up on his request and did go ahead and make the drawing in the same way he had drawn Keemstar's daughter. Then, Destiny's son would have had to deal with the fact that there would be drawn CP of him floating around the internet for the rest of his life. If there was a known child murderer and you decided to tweet at that child murderer, "Hey, how about you come murder my child, LOL?" I think we would all agree that that would be incredibly irresponsible, even if that was just a joke. In the same way, I think it's incredibly irresponsible to encourage a known CP artist to draw CP of your child, even if it's just a joke. Thankfully, Shadman did not end up drawing Destiny's child like he had drawn Keemstar's child, and Destiny got to have fun making his little joke.
What a great comeback.
Even though this joke could have come at the expense of his 6-year-old son's safety.
I'm not gonna lie. I really do think less of people that actively and openly collaborate with Destiny. It's probably my biggest shortcoming. Yeah, straight up. I think it is. I think it is a shortcoming. Maybe because I know too much of it. Maybe some people don't know. We're just so fucking gross, dude. Like, it doesn't mean I hate you, right? But I really do think just a tad bit less of you, you know?
Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds. That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right? But we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take him out of context, so let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk to them about their school life, figure out what their problems are, you know, be cool because you're old and you have experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex talk. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them into sexting them, this would be grooming. But this argument goes against the definition of grooming. The definition of grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition does it say that grooming has to be a slow process. Grooming is just forming a relationship with a child for the purpose of sex. A lot of times grooming is a slow process because they have to slowly break down the child's boundaries in order to get them to have a sexual relationship with them, but sometimes grooming can happen very quickly. For example, in situations where the child already has some established level of trust with the person who is grooming them. In this clip, Destiny is talking about influencers who sext their underage fans and saying that these influencers sexting their fans wouldn't necessarily be grooming because grooming is a slow process. The reason that influencers are often able to groom their fans so quickly is because their fans already have an established parasocial relationship.
Also, someone in the chat said, so what is this guy's deal? Is he like a nuanced pervert? No, he presents himself. He presents himself as a nuanced pervert, and sometimes it's purely for the spirit of debate to make it seem like he can defend an indefensible position, and other times it is because he's trying to use the nuanced pervertry to basically aesthetically look like he's winning the argument. That's it.
With the influencer. If a teacher wants to groom a student, this usually happens more slowly because the teacher doesn't have a pre-established relationship with the student. But because influencers already have a parasocial relationship with their fans, grooming can occur much more quickly. Maybe Destiny's argument is that the very first time you sext a 14-year-old, this wouldn't be grooming yet because you haven't established a relationship with them yet. But this is still a stupid argument because in this context, randomly sexting a 14-year-old for the first time would be the first step in attempting to groom them. You're acting like everyone.
I think Ethan made some good points in his content, Nuke. You should watch it. Yeah, I instead of watching it, I said Ethan can address all of these issues with me in person on camera. We can have a conversation. To which he responded with, only if you watch my video first, which seems interesting because I'm the subject matter of the video. So why doesn't he just bring it up in normal conversation? And no, I don't think that he actually brought up good points. He rehashed the same points that have been brought up a million times over. Points that I've addressed a million times over. Just lie and say you watch it off stream. I see no reason to lie. So yeah, it's not. If I was running away from Ethan's very valid critiques, I wouldn't try and talk to him directly, right? That's my point. I think it's pretty ridiculous to claim that I am afraid of his point of view and afraid of the nuanced perspective that he has to offer after 6 months of crying about how I'm a, anti-Semitic terrorism defender. That's it. If I was truly afraid of him, I would not have a conversation. I would not be willing to have a conversation with him. It seems like he's the one who's trying to hide behind other people's research, hide behind other people's Reddit posts, instead of having this conversation in broad daylight. I thought he was a massive debate lord who, has defeated the likes of Just Pearly Things. He has defeated so many of his interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. He's a brilliant political mind. So let's do it. Let's have a conversation. Yeah. Instead of hiding behind Instagram stories or going into your own live stream and crying about it after the fact. You have such a Fidel history will absolve me vibe to it all, and I love it. I mean, history has already absolved me. That's the reason why, especially in this particular matter, like the content nuke that was supposed to destroy my political career has yielded zero fucking results of the sort. And the reason for that is because most people know right from wrong, and they kind of have experienced outrage fatigue at this point. There's diminished results for constantly complaining about yet another person who is yet another person that is pro-Palestinian is being falsely smeared as an anti-Semite. After like the 700th time this happens, people go, yeah, I think the guy who I have heard personally actively combat anti-Semitism probably isn't an anti-Semite, and your disagreements actually revolve around something else, i.e., in particular, your disagreements over Israel. Yeah. People will be like, man, Ethan made some really good points. Meanwhile, his video is literally just saying, like, I'm HasanAbi.
Everyone is so stupid for not understanding grooming while you don't understand grooming. Destiny would claim that he just cares about definitional specificity, but the specific definitions you're promoting aren't even accurate. I'm not saying that Destiny is making this argument because he wants to groom children, but when you combine him saying that some 15-year-olds are hot as fuck, with him sharing around pictures of 15-year-olds in bikinis, with him saying that 30-year-olds sexting 14-year-olds isn't necessarily grooming, it starts to paint a very strange picture. Destiny also got really mad that people were labeling Drake a pedophile. He even had a debate about why it's totally fine for Millie Bobby Brown at 14 to be texting Drake about relationship
another
advice.
classic.
When you say he's texting her and he wants to give her dating advice, what if she's the one that brought it up first? Should he say something like, I'm sorry, but it's inappropriate for me to talk to you about high school boys? Or what? Like, what?
Yeah. You do it all the time. When some young person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff, you just sit there with this 13-year-old and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating?
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean? No, would I tell if a young person came up to me and they were asking me questions about some like boy problems or some shit? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, a 35-year-old man? Of course I'm going to have better advice for them than some fucking random high school person. Yeah, of course.
Wait.
If a 15-year-old girl came up to me and she's like, there's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school, I'd say, oh, no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy or ask your fucking mom and dad who are going to tell you to never talk to any boys ever. No, what the fuck?
Hold up. Do you think you should be talking to them about sex?
It depends on the context. I don't give a f. What do you mean? If a 15-year-old asks me and she's like, I think I'm going to f this guy at school unprotected, yeah, I'd probably say, bro, you're 15. Don't destroy your f***ing life. Make sure you guys are using protection. What the fuck? Why would I not say this?
Okay, and do you think that most parents finding out that you're talking to their kids about sex and giving them advice, do you think they would take it well?
I don't know. I don't give a f. They should be talking to their own kids about it.
So apparently Destiny has given children relationship advice in the past.
He's got really solid understanding of consent and boundaries, it seems. So glad. Couldn't be a better person to give this sort of advice to children. I always read it as though he originally got pissy that he thought you should just believe his perspective because he's Israeli, so he just know better by default. Why should be the expert on his homeland or whatever kind of vibe. And he just tantrumed about it. Yeah. Also, his fucking subreddit is on massive amounts of copium, being like, oh, it seems like the video was very well received. He's really mad. Not understanding that, like, the culmination of 6-7 months of bad faith smears that virtually everyone in his immediate orbit understands is like gross, but they can't fucking get him off this goddamn train that is collapsing his brand and probably hurting his mental health, is not going to yield the goddamn results that he thought he was going to yield. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. There's perhaps a reason why, so many communities outside of like two subreddits, r/Epsteiny and r/H3H3 have not had that same has not yielded that same result. There was also just like numerous, as far as I understand, he made statements about numerous things that are just objectively false. Genuine question, do you hold any animosity towards the crew? No, of course not. I do not. I get it. They need to make money. I understand. Are you a mod for r/YouTube drama? You think I'm a fucking Reddit mod? I don't even know how to fucking moderate my own subreddit. What are you talking about? That is an Ethan community talking point. At some point, people have to realize this is like unhinged. Okay? Like, there is a reason why you are engaging in these sorts of insane conspiracies, because the reality does not match the expectations. Okay? So you just like lose your shit and make increasingly crazier accusations.
Is famously really great at relationships, so I'm sure these children really appreciated his sage words of wisdom.
But if there's one thing that nobody would ever say about Destiny, is that he makes good personal life dating decisions.
Destiny also says that he thinks he would give better relationship advice than a child's retarded parents, and that he would give a child sex advice even if this would upset the child's parents. Who cares if parents don't want you to talk to their kids about sex? Destiny understands your kids better than you do. Destiny, you're a rule utilitarian, right? You believe that we should establish moral rules based on what generally leads to the least amount of harm. But you don't think that it would be good to establish a general rule that it's not safe for 31-year-olds like Drake to be texting 14-year-olds like Millie Bobby Brown about their relationships? Of course, there can be hypothetical situations where this isn't harmful and the adult actually does have good intentions, but in general, I don't think it's safe for children to be having these sorts of private conversations with adults. And I think it is totally reasonable to side-eye Drake for having these sorts of conversations with Millie Bobby Brown, especially because he kissed a child on stage.
How old are you?
Now, is Drake a pedophile? Well, like I said, he kissed a child on stage, but Destiny would probably explain that this child was post-pubescent, not prepubescent, and kissing one child doesn't prove that he has a primary attraction to children, so therefore, we don't have enough evidence to label Drake a pedophile. Oh god, can you see how exhausting this is? So many bangers over the years. Or maybe he's defending Drake because he sees himself in Drake because of his own personal relationships with young people. Enter Rose is Coming, Destiny's 19-year-old e-girl Discord kitten. A couple years ago, Destiny was simultaneously married to a woman named Melina while having an affair on Melina with a white nationalist woman named Lauren Southern, and sexting this 19-year-old e-girl named Rose is Coming on the side. Destiny was in an open marriage with Melina, but he still managed to have an affair with Melina because he didn't tell her about his relationship with Lauren Southern, and he also violated his wife's consent by sending her sex tapes to this 19-year-old e-girl without asking her.
Nothing has happened with consent.
I guess having an open relationship just wasn't enough for Destiny. Even though he was already free to sleep with other people, he still had to figure out some way to fuck over his wife. Anyway, while Destiny was sexting this 19-year-old, he asked her if she wanted to do age play, which is where you role play as being even younger. She was already 15 years younger than him, but you know, why not add on another 5 or 10 years for good measure? According to Destiny himself, he views sexting 19-year-olds as the same as sexting 15-year-olds.
When you're 19, you're a little kid, okay? Now, if you're 22, a 19-year-old's not a kid to you, okay? I'm 29. A 19-year-old might as well be a 15-year-old to me. It's all the fucking same, dude. Don't give me this fucking, just because of some legal age of consent, whatever bullshit, I have about as much in common with like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old fucking freshman in school as I would a fucking sophomore in high school. Any type of inclination towards any of those people is really fucking weird. If you live with your mom and dad still pay all of your bills, you're still a virgin, you've never been in a relationship, you don't go to school, you've never even had a job before, you've never lived on your own, you're a child. You're very much a child.
So Destiny views 19-year-olds as little kids.
You're a little kid.
And says that being attracted to them is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
Yet here he is 5 years later at age 34, sexting this 19-year-old, asking her if she wants to do age play.
What is this? What do you think about Frogan getting mad at donating 10K for Palestine Children's Relief Fund since he didn't make stream do it too? What? I don't understand. I'm publicly donating 10K and encourages followers to also donate that shit in the wrong. I just don't expect that. Yeah, I don't care. Old drama. I don't give a shit.
Play with him and
Frogan apologized. Okay, you're bringing in something. I didn't even know that. You're bringing in something that a person has apologized for a fucking year ago, dude. You good? talking about Ludwig old drama. Why are we reacting shit that happened a year ago? Possibly because their favorite content creator is currently getting fucking exposed for being a horrifying little sex pest that he is. And that's precisely the reason. I suspect that is the reason why people are coming in to just be like, hey, just stop watching the video, I think. Or maybe it's in the content nuke. Oh, okay. The content nuke.
Non-consensual sex tapes of his friends and wife. And honestly, it doesn't even matter what my opinion is of this. In Destiny's own words, he thinks this is really fucking weird.
Really fucking weird.
So, is Destiny a pedophile? I don't really give a fuck what you label him. I choose to label him a freak. Only freaks engage in the type of degenerate behavior that Destiny has engaged in. I don't give a fuck about semantic debates about the technical clinical definition of
Anti-Asan lurkers. Holy fucking reach. Boa. Chatters reaching far as fuck. Literally grasping at straws. Anti-Asan lurkers, please stop cooking my streamer. I beg of you. Yeah. This is the funniest kind of weird play that these guys get into. What do you mean? Please stop cooking my... Oh, you're talking about Destiny. I thought you were saying that, like... Oh my god, dude. Stop fucking posting. Stop posting like a fucking weirdo, please.
pedophilia. If you send pictures of a 15-year-old in a bikini to your friends,
even if you literally agree with me, stop posting like a weirdo. Oh my god.
Talk about how hot they are, you are a freak. Let's finish out the video by talking about Destiny's treatment towards women in more recent years. A little while ago, Destiny admitted that he was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife.
This is probably just going to be Melina venting about her relationship with me to Bob. Listen, okay? I've said it a million times. I'm a very fucking hard person to date. I work a fuck ton, and I'm very fucking cold. I have a really hard time dealing with people when they get emotional, okay? But if Melina starts crying or we're having an argument, I'll say, like, listen, I'm gonna go play fucking Minecraft. Like, come talk to me when you're done crying, because I can't sit here and listen to you cry. I'm wasting the few fucking minutes of free time I have in the day. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to you cry doing it. Like, so anybody that survives a relationship with me for more than like 6 months, okay, props to that person, because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse, all right? It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking.
Maybe Destiny's fans would claim that he was being hyperbolic here, and he wasn't actually admitting to being abusive, but here's his best friend Dan also saying that Destiny was really shitty towards his ex-wife.
I'll say this also. I think Steven was a fucking really shitty husband to Melina, okay? I'm coming out here saying it right now. I don't think Steve would deny it either, but it's not good the way that he was. Like, I talked with Melina a lot of times, and she was crying and miserable and everything else, and Steve would say, what do you want me to say? I'm a selfish motherfucker. That's why I'm in the relationship that I'm in, the way that I do things that I'm in. And Melina, like, really was hurt by it. And I think, like, she was like, you know, what should I do? Should I leave? And I'll tell you this, I never was like, I was never like, no, you should stay and make things out. I told her multiple times, like, listen, if you feel like this is an abusive relationship, get the fuck out of there immediately.
Melina herself has also accused Destiny of being psychologically abusive towards her.
I'm irritated by a couple things. One thing I'm irritated about is that my ex-wife has reached out to a ton of people. At least 5 mutual friends have alerted me. I have no idea how many other are affected. Basically saying that I've lied about a ton of stuff and that I am abusive.
So Destiny has said that he was psychologically abusive towards Melina. Melina has said that Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. And Destiny's best friend Dan also seems to think that Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. I wonder if maybe Destiny was psychologically abusive towards Melina. Destiny seems to think that as long as he's like, yep, I'm an abuser, deal with it.
Because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse, all right? It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking.
That he can just move on from this and sweep it under the rug, but I don't believe he should be allowed to do this. And I don't understand why any woman would ever want to associate with Destiny after seeing shit like this. Destiny not only has a history of allegedly being abusive himself, he also has a history of surrounding himself with other abusive men. Years ago, the streamer Vosh was exposed by Destiny for sexually harassing a woman named Poppy.
Yeah, so the problem is that we've gotten these complaints for like I think about a year, where like you've been like really sexually aggressive from a variety of people. Okay. Yeah. Well, no, the worst thing is that you engage in a repeatable pattern of behavior where you try to be very sexually aggressive towards a lot of the women in chat in order to make them uncomfortable enough to send you pictures, and then if they don't, you either act very aggressive towards them, like by telling them that you can't continue conversations anymore, or you continue to sexually harass them until they either give in or block you or go crazy or whatever.
It hasn't. I mean, none of this has happened. That's an extrapolation that you can make based on Poppy.
But even after Destiny found out that Vosh had sexually harassed her, he still decided to be friends with him and platform him and help him start his career. And now, years later, because of Destiny's actions, all of us have had to endure learning about Vosh's horse fetish and his short stack goblin porn. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't look into it.
This is It's interesting because like Ethan made long, comprehensive, and voluminous content out of this particular subject matter, which, you know, it hits the field of drama and gross pervertry, make no mistake. And yet, I think he's offered what, a approximate total of 5 to 10 minutes on sex pestiny, while simultaneously spending 6+ months talking about how much of a terrorism lover I am, including playing games made by sex pestini's community that compare me to Osama bin Laden and numerous other Muslim and Arab content creators, to other terrorists, and then did an entire nuke rehashing all of those same talking points that was 2 hours long. Also tried to get me deplatformed actively, and went after the platform itself, demanding an apocalypse take place, which was, again, sex pestini's community that was directing those attacks, which was uncovered by Bloomberg, written extensively on. He even said I was doing victory laps when talking about sex pestiny. I mean, he was closer to this. He was friends with you at one point. Yeah. It's just, if you don't have any mechanism of comprehension that, like, in the field, in the scheme of things, like, what is a worse circumstance? I would say political disagreements over political commentators' approach to Israel-Palestine would probably be lower than both accidentally exposing yourself for being a consumer of AI-made child porn or doing literal fucking out and about sex crimes, which is in an entirely separate category of its own. If you think that, like, the disagreements with former podcast co-host that you take so personally that you just kind of cast aside your entire career and alienate half of your fucking fan base over with the hopes that you can pick up like Keemstar Orbiter fans once again, I would say that that is lower on the totem pole, very low priority. But what do I know?
An example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Later on, after Destiny's relationship with Vosh fell apart, Destiny decided to become friends with a racist named Mr. Girl. And Mr. Girl is not allegedly a racist, he is a racist. He posted a video openly admitting to raping a woman.
A couple years ago, I matched with a woman on Tinder. I say woman because she was 46. Anyway, we got frozen yogurt. She came over, we got naked, I got naked, then we both got naked. We started making out. Sex kind of makes me anxious, so I don't like a ton of foreplay. To me, it should...
What is going on? There is quite literally an endless well of depravity. Ethan fucked up, yo. Why'd you ban that guy? He wasn't saying Ethan fucked me up. He just said Ethan fucked up, yo. Well, to be fair, he presents that as anti-Semitism, which would make it more valid, even if it really isn't about anti-Semitism. Yeah. It's not anti-Semitism to disagree with your former podcast co-host. Oh, he did say you? Oh, my bad. Anyway, keep talking about Ethan. It sounds like you're actually worried. Yes, I'm shaking in my boots. I'm cowering. Can't you tell? What happened? I thought that this was going to be a massive indictment, that everyone was going to be like, wow, I had no idea that Hasan is not exactly fond of liberals, because sometimes liberals spend most of the conversation surrounding genocide about their own fucking personal feelings. You know, probably the most damning indication, the most damning thing that you can say or do in terms of liberalism. He thought it would get you banned? Yeah. I mean, he's been actively trying to get me banned for months now. What happened to all those fucking bottom feeders who used to hate Ethan Klein? But now that Ethan Klein is against me, they all love Ethan Klein. Those guys used to at least have like one consistent principle, which is, you know, don't go after people's sponsors. I don't have any fucking sponsors. So they try to literally take down the entire platform. Cool stuff, man. Ruining the fucking financial security of thousands of content creators so carelessly, you know? None of these guys have any sort of real fucking values or principles, you know? Yeah. The real threat to America is not Donald Trump and you know, fascism. It's a Twitch streamer who disagrees with me in communism. Watching the nuke, it's very clear that it was intended to be a collab with Destiny and Dan on pushing the Twitch advertiser effort. After the Sex Destiny leaks, it is very clear he had to edit it down and it makes no sense. It's really sad. Really, really sad for Ethan that happened, you know? Kind of cooked his whole thing, which is probably the reason why he had to push it back over and over again. Yeah. Plato 1507, thank you for the 50 big ones. All right, let's get back to this video, which is
be like
insane.
tearing off a band-aid, right? I'm trying to be patient. Finally, I get her on top of me. I put my dick in place, like right at her vagina, and I'm like, all right, let's do this. She holds perfectly still and says, I'm not ready. Clear as day, no mistaking her meaning. She doesn't consent. But she has this look in her eye, like she's daring me to just push it in. Like I'm some kind of pussy if I don't. I could have been imagining that, but I grabbed her shoulders and pushed her down onto my dick.
I fucked her.
Did she like that I did that? I think so. But she probably had mixed feelings about it. Was it rape? Yes, I guess. I don't know. She told me not to, and I did it anyway. That makes it rape.
I don't know what went through Mr. Girl's head that he thought it was a good idea to openly admit to raping someone.
Dude, I think we gotta. All right, I'm done. I think we just gotta shut it down. We gotta shut down the entire operation. No more podcasts. No more YouTube. None of this shit. Okay? None of this fucking shit. None of it. We're done. Shut it off. Hit the fucking reset button on the internet. Okay? I'm not just talking about YouTube. I'm not just talking about Twitch or Twitter. I'm talking the internet. Okay? We do not know how to deal with the internet. Okay? We need to shut it off. We need to never talk about it again. We need to do the Butlerian jihad, but on the internet alone. Okay? Nah, too far, man.
On the internet, but that's Mr. Girl for you. Mr. Girl is most well known for his review of the movie Cuties, where he said that he found the 10-year-old girls in that movie hot.
And it juxtaposes these amazing scenes where it's like you'll see the girls playing on a bed where they're stuffing gummy bears in their mouths and they're just totally children. And then you'll see them shaking their booties on this stairway as they make this viral video. And they're pretty hot.
10 years old is 5 years too young for Destiny's taste, but he decided to become friends with Mr. Girl anyway. Mr. Girl also released a bunch of videos where he was like emotionally abusing his girlfriend on camera. After they had been friends for a while, Destiny and Mr. Girl got in.
What is going on, dude? What the fuck is happening? Why do these people exist? Why do they do these things? How do you find that out about a person who voluntarily reveals this information and you go, oh, that's the guy I want to be fucking homies with? Replace the entirety of the internet with Chinese educational content? Dude, I want the Great Chinese Firewall. Wow, that is gross as fuck, dude.
And some drama because Destiny had banned Mr. Girl from Destiny's subreddit because Mr. Girl was criticizing Destiny for the way that he had defended Nick Fuentes. And then
Wait, what the fuck? Okay, one consistent thing I will say about the Sex Destiny cult, okay? One consistent thing I will say about it is that this man will align himself with literally every different cretin on the internet, okay? Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, white nationalists, pedophiles, sometimes pedophile neo-Nazis like Sam Hyde. Why not both? And usually the only way that he breaks off from them is if he feels like they have wronged him individually. It is never about their worldview, their actions, no matter how harmful they might be. Especially if he wants to fuck them, he will literally, permanently defend those people. It is kind of shocking how many of these sorts of people Sex Pestiny has collaborated with, and he inevitably ends up, quote unquote, burning those bridges, right? As his fan base likes to call it. But it seems as though it is never due to, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe there are instances where he's like had ideological differences or whatever, but it's almost always about like a personal slight. Okay. Oh, you embarrassed me. Oh, you disagree with me on something vehemently. And that is the only way he breaks off from these people. And there are instances, as this chatter is also pointing out to, like when he said he would have even defended Vosh for the lolly shit if he had not pissed him off. Okay? Like, that's it. Like, he openly, after the Vosh lolly stuff came out, he straight up was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about any of this. I would have defended Vosh if only he hadn't fucking come after me so hard and fucked me over. He's talked about Nick Fuentes and said, I've defended Nick Fuentes. I gave him a career. I gave his phone number to Adam22 and numerous other podcasters, and he dare defy me. Okay? Like, that's what he said. That's what he fucking said. Ethan broke off from you because of your worldview. Yeah, it is true. That wasn't on my end, by the way, okay? There was no point in which I was like, yeah, fuck you, dude. I'm burning this bridge. I consistently offered him grace over and over again. How is this my doing at all? Yeah, I'm sorry that I think that making an ongoing genocide all about your own personal feelings is kind of fucking insane. And it does make me think a little bit less of you. If Big Joel gets exposed, I'm turning all right. No, he won't. He lives in a fucking lighthouse by himself with his fisherman's sweaters.
A few months after this, Mr. Girl released a...
It's crazy how you were talking so much shit from your own audience defending Ethan, and he still has a piss fit over it. Yeah, for like an entire year, I just told my chat, calm the fuck down. Ethan is not your enemy. Pick better targets. Pick better targets. And he slowly but surely went after every single content creator in my orbit, okay, in my vicinity, content creators that are around me, not orbiters, okay, just peers of mine that are smaller content creators than myself. And then slowly but surely he turned the crosshairs on me and fucking lost his goddamn mind, dude. I mean, he went after fucking Caroline. It's crazy. And it's wild because, like, he kept saying, like, oh, you're not moderating your community. You're not moderating your community. And one of those, honest question, do you regret offering so much grace? Fuck no. I will always operate that way, okay? I'm telling you right now, expect that from me. It does not matter. This is what I have done consistently for every single person. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over as well. A lot of people in my community are always like, oh, why are you so nice? Why are you so nice to content creators? It's because you know them. It's because they're rich. It's because they're your friends, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, that's just how I am, okay? You might not like it. You might not appreciate it. But I will always maintain hope that a person can be talked down the ledge, okay? Talked off of a ledge. That's it. It's a principle that I maintain. It is precisely the reason why I think I've been effective in changing people's minds in general in this community. And if I did not maintain that level of charitability and try to advocate for rehabilitation, I would not have so many wonderful people who've had their minds changed over these years. Okay? So I will extend that, especially to someone that I know personally. Okay? Always. There's obviously a limit to that charitability. And, that limit has far past when you engage in a censorious campaign to try to get me fucking banned and attack all of these other content creators who are much smaller and to limited success. You actually end up silencing and suppressing pro-Palestinian voices. It's just like ridiculous. It's completely unacceptable. Anyway.
A report called the Destiny Report, where he outlined all of the ways that he believes Destiny is an abuser. Most people ignored this report because they didn't really care to listen to a potential abusive pedophile rapist give his opinions on why he thinks Destiny is abusive. The report was also over 100,000 words long, and it was terribly formatted, and honestly, no one had time to read all that shit. And while I personally think that Mr. Girl is a disgusting weirdo, I do think he made a couple decent points in his report. Mr. Girl's main perspective is that he believes Destiny has a pattern of being abusive towards the women in his orbit. And now that we've seen evidence that Destiny has been sharing sex tapes of his orbiters and his ex-wife behind their back without their consent, I think this adds some credence to the idea that there might be a pattern of abuse happening here. In my opinion, Destiny kind of reminds me of the character of Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, if Dennis was shorter and scrawnier and more annoying.
I didn't know I was being filmed. If you're in my room, you're always being filmed.
You are.
He does.
True.
He does.
It's his
Always
thing. It's kind of creepy.
In case you haven't seen the show, the character Dennis is known for being a psychopath who's incredibly good at manipulating women.
Oh, look, I'm not narcissistic. That's good. I told you guys I was humble. We're a bit Machiavellian, a bit not psychotic. Psychopath, a bit psychopathic. That's what I'm looking for.
The most famous clip of Dennis is where he explains that if you take a woman out on a boat with you, she won't say no to having sex with you because of the implication.
The whole purpose of buying the boat in the first place was to get the ladies nice and tipsy topside so we can take them to a nice, comfortable place below deck and, you know, they can't refuse because of the implication.
Oh, okay. You had me going there for the first part. The second half kind of threw me.
Well, dude, think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I going to do? Say no?
Okay, that that seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Well, in 2020, Destiny explains that he doesn't think it would be good for someone who has a large online platform to be sexting the women who he has as guests on his show because of the implication.
Let's say that I run like a really big podcast. I get 30,000 viewers. Let's say that I have a podcast. I got 30,000 viewers. Let's say that there's a girl that messages me. We talk for a little bit. She really...
This motherfucker was talked about so much that he literally has, I feel like, advocated and argued vociferously against the current thing that he's doing.
Really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, you really want to come on the podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose that opportunity. She might not actually want to. She might not be into it really at all. But if I start propositioning her, if she says no to me, she might worry like, fuck, like if I say no to this guy, like I'm not going to make it on that podcast.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then are you wrong for asking in that case? Even though you saw it?
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
However, as we now know, Destiny has a long history of doing this exact thing to the women who are guests on his show.
I don't like the idea that we're normalizing, you know, someone bringing in a bunch of small content creators that are women, fucking them, right? And then when that fallout inevitably happens, like, just cast them away. Like, it's a really weird dynamic. I work with women, and I'm happy with the fact that it's professional. And that needs to be a standard that we set for more people, because I hate the idea that I just show up on screen with a woman, and it's automatically sex. But can I really be mad at an audience for thinking that when I hang out with Steven, who literally fucks pretty much everybody he works with?
It is possible that like you are like a very like mature person, and even if they turned you down, you're still cool with them being on your podcast. Like there are some people like that, but like not everybody, no one knows. That's the problem. Nobody can ever know that if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's like a very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation because you don't really know.
So on the one hand, he is saying that you shouldn't sext with women who are guests on your show because they can't fully consent, and on the other hand, he is sexting with most of the women who are guests on his show and sharing around their sex tapes without their consent. A woman named Lav came forward and said that she felt pressured to send Destiny feet pics in exchange for being a guest on his stream.
At least in my case, I was so desperate to get out of sex work, and I told him that, and he said, why don't you stream with me? This can open up an avenue where like you don't have to do what you hate to do. And I'm a political streamer. You can get into politics, like fully extending himself to me in a way that was like very friendly. And then it turned into something like, oh, right after that conversation, he was like, oh, by the way, I don't see any feet on your profile. He. Like immediately after.
Apparently, after she sent him feet pics, he said, welcome to the Orbiters Club, implying that sending her feet pics is what will give her the chance to be one of his orbiters. Now, Destiny claims that this was a completely ironic joke and it wasn't meant to be taken seriously whatsoever, but if Destiny himself has said that he shouldn't be sexting his orbiters because of the implication, and then he sexts his orbiters and then says, "Welcome to the Orbiter Club," I am struggling to see how this is a joke. And even if it was intended as a joke, like Destiny explained in this previous clip, you shouldn't be making jokes like this because the person on the receiving end might not understand that you're joking. It seems strange to me that Destiny had this.
Yeah, that person is also like not exactly the best. I will just say, I don't know if she's the most credible witness, considering that she also fucking randomly, due to Destiny's hatred over me, randomly decided to lie about me as well.
This incredibly nuanced view of consent a couple years ago,
and then openly admit in a Patreon post that she lied about me.
But then once he wanted to start sexting people, all of these rules that he set for himself went out the window.
Now, again, there are exceptions. Maybe you're friends with this person for 10 years or some shit, and you guys have like some, like, it could be like very niche. I don't want to say like every single time, but like as a blanket rule, if you even have to stop and think about this, you should just not do it. It's just a bad idea.
Later on, Lav accused Destiny of being the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube because she felt like Destiny had a pattern of manipulating the women in his orbit into doing sexual favors for him, and because she felt like it was emotionally abusive that every woman who came on Destiny's stream would inevitably be flooded with hate comments on his subreddit, which Destiny would refuse to take down. If you come onto Destiny's stream as a woman, you can be pretty safe to assume that you are gonna get a bunch of hate comments on Destiny's subreddit. But according to Destiny's community, it's not because they hate women, it's just because these particular women all happen to be too stupid to debate their daddy Destiny. One time, Destiny's head moderator of his subreddit named Forethought sent one of his female orbiters the message, "Kelly Jean, stop pretending like you're hurt by sexism. Your greatest aspiration was being an esports victim. Holy fuck, no wonder you wish you got raped. You've got literally nothing going on to be doing this at 40. After seeing these messages, Destiny refused to remove Forethought as a moderator of his subreddit.
But the whole idea is that if there's no wrong way to treat Kelly Jean or whatever, if that's her mentality when it comes to her, who's to say that doesn't expand to other people?
But can we just start, why is it okay to do whatever you want
to Kelly Jean?
Oh, yeah.
You'd have to ask Destiny that.
I mean, it's Kelly Jean.
That's not that.
Yeah, but if you have that mentality, Destiny, then yeah, he's gonna copy it, isn't he?
I wonder why women don't always feel comfortable on Destiny's subreddit. At the time, Destiny and his community absolutely tore Lav to shreds because they didn't think that she had enough evidence to substantiate the claim that Destiny was the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube. One time when Lav was in the hospital, Destiny sent to his public chat, like, "I wish this person would just kill themselves already or fuck off from my shit forever." Destiny even one time shared with his public chat that there was a Kiwi Farms thread being made about Lav. In case you don't know, Kiwi Farms is a message board that is famous for doxing and harassing people they don't like. So by sending Destiny's community to her Kiwi Farms page, Destiny was essentially doxing her. To be clear, I'm not trying to 100% defend Lav here. I think that some of the negative comments about her debating were accurate. I don't think she's a particularly good debater. I also don't think that she necessarily had enough evidence to back up the claim that Destiny is the Harvey Weinstein of YouTube. Although these days I do think there is a lot more evidence pointing to that being the case. She also one time claimed that Hasan had slept.
I understand why you never want to talk about this dude. I feel so sad after hearing this shit. Yeah. I mean, they've been, he's been actively collaborating with the Kiwi Farms people, making my life and all of the other people that are friends of mine and their lives miserable too. So
these days, I do think there is a lot more evidence pointing to that being the case. She also one time claimed that Hasan had slept with a 17-year-old, which she didn't have any evidence to back up, and then Hasan ended up tearing her to shreds for that. And since then,
I didn't just tear her to shreds for that. Yeah, no, literally, she did. She did say that. That was the one time where Destiny was like, you shouldn't say that because you know that it is false. Okay? And then she turned around and openly admitted, I don't know where the Patreon post is. I'm sure it's someone probably still has it because I remember covering it on stream. Okay? She fucking turned around and literally admitted that she lied about it. What an insane fucking thing to lie about, dude. What a psychotic thing to lie about. That was the reason why many people, even in the Destiny community and many people like outside, even like what's the name of the guy, the potato, fucking Keemstar orbiter, Donofrio. That guy, even like they all hate him. Nick Oreo, Mr. Oreo, Nick Oreo. I used to judge you in a bad way, but every day it seems like I was wrong, and I'm sorry. It's all good. You know, pressured to say that she lied. Are you fucking insane? She just lied about it again last week. Same lie. Yeah, she just constantly goes back and forth on it. I don't know what's wrong with this person. I genuinely don't know. I think she's just like deeply, deeply, deeply mentally unwell. Yeah, this is it. I will not be streaming anymore, effective immediately. And it came out of fucking nowhere. Like it just came out of nowhere where she said that we straight hundreds whatever. Another thing that made me feel strange was when I begged Steven to do as little as I tell him community to go easier on me. He deletes some of his fans' criticisms of me on the Reddit. Steven was sexting. Like, I mean, she's just not well. Okay? What the fuck? Where is it? Control F Hasan. Like, apparently they randomly would talk about me. Yeah. Out of nowhere. Lastly, he'd brought up the secret I told him out of nowhere, so I had to play in the conversation. The secret I told him when he told me his secret. Told me he'd ruin me, how bad I'd look. He worked in it. I'm not going to be blackmailed. Hasan Parker slept with my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal. But he's denounced men publicly for doing much less. Ridiculous. Okay? All of this is ridiculous. I don't care about it. And she's never going to come forward, but the fact exists nonetheless. An example of hypocrisy. Another person's hypocrisy is gold to a streamer. A shiny weapon. I was armed. Nothing will come of it. Ethically, it was a small infraction, and it won't be held over my head. She literally fucking openly admits that she just straight up lied. Why do these people despise you so much? This person, I don't even know why. She edited it while you were reading it, I remember, I think. It was so strange, dude. Just an absolute sociopath. Anyway, I hope, once again, I hope she gets the help that she needs. Okay? You left her on red on Instagram and that was your only infraction prior? Yeah. I found out. I didn't know who the fuck this person was. And then I found out that, like, I had just not responded to a DM of hers. I can't comprehend working in a field with this many psychos. I don't know how you do it. I think one of the key points to make here is that Destiny preys on people who are mentally unwell for sex. I mean, yeah, for sure.
That she has become a TERF who says a bunch of racist and transphobic shit on Twitter. However, I do still think that the treatment she endured from Destiny's community was insane. Being a bad person does not disqualify you from being abused. And if a woman feels like she's being abused by you and your community, I don't think a good way to prove that you're actually not abusive is by telling her to kill herself and doxing her. Destiny's community wrote off Lav as mentally unstable and insane, and because both her and Mr. Girl were widely hated by most people on the internet, most people ignored their allegations that Destiny was abusive. Destiny has a long history of bringing mentally ill women onto his stream to the point where it's a meme in his community that all of the women on Destiny's stream have BPD. Destiny himself has said that he's most attracted to women who he considers mentally unstable.
This dude really has a penchant for going after mentally ill women, okay? Women with like severe depression, and a lot of them got like self-diagnosed BPD or some bullshit. Like, he just likes that. I don't know. To me, the fact that there's a pattern with a lot of these girls is a bit weird.
But the question is, does Destiny just happen to attract a bunch of mentally unstable women to his stream, or does he purposefully attract mentally unstable women because he knows they are more easy to abuse? Another mentally ill woman that Destiny had a long conflict with was a woman named Anna. Just like with Lav, Destiny also encouraged his community to go to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread, and he encouraged them to post in her thread.
Oh, okay. Also, heads up. This is my only non-media blackout time, okay? This is my only non-media blackout time. I will immediately back this, okay? Somebody on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. So if you are obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you, chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can go and post all you want, read all you want. Go there, post about it, talk about it. People put a lot of effort into categorizing and archiving everything. There you go, okay?
And in the thread about Anna that Destiny encouraged his fans...
That's insane that he's using the doxing subreddit as his own personal fucking, like, as his own personal weapon, dude. And I assume they hate him on there, too. They just hate everybody. But it is crazy to just, like, encourage that shit with your, again, sycophantic cult fan base.
...to go message, they doxed Anna. And it was later revealed that at this time, Destiny was secretly in an ongoing sexual relationship with Anna.
So you acknowledge that you've been sexting with her for a year?
Yeah, we've had on and off, sure.
In response to this, Anna texted Destiny, "You literally ruined my fucking life. You just doxed me on your stream. Fuck you. You put me in danger." And Destiny responded to this by saying, "You're doing it to yourself and you're going to keep doing it to yourself." This is one of the most insane things I have ever seen in my entire life. Choosing to dox a woman you are actively sexting with just because she pissed you off. I guess if you want to live life by Destiny's rules, if your wife or girlfriend or friends with benefits ever pisses you off, why not just dox her to hundreds of thousands of people? I also want to be clear that I'm not defending Anna. Anna also has a long history of harassing Steven, which is obviously not good. But Destiny also treated Anna like garbage.
Oh my God.
He not only doxed her, but he also threatened to leak her nudes when she threatened to leak sext messages between the two of them to prove that Destiny had been lying about her.
So do you think that leaking sexting and leaking nudes is proportional, or do you think it's a proportional response in the way that you're reacting to that?
I think it's about proportional. Yeah. Thanks.
You don't think that she has more to lose in that scenario? Like, you think that people were going...
Why does everyone suck in this video? I think you guys now understand why I stay away from like this community and have consistently stayed away from this community actively and have tried to shelter less dangerous than someone like myself. Like, these are legitimately things that they actually believe, this community of insane cultists. You're very materialistic though, bro. Designer goods isn't very critiquing capitalism. Okay, I love capitalism. What of it? Someone's fucking purchases, which are totally within my means, especially, is not a fucking critique of capitalism, okay? I'm not a goddamn saint. And if you think that this is the biggest fucking argument you have against someone like myself that you think undermines my entire worldview, you are a pathetically unserious person. You understand that? That's like, this is not a real point of contention, chatter. I don't know how you will ever comprehend that. I don't think you'll ever be able to comprehend that, as a matter of fact. All right? Jesus Christ. Bro, just don't wear Yoji and Lemaire. Like, stop having drip, bro. I will never stop having drip. Okay? I will always keep having drip. Another example of this is how the Pirate software was ostracized for a video game while D's barely covered in subreddits for his sex crimes. That's what I mean. Like, consistently and routinely engage in this sort of behavior. And obviously, like, in a lot of circumstances, like, people are just, genuinely afraid of dealing with it or saying anything about it because they just don't want to get fucking endlessly harassed. And it's wild that on the internet, you can be geared into getting mad about even perceived hypocrisy when no such hypocrisy exists, more so than actual fucking sex crimes and shit. It's crazy. Like, think exactly. The chatter did it, literally did it. Chatter's watching a video about someone committing sex crimes, but you're the one to critique because you buy designer. Okay? And it's never like an actual person who is a socialist or even remotely cares about it. It is almost always people who are like, I despise socialists. They should be Pinochet style dealt with by being tossed out of a helicopter. Also, socialist, by the way. Designer drip, by the way. You know what I mean? It's fucking deranged. I think it's important to reiterate that his community has a segment called Rape Review where they train themselves to defend actual rapes. They know, they just don't care at best, or they're just creepy at worst. Yeah. Or maybe he was just like gearing them up to fucking defend them down the line, you know?
I think you're gonna have more to lose, but I just don't see the huge difference between like sex and nudes. Like, you're leaking like personal, like sexual shit that somebody sent you and like trusted you with. Like, in my opinion, this is like one of the biggest forms of like weird, like backstabbing shit that you can do. It's like one of the worst things a person can do is like leaking like private sexual shit like that.
I love you, Tom.
So Anna had stalked and harassed Destiny, and Destiny had lied about Anna and threatened to leak her nudes and sent his fans to a website that doxed her. This is a situation where they were both clearly in the wrong, but I think this situation sent a message to Destiny's previous sexual partners that if you get onto Destiny's bad side, he will not be afraid to threaten to leak your nudes and send his fans to a website that doxes you. Looking back at Destiny's streams from over the years, I found at least 20 different women who had allegedly had some sort of sexual relationship with Destiny at some point, and I found at least 15 different previous female orbiters who now all hate Destiny's guts, and Destiny now labels them as crazy. The fact that Destiny has had sex with a bunch of his orbiters and now a bunch of them hate him doesn't necessarily prove abuse, but what I do know is that Destiny is not living by the standard he expects other people to live by. Again, he said himself that you should not sext people who are guests on your platform because they might not be able to fully consent because of the implication.
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
And at the very least, he has totally and utterly failed at living up to this standard of conduct that he expects other people to live by. I think we would need more evidence to concretely prove that Destiny's stream really is this system of abuse. But all I know is that there are at least 4 alleged victims and a whole host of other women who absolutely hate Destiny's guts, so I would recommend that women should stay as far away from Destiny's community as possible.
If you know that the people you're going to be involved with are only short-term partners, and you constantly see the after effect of most of your hookups and your interactions leaving a trail of broken hearts and disappointed people, that's a moral failing.
All right, let's recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman. Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent. Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent. And in his messages to his Discord kitten Roses Coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, "I went out and sucked a guy off a few nights ago and recorded the audio. It's really scuffed in my pocket, LOL. Did I ever send it to
Bro, this person is still on it. Look. Look. Dude, Ethan Klein fans, I'm serious. Please, you're making him look worse by being like this, okay? Longtime fan, please just respond to the claims and hear out your friend. Watch the video. Why are you not watching the video? Will you watch with him? Are you not a millionaire? F the rich. I'm an RN. Hassan, as a fan, can you explain your political stances? Are you left-leaning? Are you going to interview Monkey D. Luffy again? Yeah, maybe you should interview ISIS, then become one. There's a really good video. Maybe you should watch. I think you should have the link, but you might have lost it. You got timed out, and you came back from the timeout. I follow you with my Amazon Prime probably back in 2021, months before leftovers. I'm sure your mods can double-check that. I need you to just let your OG followers know that you are not the man Ethan Klein thinks you are. You are someone I look up to. Why did you burn Teddy Fresh? Donate. Sorry, not burn. Wait, do you pay prostitutes? That's what I'm getting from video. No sub on the account whatsoever. Followed in November 16, 2023. I know I unbanned that person. Yeah, I donated my own merchandise. I donated Maya's merchandise. I donated all of my other friends, Carl Jacobs' merchandise. I don't hate any of these people. Also, it's crazy. You're like, I look up to you. And then you simultaneously say, I should interview ISIS and then join ISIS. Why are you looking up to me if you think I should, if you think I have the capacity to join ISIS? What is going on, man? Have some fucking self-respect.
If he was recording the audio from his pocket, it sure doesn't sound like that audio was recorded consensually, does it? Maybe he did ask if he could record him, but then he put the phone back in his pocket where the audio would sound terrible for some reason, but I highly, highly, highly doubt that. And if he was recording men from Grindr without their knowledge, it's also very easy to believe that he was recording Cherry without her knowledge. He has a history of calling 15-year-olds attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social media. He has allegedly abused at least one of his female orbiters and was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife. And he also admitted to choking out another one of his exes multiple times. However, he claims that this was done in self-defense.
Because you better fucking believe I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times.
Finally, Destiny has a history of doxing and threatening to leak the nudes of women that get on his bad side. I find this incredibly ironic because in his Keppel's manifesto, he says that progressives believe there's no such thing as bad tactics, only bad targets.
And what comes of the belief that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets?
Well, if you ask me, doxing women and threatening to leak their nudes is the definition of bad tactics that you should not be doing even if you think that woman is a valid target. If you add up all of these allegations, I think it's time to consider that maybe Destiny is just not a good fucking person. Maybe he's your typical male feminist and all of the liberal bullshit that he spews on his platform is just him trying to get into women's pants. Before Before it had been publicly exposed that Destiny had shared Pixie's sex tapes without her consent, in private, he acknowledged that he had severely, at the very least psychologically, damaged her. But once Pixie came out with her allegations publicly and announced that she was planning to sue Destiny, he went back to his old defensive ways and took accountability for nothing. He posted to his subreddit, "Legal arc beginning in mysterious ways. Such wow," which is the most millennial cringe way possible to respond to allegations of sex crimes. In this post, he never takes direct accountability for sharing Pixie's sex tapes with Rose's Coming without her consent, and instead he focuses on how he's a victim too because his nudes were also leaked by the hacker that apparently hacked Rose is Coming. Obviously, Destiny is also a victim in this situation, but I struggle to find empathy for him because he refuses to take accountability for sharing the sex tapes non-consensually in the first place, which led to this entire mess. He also talks about how Pixie was asking him for a large amount of money because she was trying to teach him a lesson, and I don't necessarily see anything wrong with her wanting to teach Destiny a lesson. Maybe he needs to be taught a lesson. Pixie made the point that
like it's very clear that for a very long time, Destiny has never actually had even a crumb of accountability, which is why over the course of the past 15 years, he has just like repeatedly done this kind of stuff. And as his platform has grown, he's had more opportunity to increase the amount of victims in the process.
Unless there are some real consequences to Destiny for doing this, he'll probably just do it again in the future, which I agree with. Destiny later sent to his public chat, "Pixie and the people behind her just want money." Yet, this is a blatant lie because she made it abundantly clear to Steven that she would be willing to donate the money he gave her to charity. So, just like usual, Destiny is attempting to smear his victim in order to silence her, even though in my opinion, Pixie has done absolutely nothing wrong. And I think this shows incredible moral character on Pixie's part that she's even willing to donate this money to charity because I don't think she has any obligation to do this. But even with Pixie being basically the quote-unquote perfect victim, Destiny still decides to smear her. My favorite sentence from this post is when Destiny says, "I have been trying to move on from covering drama content as it has had an increasingly negative impact on those in my life." Bitch, you...
Let me guess, he probably fucking, I assume if he's back to making content, I suspect he had a fantastic time going over his own community's work on the Ethan Klein nuke. I suspect that he didn't have a problem covering that kind of drama.
You loved covering drama content when
there is not a single instance where Destiny hasn't covered drama. When he talks about issues, when he talks about political issues, it's really interesting. His first approach almost always, for months, I remember, even after he said like he's pro-genocide, most of his coverage revolved around talking about me and Ethan, constantly trying to drive a wedge, okay? Constantly. Most of it was just straight up, Ryan mentioned you. What is this? Jesus Christ, this dude really thinks he has any place to watch a Hasan nuke and criticize him right now with all the shit he's in? Then I'm going to highly recommend Hasan watches my nuke about Destiny when he gets back to the U.S. Anyone in my audience that's friends with Hasan, I would appreciate if you can try to get my video to him. Fair is fair. I mean, I already did. Yeah, go like and subscribe to the channel.
When it was other people's heads on the chopping block, but now you want to stop covering drama once your head is on the chopping block. After this, Destiny sent some messages to his chat that were even more defensive. I have never done anything maliciously, as any of the fucking insane allegations say. That's fucking retarded. My only crime was being too much of a gooner in 2023 and earlier, 100% sure.
Just too much of a gooner.
And I can't say anything specifically because everyone wants to come at me in court now, I guess. When he says that he didn't do anything maliciously, I think he means that he didn't intend for Pixie's nudes to ever get leaked to the public. But I would argue that non-consensually sending her sex tapes in the first place was malicious in and of itself. And again, I think Destiny would agree with me that sharing the nudes in and of itself is malicious because he said that when Bob7 allegedly did the same thing, this should be life-destroying.
But I do believe that these are relatively life-destroying revelations.
And you are not fucking stupid, Destiny. You know that if you're sending around sex tapes to random 19-year-old e-girls, eventually something is going to get leaked.
You know, actually, one of the craziest parts about this whole story is the fact that Destiny trusted a 19-year-old Discord lady, okay, named Rose is coming with sex tapes of other people in his life. Nigga. If that's not compromised judgment, I don't know what the fuck is, okay?
Also, your only crime is being too much of a gooner? Destiny's just a little bit of a goofy gooner. It's not like he committed any serious sex crimes. He's just a little gooner goblin. Look at my gooner goblin over there in the corner gooning. As usual, every single thing that Destiny says is an attempt to downplay, and refuse to take any fucking accountability. Then Destiny sent this to his chat. Bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me, okay? Lol W. Again, trying to deflect from taking responsibility by saying that a bunch of other streamers have done the same shit. If other streamers have done the same shit, then yeah, maybe they should be on the sex offender registry. Recently, another clip of Destiny resurfaced where he talked about how he knew that a bunch of different streamers had committed sex crimes against children, but he just didn't care to expose any of them.
Like, everybody's gotten pics and more from underage.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts, dude. Like, that's just bad behavior. Why the fuck would you openly admit that you know that there are sex offenders in your orbit and you just are holding off on revealing this? That's crazy.
Chicks, depending on what you've heard in different communities. No, let me finish. In the esports community, okay, everybody has been involved in that shit, okay? And there have been people that have gone way farther than that.
Do you know people in the esports community?
I'm not,
that have,
yeah, but I'm not going down that road. There's tons of rumors.
No, wait a minute. If you're saying you have knowledge of a crime and you're not willing to bring it forward.
Well, people talk about it, but like I don't have the means to go and acquire the evidence to like name names and name victims and
break
like find
Dorito Gate right now, Destiny. Come on.
Let's hear it, dude. This is not my job. Listen, okay, I'm gonna be frank. I'm not gonna suicide my fucking career to go on some fucking vendetta against a bunch of fucking video game guys, okay? This is not my life.
But now that his head is on the chopping block, I guess maybe he'll finally expose these abusers that he's been covering for years. And the last thing that Destiny has posted at the time of this recording was an absolutely hilarious meme on Twitter where he said, Korean barbecue is a little overrated, but I've always loved the short rib at this place. And it's a picture of a Korean restaurant called Goon Barbecue. Again, implying that he's just too much of a gooner because gooner sounds a lot better than sex criminal. He is choosing to be his same old self, making jokes instead of taking accountability. This motherfucker has the absolute gall to release an entire manifesto about how Keffels needs to take accountability for her actions, but then once he's in shit, he takes absolutely no fucking accountability for his actions. Like, is this dude an actual fucking baby? Are you a child? In what fucking world is this the right way to respond to the fact that you violated one of your friends and, in your own words, severely psychologically damaged her? Never in a million years could I imagine being a soulless, heartless piece of shit like this who treats my best friends like actual human garbage. And for you to get up on your high horse and act like you're the moral police of the universe who has any place to judge other people while acting like this is fucking insane.
You know, with this whole situation, I don't think Steven shared this because he thought it was okay to share. I personally believe, this is my theory, that he shared this because he just didn't care and he didn't think that the other person would ever find out. And that to me is almost worse because it shows that you don't care about the people you slept with and who shared that intimate moment with you and recorded it. And it shows to me that if you are going to be able to avoid the consequences of it, you'll say and do things behind closed door that are just unbecoming. And if...
Okay. I don't know if this is ABBA or Preach, but I will admit something. Remember when I said earlier that, like, I think less of people sometimes when they consistently collaborate with Destiny? Okay. It's ABBA. Okay. I'm shocked. And I'm willing to admit that I definitely had... Oh, Destiny's former close friend ABBA. It's literally on the screen. I'm such an idiot. I will admit that ABBA is seemingly a much more thoughtful person than I previously pegged him as. Okay? And I think part of the reason why I felt the way that I did was because of the initial alignment that they had, both ABBA and Preach, with Destiny, and also their political perspectives. We have our political disagreements, I think, especially as it pertains to trans issues, but it seems like he is definitely a much more thoughtful person than I thought he was initially.
I'm your friend and I see you do that to your other people that you slept with and you call friends, then I can only imagine that even for me, I might not be safe and I can't trust you. And what
Abba was the one that debated D over the Drake stuff, and after D said that weird shit about him talking to children about relationships, he came to distance himself bit by bit. Oh.
I see is another more failing where it's like when no one's watching, you're not doing the right thing. You can massage it however you want. It's a shitty thing to share a sex tape, but it's not the worst thing.
What about your terrorist propaganda streams not being searchable on Google? What do you mean? If I'm doing terrorism propaganda, don't you think I'm doing it right now? Are you implying that my Twitch stream is not searchable on Google? How did you find it? Or what's the claim here? That I have control over Google and I'm secretly hiding my own content? This is some real Q Hasan shit. Brilliant minds, dude.
I'm sorry. That's fucking
What about
garbage.
your Houthi stream? What about my Houthi stream? You mean this one? Let's see. Tim Houthi interviewing Yemeni Timothy Chalamet. You mean this stream? I'm trying to interview the. Look how easy it was to find it. Do I have to explain to you how to search something properly? Please call me immediately. Please call me. It's urgent. Oh, but he wasn't a Houthi. No, if you watch the interview, you'll find out that he was not. Irub, please call me. It's urgent.
Our behavior, okay? It just is. Call it a spade. It's garbage behavior. Don't mush it over because you like your favorite streamer. Don't mush it over because you think he's important politically. It's garbage behavior.
Right before uploading this video, another woman named Stasia just came out with allegations that Destiny shared explicit material of her without her consent. And a woman named Denims just came out with an allegation that Destiny had recorded her without her knowledge. This recording was non-sexual, but apparently it's illegal to record people without their knowledge in that state. Destiny chose to ignore Stasia's allegations for some reason, but in response to Denim's allegations, he sent messages to his public chat threatening to leak the recordings of her in an attempt to silence her, showing that he is still engaging in the exact same behavior as always. So now we have 4 different women who Destiny allegedly shared nudes of without their consent, 1 woman that Destiny sexually assaulted, 1 woman who felt pressured into sending Destiny feet pics, 1 woman who Destiny—
You're being stalked by L3LT's Reddit, just so you know that Kate individuals from there. I think ultimately the foot soldiers are not as vicious as the DDG community is. So it's okay. It's usually people like Kate who don't necessarily fully comprehend what they're advocating for, you know? Like they can't even like put together a coherent political perspective. They don't really know what they're angry about. They're just kind of trying to be helpful to what they perceive as Ethan's cause. Nope, they're definitely losing their grip on reality, but they're ultimately toothless. Yeah.
allegedly recorded sexually without her knowledge, 2 men on Grindr who Destiny allegedly recorded sexually without their knowledge, and 1 woman who was recorded non-sexually without her knowledge, for a grand total of 10 different victims that we know of so far. And this is of course not including the 15-year-old girl that Destiny shared bikini pictures of, or the 8-year-old boy whose penis Destiny stared at. When will Destiny's community, DGG, wake the fuck up and realize that Destiny is just not a good person? I know that I said that I wouldn't focus on my personal beef with Destiny in this video, but I wanted to just point out one thing. I found it really funny that in his Vosh manifesto, he cries about how people online have attacked him for identifying as non-binary in the past.
Many have attacked me in the past for identifying as a non-binary. I no longer identify this way, even though I've considered different sexual or gender identities and discussed it at length at various points in my stream.
Destiny and his community have been harassing me for years about identifying as non-binary. He said that he doesn't think my identity is real, and he tweeted that I'm faking being trans for clout, and I've had a bunch of his fans come and make fun of me.
Yeah, famously, you get so much fucking clout when you come out as trans. Like, famously. That's like the #1 way to get clout. Everybody's always doing it. What an insane statement, dude. This is just like 90s level homophobia.
Me anytime that I post about being non-binary, which made me feel like I had to go back into the closet at one point. But when people attack Destiny for being non-binary,
many have attacked me in the past for—
It's crazy because Destiny's community also actively will portray me as a transphobe, which is really funny. And, you know, I guess some people get duped by that too, but not really as much.
For identifying as a non-binary.
It really hurts his feelings. This is just another example of Destiny being a hypocritical little bitch who cries when people are mean to him and then turns around and does that exact same shit to other people. If you want to be an asshole to non-binary people, be an asshole to non-binary people. But then don't be a weaselly little bitch who turns around and cries when people are an asshole to you about being non-binary. Destiny is the perfect example of rules for thee, but not for me. He says Bob 7 should have his life destroyed for sharing nudes without consent.
I'm not running around screen sharing people's nudes.
Then he shares nudes without consent. He criticizes Keffals for being a bully while he's the biggest fucking bully on the internet. He cries about how people on the internet have doxed him, and then he turns around and doxes a woman who he is secretly in an active sexual...
Also, unearthed the article that doxed me and basically did it before Fox News got a hold of it too. You know, before I could even move into this house that I got for myself and my family. Just a fucking truly repulsive, horrible individual who constantly gets in his own fucking way and then routinely tries to talk his way out of it by telling his audience that it's actually everybody else that's coming after him and that it's never his fault. You know? It's never his fault. Yeah.
relationship with. He says it's not good to sext women who are on large streams.
I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should.
And then he turns around and sexts every single fucking woman on his large stream. He says it's super weird to sext 19-year-olds because they're basically children.
You're a little kid.
And then he fucking said...
By the way, this like very obvious inconsistency or hypocrisy or I guess backtracking, whatever you want to fucking call it, exists for virtually every issue that he's talked about. And his fan base does not ever think about this as some weird inconsistency.
Sexts a 19-year-old. He says when...
H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown, a full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son